In a certain kingdom, there lived a beautiful princess named Arisha. From the moment she was born, she was abandoned by the emperor. Arisha's days were peaceful until terrible news arrived. The emperor had died in battle. This caused great concern among the court's counts, who argued endlessly over who would control the country. Arisha ignored everyone's arguments and ascended the throne without hesitation. Despite this, the people did not believe a 9-year-old girl could rule the country. Perhaps they had no idea that she was the legendary White Witch reincarnated as Arisha. Could she become a great ruler? Was her father truly dead? Would her love life be as smooth as she imagined? Let's follow Nezuko Recap into this wonderful story. Outside the palace, rain poured down, and inside a room, Arisha sat. She crossed her arms, looking ahead uneasily. The door opened, and Isabella walked in, announcing that it was time for dessert. She was Isabella Brady, Arisha's nanny. Arisha sighed. That's enough, Isabella. Due to the war, food is scarce, and dessert is too much of a luxury. Isabella was startled. Your Highness. Isabella continued to praise her. You are the emperor's only daughter. Although you're only 9 years old, you already have the air of royalty. She looked a little flustered. I believe that when His Majesty returns from the battlefield, he will surely be proud of you. Just then, Arisha smiled. How could that be? She thought. Although I have royal blood, all I possess is the grand name Arisha Delapetzer, and that man who is called father. Suddenly, Arisha remembered he went to the battlefield when I was 6. 3 years have passed, and the war is not over yet. Seeing her lost in thought, Isabella comforted her. Your Highness, don't worry. She placed the cake on the table. His Majesty will surely return home with a victory. She said with a determined look, if anything happens, I will protect you until the very end. Arisha nodded. Thank you. But she had her own thoughts. If I still had my magic, I would have ended all of this long ago, be it the war or anything else. She continued to recall an ancient legend that circulated in the Empire. The White Witch only appears on snowy nights and can grant human wishes. A pure face appeared. In her memory, that person was me. Thanks to that legend, as long as one prayed devoutly on the night of a full moon, the White Witch would grant your wish. Back then, she watched them, so many people pinning their hopes on me, praying to me. Her expression became calm. The White Witch also realized my wish, which, in short, was that I was very powerful. Time passed, but for some reason, when I opened my eyes again. When she opened her eyes again, I had lost all my power and was reincarnated as the daughter of a tyrant emperor, losing my mother at birth with the name Arisha. She realized the emperor was furious, perhaps because he thought the empress's death was my fault. He silently turned and left. And so the emperor abandoned a child like me in the princess's palace. Arisha gradually grew up, and thanks to that, I have been confined here for the past 9 years, never once seeing the emperor's face. But she always felt lonely. Suddenly, she remembered, it was Isabella who raised me, someone who had been abandoned even by my own blood relatives. Isabella always had a gentle smile. She was my only nanny, the person who loved me most in this palace. Suddenly she appeared, with the rain pouring so heavily. Isabella carefully draped a blanket over Arisha. Your Highness, you must be careful not to catch a cold in this weather. She suddenly felt a pang of bitterness. Arisha looked sharply out the window. The rain was still heavy, accompanied by constant thunder and lightning. Arisha seemed to realize something. A scream startled them both. Oh my God, that scared me to death. Arisha was confused. What was that just now? She suddenly turned her head to look inside the room. Isabella hurriedly drew the curtains. Your Highness, when do you think the war will end? She quickly guessed soon. Just then, a subordinate rushed in from outside. The door opened, drawing the attention of both. The subordinate cried out anxiously, Princess. Isabella stepped forward. You are too discourteous, daring to barge into the princess's palace. He shouted hastily, his face grim, the emperor. He has fallen in battle. Arisha seemed to realize, I am now 9 years old and an orphan. Her body changed, and most importantly, the magic I had suddenly lost returned. He continued with his head lowered. Fortunately, we won the war. His voice was tinged with helplessness. But in the final battle, the emperor, Arisha asked, what is your name? He quickly reported, it's Shuei, Your Highness. Your Highness. She immediately stood up and walked away. Arisha realized, all right, Shuei, you belong to the 5th Night Order, right? He nodded in agreement. Yes, that's right. Arisha's expression was strange. You forgot one thing. Shuei still didn't understand what was happening. What is it? She said sternly. No matter how urgent it is, to barge into the princess's room without permission. Her voice became terrifying. What country's law is that? This situation scared him. So the princess had this kind of personality. Shuebai quickly knelt. I apologize, Your Highness. Arisha continued walking. Even if I am a confined princess, you have no right to look down on me. No one knew why she had this attitude. She calculated silently in her mind. The emperor died suddenly, and I am his only child, so the heir has naturally been decided. Isabella hurried to catch up. Your Highness, where are you going? Arisha thought, since it has come to this. Isabella tried calling out, Your Highness, but Arisha seemed unconcerned. Then I'll try being the emperor, she thought. Once she reached the spacious hall, everyone inside was waiting. One side immediately argued, we must find a new bloodline to serve as emperor. The other side retorted fiercely, if things had gone according to plan, shouldn't there be at least one person still alive? The room grew noisy. That's ridiculous. The emperor killed all his blood relatives when he ascended the throne. They were confused. Then what should we do? Suddenly, a loud noise was heard. Arisha asked softly, why look so far? Her small figure appeared here. Her power was too overwhelming. She smiled and announced, I am here. Then everyone continued to discuss, their faces turning serious. Another person asked, who dares to sit on the emperor's throne? Arisha calmly sat down on the chair. A man with a beard suddenly noticed something. Look at that hair, he shouted. That platinum blonde hair is exactly the same as His Majesty's. Everyone noticed. Moreover, those red eyes and her gaze were also identical. They looked at each other then. Could this be Princess Arisha? Arisha smiled. You're only noticing now. It seems you're not very pleased with me. Is there a problem? Just then, a baron slammed his hand on the table. A daughter absolutely cannot be the emperor. Absolutely not, he shouted. Besides, isn't she just a princess in name only? Confined in the palace her whole life. How can a princess who has never left the palace become the emperor? Arisha's attitude was extremely calm. Who are you? What family do you belong to? The baron was startled to hear this. What? Arisha repeated, I asked for your name. Everyone kept discussing, isn't she only 9 years old? To be so young and already have such a strong aura. He introduced himself. I am Marquis de Merpeden. Arisha sighed reproachfully. Marquis, is that all you can think of? I didn't expect the level of the Empire's leaders to be only this low. This sentence shocked everyone. It felt as if His Majesty was standing behind her. She smiled and said, just because I'm a confined princess, does that mean I don't have royal blood? So you think I'll become a puppet emperor? Hearing this, Palin quickly explained, no, it's not like that. He thought to himself, being suppressed like this by a 9-year-old child, everyone is so useless. A man stepped forward and introduced himself, Arnold Hedov, from the ducal family of Hedov. Greetings to the princess. He continued, Your Highness, actually, we're only worried about one thing, and that is Your Highness's ability. Arisha listened quietly. The position of emperor carries many heavy responsibilities, and ability is essential. So it is too absurd to push a princess who has not yet proven her ability onto the throne. Hedov's voice echoed. Moreover, it's not just 1 or 2 regions that are currently severely damaged by the war. So we need a capable person to handle this problem. She could no longer sit still. So you mean the qualities of an emperor, right? He nodded in agreement. Yes. Can you prove it? Arisha smiled. It's not difficult at all. She snapped her fingers, and Hedov's body floated in the air. He was still in disbelief. Wait, what is happening? Arisha continued to announce, you will witness it with your own eyes and let everyone know. Then he completely disappeared from the place. Everyone was surprised and disgust. Teleportation magic actually happened in that instant. How is that possible? I've never heard of or seen it in my life. Using such high-level magic without a magic circle. Has such a genius mage ever appeared in history? They chatted enthusiastically. Although he wasn't a mage, His Majesty also reached the status of a swordmaster at that age. I didn't expect them to be so similar. This made them have to admit that she was indeed a genius. Isabella looked towards the throne. Your Highness, the scene switched to a village on the Empire's border. Arisha and Hedov appeared here. She thought to herself, I haven't used magic in a long time, so I'm a little worried. But it's okay. I thought I'd lose my magic after reincarnating. How did it come back? He announced, Your Highness, is this a village on the border? She nodded in confirmation. That's right. I specifically came to a place as close to the border as possible. The destruction is really severe. Hedov was confused. Then what do you plan to do here? Arisha walked towards the ruins. In this place, she calmly surveyed it. Let's see. Then she gently blew a gust of wind. Everyone felt the warmth. From now on, according to my guidance, the injured will be completely healed. Arisha continued to observe. The destroyed houses will be restored to their original state. This place will gain a magic formation. The food shortage will become an abundance, enough to feed thousands of people, and there will be leftovers. Everyone looked at her. Everything would become perfect. The scene just now caught their attention. Hidov was surprised. Incredible. A smile appeared on her face. Seeing Arisha disappear, the villagers were confused. What was that? Was it a god? She knew clearly that it was my magic Arisha's. The scene shifted back to the familiar meeting room. The group of counts was startled to see this. You've returned, Your Highness. Where did you go? Arisha smiled and announced, I've already repaired the area near the border. They asked in confusion, Yes, the war only ended yesterday, and you've already repaired it? Another baron urged, Quickly tell us, is that true? Hidov nodded in agreement. It's true. Her Highness repaired everything in an instant. He announced to everyone. Her Highness just waved her hand, and the collapsed houses were restored to their original state, and food overflowed. Arisha smiled and turned around. Why make a fuss over such a small matter? Isabella, at the side, was still flustered. Her expression turned serious, and she suddenly spoke. I didn't intend to show you all that much, and then force you to acknowledge me. Then she left, so please look forward to the future. In a rather assertive voice, I will show you more. Arisha glanced at her nanny. Isabella looked very surprised, which was understandable, but her expression remained profound. Time went back 9 years. Isabella looked at the little girl, a princess who should have been born into endless happiness. She felt sorry for her, but the empress's death made her father treat her with icy coldness. Outside, people were still protesting, and the entire empire resented her. Isabella asked herself, what did this little life do wrong? In the end, she gently comforted her. I hope you won't feel lonely, won't feel that you are all alone. I swear to spend my life becoming your family. She thought to herself, I have been by Her Highness's side for the past 9 years, so I thought I was the one who knew her best. Her expression just now. Isabella felt sad. That was a face I had never seen before. I am confused, not knowing if this is the princess I know. Was Her Highness intentionally hiding her power? If Her Highness is not an ordinary person, Just then, Arisha took her hand, a gentle smile blooming on her face. She smiled and chatted, Isabella, are you surprised by this? Isabella also quickly broke into a smile. Your Highness. Arisha was confused by this scene. Isabella looked out the window. The weather is so nice. This sentence surprised Arisha. Isabella thought to herself, that's right, no matter who Her Highness is, she doesn't care about these things. Then I will also stay by Her Highness's side until I die. Thank you, Isabella. The scene switches to the great council hall. After that day, everyone bowed their heads to me. Everything was prepared, and the once desolate princess's palace was quickly renovated. Arisha held a magic book in her hands. She read with great concentration. The teacher was explaining enthusiastically. Not only that, I also began to attend royal lessons. Arisha was very diligent because I had to start all the lessons I hadn't learned before at the same time, and I had to absorb all the knowledge. Her expression was a little sad. If it were an ordinary child, they probably couldn't stand it. She remained determined, but for me, it's not too difficult. A knock on the door caught Arisha's attention. Kulmein, Seidel slowly walked in. His expression was calm. He was appointed as the emperor's assistant at the age of 17 and had been by his side as his right-hand man for 7 years. Arisha thought to herself, despite having to serve an emperor known for being strict and demanding, he has managed to endure until now. Without being beheaded, Seidel immediately bowed. Greetings to you, Your Highness. She understood his intention. All right, Seidel. He continued to report. As per your instructions, I have ensured that the news of the Emperor's death will not be leaked outside. Arisha calculated in her mind. In the current unstable situation, there is no benefit to revealing that the Emperor is dead. She nodded. Good. It's best to avoid troublesome matters. This coldness surprised Seidel. The funeral will be postponed until it could be delayed no longer. Arisha asked, has Debian arrived? He reported, yes, Your Highness. The scholar is already in the reception room. She was also surprised this early. Send him in. A cheerful voice rang out. "Greetings to you, your highness." He was Debian Brook, a mage from the magic tower, but of noble birth. This was Arisha's magic teacher. Arisha was puzzled. "Why are you so punctual?" Debian sighed and said, "How heartbreaking. Why would you say that?" He sat down. "I always put my all into your lessons, so from today." A large sheet of paper was placed on the table. "This is a magical equation that even the scholars and mages of the magic tower have been unable to solve for years." Arisha's expression suddenly went blank. Then she glanced at him. She slowly picked up the paper. "It seems you have no intention of teaching me." Arisha seemed to have guessed something. "You just want to gain benefits, right?" Hearing this, Debian explained, "I wouldn't dare to teach your highness, so please hurry up and answer it." Seeing her burn the paper, he felt despair. No. But he quickly became happy again. "Fortunately, I understand your highness's personality, so I prepared a copy early on." Debian continued, "Seeing this, you know how serious I am about this lesson, right?" Arisha sighed. "Hand it over." After a moment, she quickly wrote down the answer. This caught his attention. However, the emperor was also extremely outstanding in this field. He continued to praise. "That's right, because he is one of the few top swordsmen in the world." Arisha was surprised for such a person to die in a war. Debian explained seriously. "That's why the news of His Majesty's death caused such a commotion among everyone." Just then, she asked a question. "I heard the emperor of the enemy country that used black magic." The unexpected situation startled him. Debian continued to narrate, "According to my sources, during His Majesty's battle with the enemy emperor." Arisha listened intently. A terrifying power suddenly struck His Majesty. The situation gradually worsened, and a huge explosion occurred there. She was surprised it happened there. Then Debian's expression became extremely mysterious. "I heard that nothing was left where His Majesty stood. Nothing at all." He continued, "The search and rescue team also set out, but they still found nothing. So everyone believes he is dead." Arisha thought to herself, even if he was a sword master, he was still human. She quickly realized, if he suffered from black magic that corrodes the soul and body. She continued to comment, "The probability of survival is almost zero." After a while, Isabella reminded her, "Good night, your highness." Arisha nodded. "All right, Isabella. You too." But soon she woke up. Arisha noticed the documents placed on the table. She used magic to control it without hesitation. Her expression was extremely calm. "I feel a little sorry for Isabella, but if I want to become the emperor, I have to do something." Arisha carefully read the information. The case of mass child disappearances. She was surprised. This case is a bit suspicious. Currently, 6 children are missing from Village 00 near the palace. The number of criminals targeting children is increasing. Here is the list of missing persons: Carl Thomas, Zeke Stillwell, Nella Carvin. She looked up at the window. It's already so late. A surprised smile bloomed on her face. It's a bit strange to walk around in the form of a child at this hour, but it's also a suitable time for kidnapping children. Soon, a spatial gate opened. The scene switched to a quiet countryside. A strange blue light flashed, and Arisha's figure appeared. She looked at the dark location before her. The moon was also high in the sky, illuminating the path. Arisha decided, "I have to use that method." Her hand slowly reached into the air. After the golden light dispersed, she calculated this should be enough. A group of strange people caught her attention, found them. Arisha continued to inject this energy deep inside. If my premonition is correct, she realized, those poor children are all locked up. Her eyes widened, and a bright smile bloomed on her face. Found them. The spatial gate opened again. A warm golden light appeared in the dark space. The children noticed Arisha. One child even thought, "Is it an angel?" Arisha quickly signaled to the children, and she announced with a smile, "Be quiet, I will save you." She continued to assess the situation here. Arisha continued to look around the space here. She quickly calculated. The report clearly stated 6 people, but it seems more have been caught. Her small hand touched the cold iron bars. The door was immediately opened. She was confused. Are they planning to capture children as slaves? A commotion in the distance caught her attention. The kidnappers were confused. What was that sound? Why did the door open? They were angry. How did you get in? Arisha didn't seem scared and snapped her fingers. All of these people were tied up. Let's go. What is this? Arisha sighed. So noisy. She turned to leave. Everyone come out. We're going home. Seeing the children's fearful expressions caught her attention. What's wrong, everyone? They were like stray cats. Another child spoke up. I don't know the way. Arisha immediately focused her thoughts. She snapped her fingers again without hesitation. Everyone was teleported outside. She quickly explained, if you follow this arrow, everyone can get home, okay? The children happily said goodbye to Arisha. Be careful, she thought to herself. This forest isn't actually that deep, so why couldn't the villagers find these children? Time quickly returned to the meeting room. Everyone asked anxiously, did the princess really solve the mass child disappearance case? Everyone's expression turned worried. The people currently detained are the culprits of that kidnapping case, right? Yes, we are currently interrogating them to see who the mastermind is. They couldn't believe Arisha. Marquis, why are you so happy? Of course I'm happy. Why wouldn't I be? The princess solved a very big problem. A reproachful voice rang out. Are you still coveting the throne? Hidov suddenly stood up. Since the war broke out, the country has become chaotic, right? He sighed and recounted. But the princess solved everything with her own hands. How great she is. The Viscount nodded after hearing this. I know. Now that it's come to this, is it still necessary for the princess to prove her ability? The others also fell silent. Hidov continued. Now, the Empire has a new son. The scene switched again to a dark dungeon. The human traffickers were all tied up. Arisha asked coldly, all right, kidnappers, tell the truth. Are you connected to other illegal slave trades? The man in white clothes quickly glanced in another direction. I don't know what you're talking about. Arisha's face became even more terrifying. I'm giving you one last chance. Confess everything truthfully. I'll find out anyway. This made them fall silent. Finally, he decided to speak. We can't reveal anything. If we dare to reveal it, we will face something more terrifying than death. His eyes became terrifying. You don't know how terrifying that woman is. After saying that, the man in white clothes spat out a red liquid, which caught her attention. What is that? She immediately took a few steps back. Everything happened so suddenly that it surprised her. He died quickly. She smiled excitedly. Things are getting more and more interesting. Dawn was gradually breaking. Arisha walked slowly down the street. She thought to herself, this time, I won't use the form of a child. Her footsteps changed. Immediately after, she seemed to have transformed into another person. Arisha had her own plan. I'll use this appearance. It will be easier to infiltrate. She walked freely on the street. Suddenly, she noticed something. A building caught her attention. The large casino at the end of the street. Is it over there? Arisha remembered. According to the kidnapper's memories I obtained, the underground auction house beneath the casino is where the illegal slave trade takes place. What is the reason they're avoiding the eyes and ears of the royal family? She accidentally bumped into someone. If I catch that woman behind the scenes, then I'll find out. The person immediately turned around. I'm sorry. Arisha didn't seem to care much. Suddenly she realized something. Her expression became worried. Black magic, she secretly noted in her mind, and it's mixed with that person's magic. Arisha sighed and reminded herself, it's none of my business anyway. She turned and walked away. I'll go over there first. This was the entrance to the casino. 2 guards announced, we need to check for magical items. Wow, Arisha suddenly looked down on them. You're still using such a ridiculous method. She thought to herself, they can't detect my magic. The guard announced, you may enter. Inside, everyone was still playing enthusiastically. A voice rang out, catching Arisha's attention. As long as we have this, we can participate in the auction, right? The person laughed. Of course. I went to great lengths to find this. She saw the scene, a golden ticket. Immediately after, a ticket also appeared in her hand. Arisha handed over the ticket. I'd like you to lead the way. He nodded, all right. Then he carefully observed the ticket. Arisha reminded him, are you planning to wait until the auction is over? Got to lead the way? The attendant quickly shook his head. It's not like that. He walked ahead. I will lead the way for you now. The attendant led Arisha. Please come in. She entered a dark room. The attendant continued to announce, we have arrived. I hope you have a good time. The space here was extremely vast. The auction site was right below the casino. Arisha smiled slightly, feeling pleasantly surprised. She found it very interesting. It's going to be fun from now on. Everyone was already seated in their chairs, waiting. She slowly walked towards the place. She thought to herself, before the auction starts, I need to find out if there's anything here. While invisible, Arisha bumped into a staff member carrying something. She seemed to understand that these items couldn't be bought unless one was from a ducal family. Arisha moved closer to observe and discovered that there were even royal items among them. A voice rang out, drawing people's attention. "My apologies, Baron," the red-haired woman began. "The ones who were preparing the children have been captured by the imperial family." The Baron scolded. "This is not like you at all, to use such inferior goods." She smiled and explained. "After all, the war is over, and it seems the Empire has increased its manpower. Also, my younger brother has prepared something very interesting for today, so please enjoy yourselves." Hearing the conversation, Arisha was surprised. Was that red-haired woman the mastermind? The red-haired woman took out a small potion bottle. The Baron was excited. "No, what on earth does your brother do? How can he bring such a precious item every month?" She declared, "I can't say." He nodded in agreement. "I understand. As long as I have this treasure, it's enough." At this moment, Arisha also returned to her original form. She picked up the potion bottle to examine it closely, her gaze immediately becoming focused. She recalled in her mind that this was a drug that only dark sorcerers could create, called cash and boar. Arisha knew this drug very well. It was extremely rare among humans. Originally, black magic was a power that devoured life and soul. She couldn't help but be surprised. According to God's will, this power was completely forbidden to humans, but a dark sorcerer couldn't easily create cash and boar unless they were a true grandmaster. A voice announced, "The auction is expected to begin in a few minutes." Arisha continued to ponder. Unless by some luck a supreme dark sorcerer had been born, then that would be a different matter. The host reminded all participants, "Please take your seats." Her expression turned a little displeased. "The pomp you've created is even greater than I imagined." The crowd had already gathered. Arisha was naturally present as well. The woman from before walked out briskly. "We would like to extend our thanks and greetings to all our distinguished guests." She introduced herself. "I'm the organizer of this auction, Kira." Yes, thank you for your patience. The first auction item is about to be presented. It is a ruby sculpture that has been blessed by a god." Arisha suddenly frowned. "Isn't that a treasure of the Lorette Empire?" She seemed to recognize it. It was the national treasure of the Lorette Empire, the heart of the 12 Bells. She was somewhat surprised internally. Although it was just a small empire, it was still a legitimate nation. To auction off an empire's treasure was simply insane. Kira raised her hands forward. "Now let the auction begin." The crowd immediately started bidding. 2,000 gold coins. 2,500 gold coins. Arisha stood quietly at the back. "The bid is now 3,000 gold coins." She decided, "Let's begin." Suddenly, a power outage caught everyone's attention. "What's going on? What's wrong?" Kira quickly realized something was wrong. "Wait, there seems to be a small problem." She reassured everyone, "We will resolve it as soon as possible. Please wait a moment." They immediately noticed what happened. "Who is that?" Arisha continued to hold up the item. "No matter how weak that empire is, it is still an empire." Her voice sounded somewhat terrifying. "To steal an empire's treasure, you have quite the nerve." Kira was startled to hear this. She hurriedly asked, "Who are you?" Arisha put the item away. "Who am I?" She then announced, "I am the one sent from the imperial palace to arrest illegal auctioneers." The people around became terrified. "Someone from the imperial palace. We have to run." They hurriedly scattered and fled. "I don't want to be caught." Of course, Arisha wouldn't let them go. "You were happy when you came in, but getting out won't be so easy." She cast a spell to trap them. Arisha approached and asked, "You dare to conduct an illegal auction in the Empire?" Kira fell into deep thought, remaining silent. The Baron, furious, ran over. "You look quite young." He still intended to cause trouble. "Are you planning to impersonate someone from the Imperial Palace to ruin the auction?" Then he snatched the paper from Arisha's hand, his face full of anger, interfering with us so arrogantly with a fake. Arisha was surprised. "A fake?" The Baron said loudly, "Did you think I didn't know? The Emperor is dead." These words stunned her for a moment. She quickly recovered. "I didn't expect someone like you to speak so freely without knowing fear." Her hand slowly reached up and took off her hat. "It's true that there is currently no one in the Imperial Palace who can affix the seal." Her true face was revealed. Even if he was just a baron from an unknown family, it was probably impossible for him not to know that only members of the royal family possessed platinum blonde hair. The baron was utterly terrified. Platinum blonde hair. He immediately collapsed to the ground. Arisha laughed in surprise. What a pity, she continued. There's still one person left in the imperial palace who can affix the seal. Everything was now under Arisha's control. The scene shifted to the familiar castle, and Arisha's figure appeared. Isabella's worried voice rang out, "Your Highness." She ran over and hugged her. "Where did you go again?" Arisha suddenly shook her head. "Nowhere, it's just..." She thought to herself, "I just infiltrated an illegal auction and caught them all." Isabella continued, "Your Highness, what about me?" A trembling voice said, "I've been feeling uneasy these days." This made Arisha uncomfortable. "Why? What's wrong? Did someone dare to bother you?" She shook her head, thinking, "The lord I have served for 9 years went to a dangerous place without any escort." At this moment she realized, so it was because of me. Isabella continued, "At least you have to let me know where you're going." Arisha nodded. "I understand." She felt a little embarrassed. "I will definitely tell you from now on." She became happy. "You must promise." Suddenly Isabella remembered, "Oh, the aide came looking for your Highness. It seems he wanted to talk about something." Arisha was surprised. "Seidel?" As soon as he saw her, Seidel noted, "Your Highness, you've returned." She walked forward. "You were looking for me?" He nodded in confirmation. "Everyone is currently waiting for your Highness in the conference room." Arisha sat down calmly on a chair. "Looking for me? Why?" He continued to explain. "It seems they have something they wish to say to your Highness." She seemed to have already guessed. "Is it because of my coronation?" That's right. She had recently shown many of her abilities. She suddenly asked a question. "Seidel, what about you?" Her voice was a bit serious. "Will you follow me?" In Arisha's heart, she thought to herself, "Until now, Seidel has always followed my orders." He said nothing. She realized, I don't know if that's a proof of his loyalty or something else. Arisha seemed to understand. After all, he was the Emperor's man, personally chosen by the Emperor to stay by his side. She continued, turning away, "I could tell if you're telling the truth or lying, so be honest." She secretly decided in her heart, I need to monitor him more. Seidel knelt on one knee. "My only mission is to maintain the peace of the Empire." His voice was filled with calm. "Therefore, I will follow and be loyal to the son of the Empire." But his expression was very firm. Arisha smiled. "As expected, you didn't disappoint me." She nodded in response. "Good. That's enough." Then she commanded, "Regardless, there's one thing I must do." He was confused. "Please give your order." Arisha continued, "It seems there is a servant in the imperial palace who is taking money to leak internal affairs." Seidel was a little surprised. "That is my failure." She took a step forward. "No, Seidel does not need to apologize for this matter." A brilliant smile bloomed on her face. "I've already captured that baron and thrown him in prison. So, you just need to make him tell you who took the money." He nodded in agreement. "I understand." Arisha walked outside. "Well then, I must go to where everyone is waiting for me." The scene changes to a magnificent castle. The crowd was still arguing heatedly. Suddenly, everyone looked in one direction. Arisha slowly walked towards them. They immediately bowed. "It is a great honor to see you, Your Highness the Princess." Her expression was very calm as she immediately sat on a chair. "What did you want to say?" Finally, a high-ranking official of the royal family spoke up. He bowed solemnly. "We hope that a new sun will rise to dispel the darkness shrouding the Empire. Please become the brilliant sun that illuminates and protects this empire." The crowd said in unison, "Please become the brilliant sun that illuminates and protects this empire." Arisha fell silent in thought. She called out, "Minister of Finance." He was startled. "Yes, Your Highness." She made her decision without hesitation. Prepare for the coronation ceremony. After some time, while Isabella was combing Arisha's hair, she suddenly noticed her expression. An awkward smile appeared on her face. "Your Highness, are you tired?" In Arisha's heart, she thought to herself, "When I was imprisoned by the Emperor and everyone abandoned me." She realized she was the only one who protected me back then. She immediately called out, "Isabella." Although a little confused, she still waited. "Yes, Your Highness." Arisha quickly made her decision. "I will become the Emperor." She secretly remembered that this place was no different from a huge prison. She held her hand, and Isabella was the only one who took care of her. Isabella said gently, "I have always believed that Your Highness's decisions are correct." Her smile was as warm as ever. "So, please walk the path you wish to walk." This moved Arisha deeply. "She is my only family." She smiled brightly. "Thank you, Isabella." Isabella suddenly became a little embarrassed. "Isn't this a matter of course?" If anyone opposes your highness's will, I will definitely be the first one to jump out and beat that person up. This scene made Arisha laugh happily. Time shifted to the next morning. A subordinate's voice was heard. Your Highness, everything is ready. Wearing the Emperor's ceremonial robes, she walked forward briskly. I'm going out now. Isabella smiled and praised. Your Highness, you look magnificent. This made Arisha quite pleased with herself. Of course, who do you think I am? She also carefully tied a bow for her. Just then, Arisha called out, Isabella. She was a little surprised and listened attentively. Yes, Your Highness, is something inconvenient? But she gently announced, from now on, I will make you even happier. This made her laugh. Being cared for by Your Highness already makes me very happy. Arisha cherished every moment with Isabella. The servant continued to announce, Your Highness, everything is ready. Arisha immediately stepped away. I'm going out now. She walked swiftly towards the throne. After being immersed in darkness for 9 years, I can finally step into the light. Her expression was calm. It is a great honor to see you, Your Highness the Princess. But then the atmosphere turned serious, and everyone present bowed sincerely. Arisha calmly walked up the steps. After today, I will be called Emperor, not Princess. She knelt on one knee before the crown. Today is the day. She thought to herself, I have finally become the new son of this empire. Then the priest's voice rang out. Today, the first priest of God will convey his will. He presented the crown, the new son of the empire, the symbol of the emperor. Arisha seemed to sense that something was wrong. A huge explosion occurred. The crowd fled the place in a panic. But Arisha had already created a protective barrier, keeping herself and the priest safe. She seemed to understand that the impact from just now was not something just anyone could create. Just then, the sound of that man's footsteps appeared. A somewhat terrifying voice rang out. While I was away, he continued to ask, I'm curious, who is so irreverent as to dare covet my position? Arisha calmly turned her head. Robertus was also surprised and shocked. So, it's this face. The other counts were bewildered. No, they hurriedly knelt, Your Majesty. Your Majesty the Emperor. The priest quickly placed his hand on his chest. These people are serious. So what about the new son? Arisha felt uneasy and slowly stood up, Father. But her face still held a smile. I'm very sorry. This is the first time I've seen my father, so I didn't recognize his face. Robertus still intended to say more. Arisha had already bowed in greeting. It's a pleasure to meet you, Father. I am Princess Arisha Della Petzer, offering my greetings to my father. Tom seemed to stand still at this moment. He brushed past her, reminding, Clean this place up. Arisha suddenly fell silent, then sighed, Such a bad temper, my goodness. The crown then fell to the ground, rolling to Arisha's feet. She acted very calm again. Did I just say what I was thinking out loud? Robertus was taken aback by this, and turned his head. How dare you? The tip of a sword was pressed against her neck. Defying the emperor's orders, a terrifying voice rang out, leaving the princess's palace, and now coveting my position. She continued, The empire is in chaos right now. As a princess, I cannot stand by and do nothing. He became even more displeased. Are you so foolish that you don't know what it means to fear death? Arisha laughed in surprise. Father is quite interesting too. Her hand slowly touched the tip of the sword. If what father says is true, she seemed to have guessed. Then this lazy sword would have already cut my throat. Before she said these words, the crowd was still very afraid. Father looks really tired after this long battle. Arisha continued to ask, What do you think about leaving that position to get some rest? Robertus found it even more absurd. It seems you really want this sword to cut your throat. The tip of the sword was immediately withdrawn. Arisha continued her courtesies. If that is father's will, then it can't be helped. I will stop here for today and come again tomorrow, Your Majesty. In his heart, he thought, this lying brat actually wants to come again. He reminded her with some displeasure, Hurry up and get out of my sight. Time shifted to the evening. Arisha clearly remembered that when she stood before the emperor, her power was dispersed. At that time, Robertus kept accusing, How dare you defy the emperor's orders to leave the princess's palace, and now you covet my position. She asked coldly, What do you think about leaving that position to get some rest? But her power had changed. This confused her. What on earth is happening? Isabella gently came over and sat down. Your Highness, she was very surprised. Are you all right? Arisha looked up. What do you mean by all right? Isabella's expression was a little sad. You must feel very disappointed. After all, you're family. Seeing her like that, Arisha noticed. She immediately put on a smile to comfort her. I'm fine, Isabella. 9 years have passed. These things won't change overnight. This reassured Isabella. She quickly suggested, Your Highness, shall I tell you an interesting story? Arisha was surprised. An interesting story? She nodded in confirmation. Yes. Then she asked, I heard this story when I was a child. Do you know about the legendary White Witch? Arisha's expression gradually became a little unnatural. What's wrong? Isabella recounted what she knew. It is said that the White Witch lives on the moon. So, if we pray devoutly on the night of a full moon, she will help us grant our wishes. Arisha's face became unusually excited. So, please don't worry, Your Highness. Arisha quickly blushed. What are you talking about, Isabella? Every full moon, I pray devoutly to the White Witch. She listened from the side. Please help Her Highness, so that she can do whatever she wants to do. Suddenly, she remembered the Queen's words. Please listen to my prayer. At that time, she prayed very sincerely, grant me someone like him. This startled Arisha awake. She immediately sat up. I think I dreamed of something, but I can't remember it. Her expression was vexed. Damn it. Isabella approached. Your Highness. She was still lost in thought. Half remembered, half forgotten. Isabella repeated, Your Highness. Isabella put down the food. What are you thinking about? You have to eat something. She nodded in agreement. I have to eat something. Suddenly, Isabella was confused. Your Highness, what's wrong? Did you have a nightmare last night? At this moment, Arisha realized. That's right, there's no need to think about those things. She called out, as usual, Isabella. Isabella smiled. What do you need? Arisha suggested, let's go out. She thought to herself, I have to treat Isabella to something delicious. The scene switches to a familiar town, where the figures of Arisha and Isabella appear here. Isabella was very surprised. Your Highness, this is amazing. I heard that using teleportation magic causes motion sickness, but that doesn't seem to be the case, right? She smiled and explained, that's only for magic novices. Isabella was a little flustered, but what should I do? I didn't bring any money. I didn't expect this to come out so suddenly. But her expression became very smug. Then she took out a bag of money. Don't worry, I've prepared everything. Isabella was suddenly confused. Is this also Your Highness's power? Or where did it come from? Arisha laughed. It's no big deal. She quickly explained, I took it from the royal treasury, just in case something like last time happens. Arisha thought about the royal treasury. My efforts deserve to be fully rewarded. She gently reached out her hand. Isabella, you must have had a hard time living in poverty in the imperial palace for 9 years. Right? Isabella's face lit up with excitement. What do you want? I'll get it for you today. This made Isabella exceptionally excited. She grabbed Arisha's hand. All right, let's go, Your Highness. The scene switches to a clothing store. The staff quickly bowed. Welcome, esteemed guests. They greeted with a smile. We are the Glory clothing store. Arisha immediately took out a strange insignia. This scene stunned the two of them. They hurriedly ran inside. Please come to the VIP lounge. Isabella was suddenly confused. Your Highness, what did you show the staff? Arisha continued to announce. That is the royal crest attached to my father's armor. She was shocked and surprised. You brought that too? She thought, I wonder what will happen when he finds out. Let's see, it will probably be something like this. The staff also brought out various items. First were new clothes for the two of them. Then Arisha commanded, send the bill to the imperial palace. She didn't forget to add, and these goods, deliver them to the princess's palace. Meanwhile, Seidel continued to report, so in summary, Robertus's expression was very ugly. A portion of the gold coins in the royal treasury had disappeared. He quickly remembered that the royal crest on his armor had also vanished into thin air. Looking at the bill in his hand, he was speechless. Another extravagant bill had been sent to the imperial palace. Seidel helplessly nodded in agreement. Yes, that's right. He thought to himself, there were at least 20 layers of barriers on the treasury, yet that child was able to get in unscathed. And take the gold coins. He seemed to understand something, his expression changing slightly from the side. Seidel quickly announced, I'm going out. Just then, a subordinate entered. I have something to report. Your Majesty, he continued to report, the princess would like to have tea with you. Robertus said coldly, I refuse. Seidel was very surprised, thinking that Her Highness would surely be heartbroken. Seidel thought to himself, doesn't she know the personality of the princess she serves? That princess? This situation also made him sigh, but in the next second, his expression completely changed. Robertus had completely disappeared from the place. Your Majesty. The scene switches to another location in a forest. Robertus immediately went to check the place, and a very large space came into view. Arisha also appeared in this place. She smiled and asked, "The weather is lovely today, isn't it?" Tom seemed to stop, surprising Robertus. Arisha calmly sipped her tea. She smiled and announced, "Since you refuse to have tea, I prepared this picnic instead." He thought silently for a few seconds. Then Robertus slowly sat down, his face filled with anger. "What the hell are you playing at?" Seeing this, she sighed. "I suppose since you're the emperor, you're not used to sitting on the ground." Then she picked up a cloth and used her magic again. The space here changed again. "How about this?" Robertus suddenly asked, "Why haven't you left yet?" Arisha laughed in surprise. "What do you mean?" He continued, "You have the ability to leave, and you should know that staying here won't change anything." She didn't seem to care much. "I have nowhere else to go. This is my home." His voice was somewhat terrifying. "Do you think I won't kill you?" Arisha laughed in surprise. "Father really has no sense of humor." She slowly probed. "Do you really think you're in a position to say something like that?" Robertus's expression grew more terrifying. "You're not staying here to save your life, nor because you want a father's affection." Arisha continued to sip the tea in her hand. Her eyes showed clear contempt. "I'm tired of living as if I were dead, tired of living in the same place every day." Robertus reminded her, "Then continue living as if you were dead, just like the past 9 years." She didn't seem to care. "But I don't like that," she continued to declare. "I didn't know before that the Empire had so many interesting things. Now that I know, I don't want to go back to that time." His eyes turned cold. "What an eyesore." This made Arisha even more interested. "Something that you find to be an eyesore?" She slowly reached out her hand. "I really wish I could just throw it away." Finally, Robertus completely disappeared from the place, and the space fell silent. Arisha's gaze immediately deepened. She looked at her own hand and saw her. She thought, "It's obvious that if I get close to the Emperor, I can't control my magic." Arisha sighed and complained, "You should have just killed me back then." The scene then switches to a familiar meeting. A count hurriedly reported, "Your Majesty, for the past 3 years, the Empire has not held a debutante ball." His voice was a bit rushed. "We can't delay it any longer, as some have already passed the age of 16, but have not yet made their debut in society." Seidel glanced at Robertus in surprise. A debutante ball. He thought to himself, that is a very important event for the Empire. On that occasion, women would be introduced to high society. Usually, when they turn 16, young ladies hold a debutante ball. His expression was a little surprised, but for the past 3 years, the Emperor's absence and the war had made it impossible for the Empire to hold this event. The Count was still speaking. "Through this debutante ball, we must let the nobles know of the princess's existence." Seidel was very confused. The war had just ended, yet they dared to defy His Majesty's will. Meanwhile, Robertus thought silently for a few seconds, then slowly spoke. "The princess's debutante ball." His calm voice surprised everyone. "Go ahead with it." Robertus's eyes turned exceptionally cold. Outside the palace, the sun was warm, and Arisha and Isabella were leisurely enjoying afternoon tea. She was still eating cake. "A debutante ball?" she reported with a smile. "Yes, Your Highness. It seems it will be held in 2 weeks. To be held at the Imperial Palace." This disappointed Arisha. "Do I have to attend?" She immediately explained, "This banquet also symbolizes victory, so you must attend." Suddenly, the two of them turned their heads to look in one direction. Isabella immediately said in a low voice, "Moreover, it seems His Majesty has allowed the Empire to know of Your Highness's existence." She laughed. "Really?" She thought, "How could this be?" Then Isabella quickly stood up. "Then I must get involved." Her voice was filled with determination. "But isn't His Majesty being a bit too much?" Suddenly Arisha noticed something. She continued, "There are so many things to prepare, yet they announced the date of the debutante ball so close." She was very hesitant in her mind. What should I prepare first, the banquet or the dress? Isabella realized something. "Your Highness has never learned to dance, right?" Arisha was surprised. "Dancing?" She sighed. "What's the point of that? Isn't it just like this?" Isabella secretly decided, "I will teach you everything." Time passed, and Princess Arisha's debutante ball was set for the 14th. With a tight schedule of only 2 weeks, Isabella was constantly taking care of Arisha. She carefully selected her clothes, starting with preparing jewelry and gowns, then took on the task of teaching Arisha, right down to basic social etiquette lessons. She had to immerse herself in knowledge from different periods and also had daily dance practice, which frustrated her. I'm so tired. Did the Emperor arrange this on purpose? The teacher announced with a smile, Your Highness, there isn't much time left, so you must concentrate. Then she went to see Countess Chanel, who was Arisha's dance teacher. The teacher taught with a smile. Actually, I was worried before because the time was so short, but Your Highness is indeed more outstanding than I imagined. Isabella praised. Your Highness, there is nothing you can't do. Arisha shook her head. You're too kind. She suddenly asked, But Your Highness, have you decided who your dance partner will be? She was surprised, a dance partner? She nodded and continued to narrate. Yes, usually a noble lady's dance partner would be her father or a relative. Arisha's expression immediately became thoughtful. My dance partner, she quickly made a decision, will of course be His Majesty the Emperor. Time shifted to the evening. Arisha thought to herself. Even though I said that, she lay in bed. There's no way the Emperor will agree. She felt a bit defeated. This relationship couldn't be fixed just by wishing for it. Arisha gradually felt drowsy. She sighed and complained, Seriously, if there's no one to dance with, what's the point of learning all this? She even muttered to herself, What a waste of time. That warm voice sounded, Please grant me a child. White Witch, a child just like him. A prayer emerged. White Witch, I really want to see my child. Arisha felt weary. Really, someone is praying to the White Witch again. She continued to listen to the words. I hope he not only give his love to me, but also to that child. I want to build a happy family. Until the next morning, the child, him, and I, all of us will be happy. Please let that child be loved. This made Arisha decide, I will grant that wish for you, because I am the almighty White Witch. It was still a beautiful day, with sunlight pouring into the room. Arisha opened her eyes after a long sleep. She sighed and complained again. Why can't I remember anything? This has never happened before. Then Arisha got out of bed and walked to the window to greet the sunlight. Her expression was very solemn. No one knew what she was thinking. She sighed, covering her face. What's going on? I feel like I just took a nap and my whole face is swollen. Just then, a basin of water fell heavily to the floor. Isabella cried out anxiously, Your Highness. Arisha turned her head in surprise to look at her. Isabella. She rushed over and hugged her tightly. Your Highness. Isabella cried nonstop like a child. Arisha was very confused. What's wrong? Did something happen while I was sleeping? She continued to narrate. Your Highness, do you know you've been asleep for 10 days? She still couldn't believe it. What? Her expression gradually became dazed. 10 days? Me? I slept for that long? No, wait, time has passed here. Isabella breathed a sigh of relief. I thought you had some terminal illness. Arisha was thoughtful. In any case, it's a good thing this happened. Before the debutante ball, she continued, the debutante ball is not as important as the princess's health. Isabella asked anxiously, Are you really all right? Arisha immediately sighed. She announced with a smile, Of course. That's why I'm eating normally like this now. Just then, Debian's voice rang out, Your Highness. He was running hurriedly this way. Seeing this, Arisha was confused. Debian, why are you running like that? After that, the two of them sat together. Debian looked at her happily. Arisha asked in confusion, What is it? Why aren't you saying anything? He sighed and narrated, Your Highness, you suddenly fainted during this time. How was I supposed to talk to you? She laughed, Really? Arisha put down her teacup. So you only came here to see if I was awake? Debian shook his head and said, Not entirely. His voice was a bit strange. Your Highness, but he decided to ask anyway. Wouldn't you like to visit the magic tower? Arisha replied very calmly, No. Debian was regretful. Well, you answered so quickly. She continued with her guess. You must be planning to bother me to dismantle a magic circle or something, right? I don't want to go. His expression turned serious. Your Highness, aren't you curious? He smiled and explained about those who were studying magic. For the sake of this empire, he spoke effusively, those people. Arisha glanced at Debian. The debutante ball is tomorrow and the day after, so I'm busy. He suddenly explained, regarding that, Your Highness doesn't need to prepare anything. Debian's hand was on the table. You just need to go there and relax. He leaned in a little closer. It would be even better if you could take a look at that magic circle. This time, Arisha agreed without hesitation conversation. All right, let's go. The two gently held hands. The space here gradually changed, and in the blink of an eye, the two had arrived at the Empire's magic tower. Seeing Arisha appear, everyone was surprised. That person simply couldn't believe their eyes. My goodness. Another person immediately turned their head. Could it be? They found it hard to believe. It's Her Highness the Princess. They quickly started discussing, Your Highness, it's an honor that you could come all this way. You just used teleportation magic, right? Arisha watched them talk with Debian. Lord Debian. Everyone seemed very excited. You actually brought the princess here. You're so great. He smiled and explained, I didn't bring her. Her Highness is just here for a walk today. Debian got along very well with everyone here. Arisha became very contemplative. Suddenly, that person chatted happily. So, today the princess. They looked at her with expectant eyes. It will solve the magic circle, right? Debian reminded them, I told you no, you guys. He turned his head and announced, Now, I will lead the way for Her Highness. Debian chatted happily as he walked. Please forgive them, Your Highness. They just bury their heads in research every day, so their minds aren't very clear. Arisha laughed. You're all so alike. He was shocked and surprised. How could you tell so easily? Her coldness made him feel a bit defeated. Debian continued to announce, If you go up, you will see the most worthwhile sight in the magic tower. The space here surprised Arisha. Why are there so many? He nodded in agreement, right? Debian narrated with a smile. These are all teleportation scrolls used to move to other places. She thought to herself, teleportation is a very difficult magic to use. She looked up ahead. So it requires transferring the entire magic circle into a scroll for preservation, which requires an extremely high level of skill. Her expression became surprised. There are so many teleportation scrolls. Arisha seemed to understand. So Debian must be very proud. She pointed ahead, but what is this? It looks very suspicious. Debian quickly explained, This is a scroll that connects to a dragon's lair. Its power range is very wide, so they need to preserve it like this to prevent accidents. She was curious. Have you used it? He sighed and narrated, It said that no one who steps into a dragon's lair can return alive, so I don't dare to risk going in. Arisha continued to announce, But hasn't it been asleep and petrified for a long time? He was still stunned, yes. She quickly turned her head. It's nothing. And isn't it too useless? Why go to such trouble to preserve it? Just then, Raven suddenly interjected. That's because the person who made it can use it. Debian said, Raven, that's him, the person who created this scroll. This guy was named Ravendray, a mage from the magic tower. Arisha's expression was very calm. Where can it be used? Raven explained calmly, I will use it in the research I'm currently conducting. Suddenly, Debian noticed something. He immediately asked, What's wrong with your cloak? He sighed and narrated, What's on it? I must have fallen just now, so it got on it. It's no big deal, just some juice. Realizing something was wrong, Debian said in surprise, Wait a minute. He was very shocked. Isn't that juice very sticky? Raven was still very calm. It stuck. This situation left him speechless. You idiot! Who told you to hold it like that? Suddenly Raven felt something was wrong. He immediately sneezed, causing the paper to catch fire. This scene made both of them freeze. A portal immediately opened. The sight before them shocked everyone. This is the dragon's lair. They cried out nonstop, I see my mom. Mom, save me. Voices of blame rang out. Who used the teleportation scroll? It must be Raven causing trouble again. Where's that kid? This situation made Arisha sigh. She immediately turned and walked away. Suddenly, the red-haired guy noticed her movement. He immediately asked, Where are you going, Your Highness? Arisha smiled and announced to them, We have to go back. Follow me. Arisha looked at the people from the magic tower and commanded, Follow me. I will help you survive and get out of here. Hearing these words, Debian, after knocking Raven on the head, showed an expression of seeing hope. The other two also shed tears of joy. Your Highness, Her Highness will take us back. Arisha led them step by step towards the top of the tower. Suddenly she stopped, then strangely jumped directly over the stairs further away. After jumping, Arisha sighed wearily. She turned and instructed Debian's group, There are many traps here, so follow my footsteps step by step. Arisha's eyes held a melancholic contemplation. Before I was reborn, I came here several times. To leave this place, you need to overcome the trials set by the dragon. If I were still alive, I would want to try negotiating too. Debian suddenly approached her happily and showed off. Your Highness, I'm fast, right? She praised him slightly. you're faster than I expected. Seeing Arisha move so skillfully, Debian was very curious. Am I mistaken, or are you too familiar with this place? She just answered vaguely. Let me see. He kept nagging. You're not flustered at all, just like you've been here before. Just then, her ears seemed to hear something, and Arisha stopped again. Debian was still talking nonstop, completely unaware that her gaze was gradually changing. I know there's nothing that can stump your highness. She immediately grabbed his collar. Then she pulled hard, helping him narrowly dodge an attack. My goodness. He trembled as he looked at the arrow that had just pierced through, asking, what was that just now? But seeing her still walking forward calmly, he lamented, Your Highness, if you knew, you should have let me know too. She replied calmly, Even if I told you, you wouldn't be able to react in time. Arisha looked at the dragon statue before her, realizing it was the final trial of the dragon's lair. The others were a little scared. What is that? It looks so terrifying. She walked forward and said, Everyone come here. She stared at it, deep in thought. It was still the same. A line of words was carved on the dragon's chest. Overcome the fear of the dragon. Suddenly, a violent tremor occurred all around. Debian panicked when he saw the ground shaking. Is this place going to collapse? Her eyes revealed keen observation. It's not that this place is collapsing. Rather, it's the sound from the statue. It's preparing to shoot dragon's breath. The statue was accumulating energy in its mouth. Seeing the power was gathering, Arisha immediately thought of a way. We must take this hit directly and endure it. Only then can we go back. She looked at the panicked crowd and understood. Indeed, you all can't withstand the dragon's breath. Unexpectedly, the other two were hugging and crying, while Raven was yawning out of boredom. Then she walked in front of the dragon and decided, it seems I'm the only one who can do it. Her face was filled with determination, ready to take the hit. But just as the dragon statue launched its attack, she was carried away by Debian. Arisha was held tightly by him, feeling very surprised. Just like that, she dodged the dragon statue's attack. She stared at him blankly and asked, What are you doing? But Debian quickly interrupted. Your Highness, what are you doing? Why didn't you dodge? Arisha was even more dazed. What? He said loudly. Even if you were the princess, how could you withstand the dragon's breath? Then Debian immediately checked her carefully, asking urgently, Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Seeing she wasn't hurt, he asked, Why did you do that? My heart almost jumped out of my chest, you know? Don't be so reckless again. I definitely won't survive because I'm so worried about you. You must take care of your body. Arisha thought helplessly, but we have to take that hit to go back. Why are you so angry? After thinking, she gripped her dress tightly. Finally, they returned to the imperial palace. Bathed in sunlight, a dust-covered Arisha called out Debian. She seemed to have lost her energy, being held by Debian. Can you put me down? I'm really fine, he said with some concern. Put you down? Isabella saw her and ran over, asking, Your Highness, where have you been? She looked like she was about to cry. Are you hurt? She gave a wry smile and pretended nothing had happened. Nothing happened. Debian is just overreacting. Right, Debian? He saw her gentle smile and immediately agreed. Yes, that's right. Her Highness is fine. I was just being overprotective. Arisha kicked his side with her heel. She whispered in Debian's ear with a stern face, Don't mention the word dragon. He obeyed with tears in his eyes. Right, so I carried Her Highness all the way from the magic tower to here. Finally, Isabella believed them and sighed, Oh my, I'll go get a towel to wipe you down. Looking at the two of them, she quickly ran off, and Debian also put her down. He even carefully patted the dust off her shoes with his hand. Arisha looked at Debian thoughtfully. Then she called out Debian. He immediately looked up and answered, Yes, Your Highness. Arisha looked at him and made a suggestion. Do you want to attend the debutante ball with me? This sentence made Debian freeze on the spot. After processing this information, he broke into a smile. Debian reached out his hand, beaming, and accepted. It would be my honor. Your Highness, would you like to have a dance? Hearing this, Arisha showed a brilliant smile. However, Debian unexpectedly withdrew his hand and asked, But Your Highness, is this really okay? After hearing him, she was a bit confused. What? He showed a hesitant and fearful expression. After all, this is your first debutante ball. For Your Highness's first debutante ball, attending with me is a bit. The atmosphere suddenly sank. and her voice carried a gloomy disgust. "So you think if you become my partner, you'll be hated by the Emperor?" Upon hearing this, Debian immediately refuted, "Of course not. I just wanted to ask if it's appropriate for me to accompany your highness to her first debutante ball." Hearing this made her a bit confused. He recalled the malicious pointing fingers and explained, "Perhaps your highness doesn't know, but all the mages in a magic tower are seen as oddballs, no matter how high their status or how great their reputation. They'll praise you to your face, but behind your back, they treat you like a lunatic. So I'm worried." As he said this, his eyes filled with sadness. "I'm worried that your highness's status will be lowered because of me." After hearing these words, Arisha became even gloomier, her eyes filled with extreme bitterness. "This kind of concern is strange. I've never received it from a man who is called my father." She held Debian's hand and said firmly, "Debian, my title is the exiled princess, so don't mind what others say. You're the one I have chosen." A warm light seemed to shine on the two of them. Hearing these words, Debian showed a happy smile. But he continued, "But your highness." This made her a little impatient. "What is it now?" he said, scratching his head as he walked. "I'm not very good at dancing. Is that okay?" "It should be fine," she replied quickly. "You just need to follow me to the party." Against the backdrop of the sunlight, her heart gradually opened up. "This is the second person to walk into my world." On the day of the debutante ball, the maids carefully dressed and groomed her. At this moment, the maids' eyes sparkled as they praised, "Your Highness, you look super beautiful today." Arisha said coolly, "Really?" They immediately gathered around to confirm, "Yes, just like a doll." The carriage was ready outside, and Isabella and Debian were already waiting. It seemed something had caught Isabella's attention, and she watched with extreme excitement. "Your Highness." Arisha's platinum blonde hair was neatly and beautifully styled up. Isabella looked at her in a doll-like pink dress and praised her endlessly. "You are so beautiful." Debian also quickly placed his hand on his chest and praised politely, "Your Highness, you look wonderful." These words made Arisha a little shy, her cheeks turning red. Then she looked at the carriage in surprise and asked, "Where did you get a royal carriage?" "I don't think my father would allow it," Isabella said proudly. "I put a lot of thought into it. Teleportation is really convenient, but I wanted your highness to be seen by more people." Debian quickly extended his hand and said politely, "Shall we go then?" She quickly placed her hand on Debian's and stepped into the carriage. She also looked back with a brilliant smile. "Thank you, Isabella. I'm off then." At the venue where the Imperial Palace debutante ball was held, Arisha walked in with her arm linked with Debian's. Upon seeing her, a servant immediately bowed and announced, "It is my honor to see your highness the princess. You just need to proceed to the second floor." Seeing her and Debian slowly walk up the stairs, the nobles whispered among themselves, "It seems she's been imprisoned in the princess's palace for 9 years, right?" They kept murmuring behind her back, "She's the emperor's only child, but maybe the emperor hasn't forgotten Empress Cecilia's death." After all, the air. When she reached the second floor, she saw another familiar figure. Arisha quickly greeted, "Greetings to His Majesty the Emperor." Hearing the call, Robertus turned his face to look. He saw Arisha's emotionless eyes staring at him. However, her figure reflected a familiar image buried deep in his heart, a happy scene of Robertus and Cecilia strolling in the garden. Arisha continued mockingly, "I thought you wouldn't be attending the debutante ball, since you didn't make any prior announcements." She walked to his side, just like that. Just like that, the grand doors slowly opened before the two of them. The announcer quickly introduced, the moment they emerged, the pride of the empire, His Majesty Emperor Robertus Delapitzer and Her Highness Princess Arisha Delapitzer are entering. Arisha stood there looking down, saying with a hint of mockery, "I, the only princess of this empire," almost became a laughingstock for attending a debutante ball without a partner. Then she turned to look at Debian and said pitifully, "But fortunately, this scholar agreed to be my partner, right?" But when she turned her head, she saw that Robertus had already walked away, not caring at all what she had said, which made Arisha's mood sink. Seeing Arisha's gloomy expression, Debian became worried. He approached her with a wry smile to ease the tension. "I didn't expect to see the Emperor so soon. It made me break out in a cold sweat." Then he extended his hand and proposed cheerfully, "Would you like to have a dance?" Hearing this, Arisha smiled, placed her hand on his, and agreed, "All right, let's go." Just like that, the two of them went down together and began to dance. She looked up and teased him, "Can you dance as well as you did in practice, Debian?" Debian replied with a tense expression, "Yes, I can." Their hands were about to join for the dance. The elegant pose was also set, a smile gracing the corners of their mouths. Suddenly, the chandelier above began to shake violently. An earthquake started around them, causing panic among the crowd. Arisha turned in confusion toward the direction of sound. "What's going on?" The knights quickly drew their swords and pushed open the doors. "There's an attack. Evacuate quickly." A group of cloaked figures were jumping in from outside the glass doors. This made the nobles who saw it flee in terror. Arisha ran towards them and said, "Debian, evacuate everyone." He quickly accepted the order. "Yes, Your Highness. Please be careful." He stood at the door, guiding everyone to the exit, while Arisha quickly covered her nose and looked around. She saw a young lady sitting scared in a corner. Arisha ran over, extended her hand, and shouted, "What are you doing here, miss? Get up." Seeing herself suddenly pulled up, the girl stammered, "Your Highness." Seeing her trembling like that, she quickly soothed her. "Calm down if you don't want to die here." After hearing this, the girl held back her tears and obeyed. "Yes, Your Highness." Just like that, the two girls fled together. Suddenly, she saw a person in a black cloak over there. Arisha quickly reached out her hand to cast a spell. However, nothing happened, which confused her. Why is this happening? At that moment, Debian saw something, his face filled with extreme terror. "Your Highness." It turned out an assassin was pointing a knife at her. Recalling a few minutes earlier, Royal Knight Isaac was looking at the scene before him in fear. In front of him, knights were fighting assassins, and guests were scattering everywhere. He quickly gripped his sword and ran inside worriedly. Where on earth are His Majesty and the princess? Unexpectedly, he saw an assassin pointing a knife at Arisha. "Your Highness." He quickly leaped towards her. Blood started to gush out and splash on her face, but this didn't change her expression. After killing that person, he ran to her and asked, "Your Highness the Princess, are you all right?" But Isaac's face turned cold because he saw she remained calm and composed, carefully observing her surroundings. Even with someone dying in front of her and blood splashing, she didn't flinch, not at all like a 4-year-old child. Suddenly, her bloodshot eyes sharpened. It turned out she had recognized a figure hiding behind a distant pillar. "There's one there, and another on the other side. Why can't I use my power at a time like this?" Arisha looked up at Isaac and called out, "Lord Isaac." He replied in shock, "Why, yes, Your Highness the Princess." She made a request, "Give me the sword." This shocked Isaac even more. "Yes, my sword." She quickly took the sword and dragged it on the ground. Her magic was unstable. Arisha dragged the sword and cursed angrily. "This is so infuriating. I wasn't like this in my past life. If I can't use magic this time." Then she gripped the sword tightly with both hands. "Don't doubt it. It will be fine. Believe in yourself." She finally raised her hand, her eyes flashing with a determined light. Then she stabbed it forcefully into the ground. The aftershock was so strong that ice-like snowflakes spread in all directions. The spreading ice mist froze the assassins. The layer of ice grew longer and wider, extending all the way to the back where people were standing. Their bodies thus gradually froze. Isaac was very surprised to see this scene, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. After it was over, Arisha breathed a sigh of relief. That should be it, right? Then she slowly raised the sword. Arisha gritted her teeth and swung the sword again. After a while, Arisha tied the two assassins tightly to a pillar and then calmly walked away. She wiped the blood from her face and looked around. And Debian, after using magic to protect the others, had actually fainted on the ground. This filled her eyes with surprise. Seeing him lying on the ground, she shouted in panic, "Debian!" In the sunlight streaming through the window frame, Arisha brought Debian back to the room. Placing him on the sofa, she looked at him thoughtfully. "Even the Emperor disappeared, yet you stayed here to save everyone." Debian was panting from exhaustion. Seeing him like this, she reached out her hand, and a golden light immediately appeared. That light was transferred into Debian's body. His complexion improved a lot. Seeing this, she breathed a sigh of relief. She sat down heavily on the floor, holding her forehead and asking herself, "The palace is in chaos. What is the Emperor doing?" Hearing a knock on the door, Arisha said, "Come in." Seidel rushed in with a pale face, shouting, "Your Highness," and hearing those two words made Arisha's face turn cold. In a sunlit room, Arisha stood by the bed, looking at the unconscious Robertus. Seeing that he seemed unlikely to wake up, she mused, "I can feel dark magic." He took a hit in the final battle, and although he survived being struck by dark magic, his health seems to have completely deteriorated. She asked, "When will he wake up?" Hearing this, the doctor said with some difficulty, "Perhaps we need to observe him a little longer." But seeing her murderous gaze, he flinched, goosebumps covering his body, and answered tremblingly, "In any case, His Majesty's body is too exhausted from the long war." Her bloodshot eyes stared at him with a hint of triumph. "You mean you don't know exactly when he will wake up, right?" Hearing this, the doctor immediately knelt to accept the order. "I will do my best." At that moment, Seidel bent down and whispered to her, "Your Highness, Madame Kira has escaped from prison." She asked in surprise, "What?" He continued, "It seems she escaped by taking advantage of the chaos caused by the intruders." Seidel bowed and asked Arisha, "I know this is not the right time to talk about this, but if His Majesty is temporarily absent, then Your Highness must handle urgent matters." However, he only received a cold reply from her, "I don't like it." This stunned both him and the doctor. "Yes," she explained with a light laugh. "If Father wakes up and gets angry because he thinks I'm coveting his position, what should I do?" She said hypocritically, "I'm so scared." However, she stopped when she saw the dark circles under Seidel's eyes. "For the 3 years the Emperor was on the battlefield, you handled all the work." Arisha's tone softened, and she sighed in agreement. "Have you found the origin of the explosion?" Hearing this, a glint flashed in his eyes, and he began to clearly recount what had happened. Yes, the starting point of the explosion and the attack was the prison beneath the Imperial Palace. Hearing this, she understood the reason. So those strange people are also related to Madame Kira. He recalled her face and affirmed, "I think so too, and I'm investigating further." Hearing this, Arisha rested her chin on her hand and began to think about everything. Bypassing the palace's protective barrier, sneaking in mid-banquet without making a sound. After thinking, she revealed a wicked smile. "It seems there's a rat in the palace." Then she gave him a clear order, "You must find the missing prisoners in Madame Kira." The next day, in a sun-filled palace, Arisha lay on the sofa with a piece of paper in her hand and said decisively, "I plan to search for Kira's traces near the casino." However, while observing the map in her hand, she hesitated, but she's too sophisticated, scattering traces everywhere, making it impossible for me to tell what's real and what's fake. Arisha's brows furrowed, her eyes filled with frustration. She couldn't come up with any clues, so she put down the map, sighed with her hand on her forehead. "I'm so tired." The map fell onto the table, and her thoughts continued to drift. "I don't know what kind of person Madame Kira really is." The more she thought, the more tired and confused she felt. But it's clear that this case isn't just the work of 1 or 2 people. I must also figure this out. It will be troublesome if the Emperor wakes up with nothing to do. But it's not entirely because of that. After thinking, she sat up. Then she looked at her hands, which were emitting golden magic. "But this is my magic." Watching the flowing magic, she fell into deep thought. Finally, she went to Robertus's bedroom to check. "I have to find out what the reason is." The door opened, and light shone into the dim room. The servants were surprised to see Arisha. "Oh, Your Highness the Princess." She immediately raised her hand to signal them to be quiet. Then she walked to Robertus's bedside. She raised her hand, which was emitting golden magic, but unexpectedly, the magic quickly disappeared. "Whenever I get close to the Emperor, I can't control my magic, and I can't even use magic." This made her stare at him, and she even poked Robertus with her hand. Seeing her like this, the maids were moved to tears. "Her Highness is so great. You must want His Majesty to wake up soon, right? Even though you were imprisoned in the palace by your father, a father is still a father." But they didn't know that Arisha was looking for her father's weakness with her hands on her hips. Indeed, finding the Emperor's weakness is very difficult. What is the relationship between my magic and the Emperor's magic? After all, Robertus was still lying there with no sign of waking up. But unexpectedly, his brow furrowed slightly. This surprised Arisha, and she quickly turned to leave. Seeing her hurry, the servant was surprised. "Are you leaving already? princess? Just after she left, Robertus woke up completely. He looked towards the open door. After a moment, Seidel quickly arrived at the Emperor's room. I have a report regarding the explosion incident at the debutante ball. Robertus glanced at it quickly. Seidel, holding a stack of documents, reported, "The princess asked me to investigate further. The escaped prisoners have been recaptured and imprisoned." Then, the treacherous and mysterious image of Kira Carey appeared. But the whereabouts of Madame Kira, who is at the core of the case, still require further investigation. At this point, Robertus interrupted, "There's a rat hiding in the palace, right?" This surprised Seidel. He looked at Robertus's cold and sharp expression, then quickly placed his hand on his chest and replied, "I have reported everything." He thought to himself, as expected of a father and daughter. Hearing this, he also spoke, "Continue the investigation as per the princess's orders." Seidel immediately bowed to accept the command. In a house filled with dust and cobwebs, a group of people in black cloaks were discussing something. Suddenly, someone walked in, making them stop. It was Kira Carey, walking over leisurely in a black cloak. When they saw her, they burst out laughing. A look of evil and ambition appeared on her face. Taking over the empire is just around the corner. On the other side, Arisha was holding and reading a piece of paper. It was a thoughtfully written letter. "If the princess has no objection, I would like to invite you to a tea party. Will you think about having tea with me? I look forward to your reply." Isabella heard F. Isabella was very happy to see this. A tea party is wonderful. Arisha mused, Isabella Hedov, and upon hearing the name, she seemed to remember. "I heard that Duke Hedov's daughter is the same age as your highness." The images of Duke Hedov and his granddaughter came to mind. Hearing this, she hesitated. Isabella enthusiastically encouraged her. "After all, you've officially entered high society. It'd be better to build relationships." Seeing her sparkling eyes, Arisha couldn't refuse. "All right." Finally, she agreed. "Tell them I agree to attend the tea party." This made Isabella very happy. "Yes, milady." Then Arisha looked at Isabella and spoke. She was a little surprised, then smiled brightly and suggested, "Let's go for a walk in the rose garden." This made Isabella happy too. "Yes, milady." In the garden, there was a wooden swing decorated with roses. Isabella exclaimed as she walked, "The weather is so nice today." Arisha agreed. "That's right. It's no accident that the rose garden is the pride of the imperial palace." She held Arisha's hand tightly and asked timidly, "But your highness, what if we accidentally run into his majesty?" Hearing this, she turned her head and asked, "Isabella, are you afraid of his majesty?" Isabella whispered timidly in her ear, "How could I not be afraid?" She laughed with amusement. "At most, he's just a cat that likes to glare at people. It's all right." Arisha pulled her hand and continued walking, comforting her. "If we accidentally run into father, we just need to say hello and keep walking." "Isabella, let me tell you something interesting." Hearing this, Isabella became a little curious. "Something interesting?" She lifted her shoe and said, "Did you know there's a teleportation circle here?" Isabella was very surprised to hear her say this. "No, I've never heard of that." Arisha showed a mischievous smile again. "In my opinion, perhaps father created it." Unexpectedly, she activated the red magic circle. Then she asked playfully, "How about it? Do you want to go?" This startled Isabella, who shook her head repeatedly in refusal. "What? His Majesty created it. So how could I go?" No. Seeing this, Arisha let go of her hand and said, "Then Isabella, you can take a walk and go back first." Then she stepped forward with a playful smile. "I'll go take a look." This surprised Isabella a little. "All right." Seeing her walk towards the magic circle, Isabella realized she couldn't stop her and urged, "Please be careful, your highness." Arisha quickly waved goodbye to her. Continuing deeper into the imperial palace's rose garden, Arisha walked along, following the signs of the magic circles with her chin in her hand. She looked at them with some confusion and said, "Let me see who created this, to have layered it so many times." Suddenly, a shimmering light appeared, attracting her attention. A beautiful greenhouse surrounded by roses appeared before her. Just as she stepped forward, another magic circle appeared. As soon as she saw it, she cheered with excitement. Instantly, a dazzling light enveloped her. It transported her to a space filled with golden light. However, Arisha's expression was a bit unsightly at this moment. Unexpectedly, Robertus was resting under a large tree. Seeing him sleeping peacefully, she was puzzled. Why would he choose a place like this for a nap? Arisha hid behind a tree, observing Robertus suspiciously. Although this place is surrounded by magic, it's strange that the emperor of an empire would sleep in a place like this without any fear. Suddenly, her gaze turned gloomy, as if she was pondering something. Seeing the petals dancing around Robertus, she sighed. Looking at him like this, his face isn't that fierce. Finally, Arisha walked over and sat down beside Robertus. She reached out to remove a petal stuck to his face. Just then, Robertus's eyes suddenly fluttered open. Seeing this, she put on an innocent expression and laughed lightly. "It's a beautiful day, isn't it, father?" Seeing her, Robertus immediately frowned in anger. "How did you get in here?" She immediately brushed off the petal and smiled faintly. "For me, it wasn't too difficult." Robertus suddenly stood up, looked at her, and asked, "Were you?" Hearing this, Arisha put on an innocent expression. "I don't understand what you're talking about." This made him even angrier. "Stop playing dumb. I won't let you go back until I get an answer." The wind messed up Arisha's hair. She said gloomily, "Then what about your majesty?" Hearing this, Arisha paused. "What?" She continued. She placed her hand on her chest and replied with a sharp gaze, "I am asking, what is your majesty?" This officially made Robertus snap, and he said angrily, "I'm not joking with you. What I'm saying is, do you truly have royal blood, or are you just a shell?" Hearing this, Arisha immediately retorted, "If I were just a royal shell, what would you have done when the imperial palace was in chaos due to the attack? The one who protected the empire's citizens was not your majesty, but me. What was your majesty doing at that time?" Her words left him stunned. Her eyes were filled with judgment as she spoke. "I just want to ask, does an emperor who cannot protect his citizens deserve to be called an emperor?" The more she spoke, the angrier she became. Turning the question on Robertus, "I resolved everything that day. Not the father who couldn't even take care of himself. Yet now I'm being treated like this. If you feel wronged, please explain the reason you collapsed." Arisha's words left him unable to retort. Seeing his silence, her face was filled with disappointment. Finally, she lifted her skirt and curtsied politely. "It seems you have no intention of speaking, so I will take my leave." Arisha activated the magic circle again. Robertus could only stand there and watch her leave. His gaze also darkened, his mind filled with thoughts. Robertus recalled what had happened when he saw the assassin aiming at her. A fierce look appeared on his face. Robertus immediately gripped his sword and rushed towards him. Suddenly, a surge of dark magic appeared at his feet. Instantly, Robertus's entire body stiffened, which shocked him immensely. Unexpectedly, under its influence, Robertus even coughed up blood. He trembled as he supported himself with his sword. Dark magic. Feeling himself gradually weakening, he was extremely furious. Damn it. His gaze turned to Arisha, his vision gradually blurring. Back in reality, Robertus stood blankly under the tree. Finally, he closed his eyes. Before these events, a carriage was heading towards a beautiful mansion. A pair of small feet stepped out of the carriage. Arisha appeared in a pink dress with a solemn expression. Another person was already waiting. "It is an honor to meet you, Your Highness the Princess." Isabella lifted her skirt and curtsied respectfully. "I sincerely thank you for coming." She looked at her with some suspicion, this young lady. Then she recalled the scene of the escape and asked, "You're the one from the Imperial Palace debutante ball, aren't you?" Hearing this, she happily took Arisha's hand. "That's right, Your Highness." Isabella's eyes were filled with gratitude as she said, "I want to thank Your Highness for saving me at the debutante ball." Remembering the scene of her bravely fighting the robbers, she admired her even more. "Actually, it was a bit scary watching Your Highness fight those people." Then she recalled the scene of her bravely fighting the assassins. "But Your Highness bravely stood up for the people." She listened for a moment and was in disbelief. "Me? Huh." Isabella was now filled with extreme admiration. "Your Highness must have been so scared then." Seeing the pink hearts, Arisha felt a little shy. That's right." She approached her and asked curiously, "How did Your Highness learn magic?" She answered truthfully, "I didn't receive any private tutoring." Hearing this, Isabella's mouth fell open in surprise. Yes? Then how? She looked away and explained, probably through feeling and experience. This made her even more incredulous. Is that even possible? She became even more curious and asked, then to what extent can your highness use your magic? Hearing this, Arisha smiled. Then she activated her magic with her hand. It seems you're very curious. Let me show you. Immediately, she snapped her fingers and a golden light spread throughout the space. The light enveloping them both dissipated, and Isabella became even more excited. A scene of a beautiful, clear blue beach appeared before their eyes. Seeing this, Isabella was ecstatic. Am I dreaming? Arisha smiled, extended her hand, and proposed. Let's go. Since we've come all this way, we have to have some fun. She immediately agreed. Yes, your highness. She also instructed, just call me milady here, not your highness. Yes, your high. Oh no, milady. And so, the two girls changed their clothes and walked down the street together, visiting beautiful handicraft stalls and passing by peculiar and eye-catching food stalls. The two girls walked and laughed together. Let's go over there. Looking at the wind chimes, Isabella couldn't take her eyes off them. Wow, so beautiful. She asked, are these handicrafts symbolic of the White Witch? The stall owner happily introduced them to the two. You have a good eye. I drew inspiration from the moon to create these handicrafts in memory of the White Witch. So if you hang it in your room and pray, your wish will come true. Hearing this, Arisha stared at them. Looking at the wind chimes, she was somewhat moved. Souvenirs about the White Witch. It feels strange seeing this. The seller asked happily. This young lady seems very interested too. Do you like the legend of the White Witch? She answered coolly, let me think. While Isabella couldn't help but show her affection. I love it so much. I've been praying these days. So please give me that one. She quickly helped her get it. All right, thank you, ma'am. After taking it, Isabella turned to her to show it off. Milady, look, it's so white and shiny. I'm going to wear it on my head and hope for a good night's sleep. Her face beamed with a happy smile. Seeing this, Arisha was a bit embarrassed. Then she smiled gently and thought to herself, the White Witch, what's that? The two squeezed through the crowd again. She walked with a serious expression, thinking, there are a lot of people now, so I have to be careful not to get pulled away, or should I use teleportation? Suddenly, she realized something was wrong. Looking around, she didn't see Isabella. Milady? She searched around anxiously. Unexpectedly, she was curled up in the corner of a desolate alley. She was crying in fear. If this keeps up, I won't be able to go home. What should I do? Just then, a voice came out, making Isabella look up. That girl. Yes, me? Are you talking about me? A dark magician had appeared. She raised her hand and said, that's right, beautiful girl. Come here. She approached her and asked innocently, what is it? She grabbed the bag at her waist. A mirror surrounded by dark magic appeared. A gift for a beautiful girl. Doesn't this mirror suit this girl perfectly? The mirror made Isabella stare at it. A mirror. Her eyes gradually became vacant. That's right. Seeing this, she smiled wickedly. Just 2 pieces of silver. Suddenly, Arisha appeared and snatched the mirror from her hand. The mirror immediately fell straight to the ground, and she stepped on it, shattering it into pieces. The dark magician was extremely furious seeing this. What are you doing? Suddenly, a golden light appeared, stunning her. Arisha smiled, preparing to attack her. What a ridiculous trick. The next morning, in a tea house, the sound of sobbing echoed around. Delicious pastries were laid out on the table, but the sobbing was clearer. On a nearby chair, Isabella was crying with her face in her hands, her voice faint. I thought I'd never see my parents again. Arisha listened and comforted her. Then, a spoon gently scooped up a piece of golden cake. She held it out enticingly. Everything ended well. Milady, calm down. Here. Arisha blushed as she fed her a small piece of cake, which Isabella obediently accepted. Suddenly, she became a little dejected. I'm really grateful to your highness. I'm always receiving your help. But she didn't pay it much mind and replied casually, that's only natural, milady. Suddenly, Arisha fell silent, her thoughts unknown. Immediately after, she recalled a memory. The sound of footsteps crushing something echoed in the night. At that time, Arisha frowned, her expression severe. I asked what that ridiculous joke was. Don't make me repeat myself. The dark magician's throat tightened, and she said anxiously, Finally, unable to bear it, she turned and fled. I don't know anything. Arisha thought to herself, I'm sure that was dark magic. At the same time, she also thought of others. Are there really this many people using dark magic in this empire? Arisha wondered, or has there been a sudden increase? Just then, a small pink cake was offered to her, surprising Arisha and bringing her back to her senses. Isabella waited shyly. You're high. No, milady, you eat too. It's delicious. Arisha took a happy bite. Thank you. Both of them were happy. Then she took the cake and enjoyed it with relish. Arisha looked at the blue sky and silently made a resolution. Sooner or later, I will investigate this thoroughly. In the twilight, the butler and servants ran anxiously, milady. They were in a great hurry, their voices becoming urgent. Where did you go, milady? Do you know we've been looking for you for a long time? The butler placed his hand on Isabella's shoulder and sighed. Thankfully, nothing happened. She said fearfully and hesitantly, Did you tell my father? It was his turn to stammer. That. Just then, a deep voice sounded from his side. It is an honor to meet your highness the princess. The two girls looked over. He placed his hand on his chest and bowed respectfully. The two quickly recognized and exclaimed. Duke Hedov, Arisha said happily, I just went for a walk and made everyone worry. Isabella recounted excitedly. I went to the seaside with her highness. It was very beautiful. As soon as she finished, Hedov's mouth fell open in surprise. The seaside? Arisha continued. This young lady had never been to the sea, so I took her for a while. Seeing that his expression seemed very serious, she raised her hand to assure him. She wasn't hurt at all, so please don't blame her too much. Hedov was sweating profusely in helplessness. No, your highness, it is my honor. At that moment, Isabella walked to Hedov's side and saluted Arisha. I was really happy today, your highness. She returned the salute and replied, I hope to see you again next time. Then Arisha also boarded her carriage with assistance. Suddenly, she turned around, her gaze fixed on one spot. It was where Hedov and Isabella's hands were tightly clasped together. Not knowing what the two were talking about, they were laughing very happily. At that moment, Arisha suddenly clutched her chest. She also stepped onto the footboard, thinking, my only real family is Isabella, so I don't need to feel so sad. Arisha held a sliver of hope. I hope he learns to love that child. That child deserves to be loved by everyone. Seeing her remain silent, the knight was a little worried. Your highness, are you all right? Arisha seemed to be startled out of her thoughts. After a moment, she finally replied, I'm fine. The scene switched to a dark room. A red-haired man rested his chin on his hand lazily. Really? So, that princess was called a monster when she used magic? The knight below nodded, yes. He laughed as if he had discovered something interesting. The emperor abandoned that princess for 9 years. The red-haired man flipped an hourglass in his hand. The knight reported, I heard she only recently left the palace. He didn't mind commenting. Even with a goose that lays golden eggs, he still abandoned the princess because of personal feelings. That emperor is too foolish. This was Cadil Reventress, the emperor of the Reventress Empire. Then Cadil turned his head and ordered, You've worked hard. You may leave. The knight replied, Yes, your majesty. Just as the knight withdrew, a head of red hair appeared again. As soon as he saw her, Cadil stood up excitedly and cheered. Cadil, he shouted happily, sister. This was Kira Carey Reventress, the princess of the Reventress Empire and Cadil's older sister. Cadil clinked his red wine glass with Kira's. Thankfully, you're still safe. She also replied, It's also thanks to you sending the knights in time that I was able to escape. But Cadil seemed still unsatisfied. It's a pity the emperor didn't die in the war, but you still gathered some results. Did you receive the report? Cadil looked at his wine glass and nodded yes. The relationship between the emperor and the princess is not very good. He also said, moreover, the emperor becomes weak when facing dark magic, so we can expand dark magic in the empire. Cadil still commented, This is good news, but the emperor is also too foolish. He looked up and said, knowing that the princess is skilled in magic, yet he keeps pushing his daughter away because his wife died. Kira raised her wine glass and laughed. Fortunately, this doesn't affect us. We just need to drive a deep wedge into the crack between the emperor and the princess. Hearing this, Cadil also became very excited and waved his hand. Then soon, that empire will be under the foot of Reventress. These words pleased her again, and her smile was truly sinister. Cadil's voice echoed. It's been a long time since something this interesting happened. I'm looking forward to it. He continued, Me too. The scene changed again, and Arisha was back lying flat on her bed, complaining mournfully. So boring. She looked at the servant below and suggested, Isabella, let's go play. Isabella, holding a basket of clothes, wondered, but the princess just came back from the seaside. She opened her eyes wide and looked at the table full of books. Since you love reading so much today, just read and rest. This made Arisha very unhappy, and she clicked her tongue lightly. She sat up wearily, picked up a book, not forgetting to sigh. Suddenly, Arisha found something interesting in the book. Her eyes lit up. She hurriedly called out twice, Isabella. She heard and turned back. Isabella bowed and asked, What is it, Your Highness? Arisha held up the book and said excitedly, Let's go fishing. She also took a closer look at the photo. Let's go catch a kraken. She immediately refused. No, just looking at it makes me sick. Isabella said fearfully, You want to go catch that thing? That's too dangerous. Absolutely not. This made Arisha freeze, muttering, She rejected me. She put on a cute expression, her eyes sparkling. I'll be careful. Isabella shook her head. Still no. Arisha continued, but it's a kraken. She still disagreed. That's why I'm saying no. She tried to persuade her again. It's super delicious. Isabella affirmed seriously. There are many dishes in the imperial palace more delicious than a kraken. As soon as she finished speaking, Arisha turned away wearily. Is it really a no? Isabella replied with her arms crossed angrily over her chest. Yes, what if something happens? What if you get eaten by it? Seeing this, she could only lower her head and reply, I understand. Arisha walked with heavy steps, one by one, muttering to herself. Then, a golden light prepared to flash. Seeing this movement, Isabella felt that something was not right. Before she could speak, she saw her waving her hand excitedly and hiding in that light. I'll go alone. I'll be very careful, and I'll be right back. Arisha disappeared into that light. I'll be right back. Isabella only had time to wave her hand and shout, Your Highness. Meanwhile, at the Empire's Kraken Lake, the lake's surface was clear and calm. At this time, Arisha also appeared here, and she couldn't help but exclaim, It's really huge. Arisha excitedly ran forward step by step. Suddenly, her gaze became serious, and she waved her hand to cast a spell. Arisha looked at the gradually changing lake surface, thinking, Where should I start? Not noticing a pair of red eyes staring at her from below. Just then, a wave surged up, startling her and making her eyes widen. Then, giant tentacles appeared. Seeing this, Arisha showed a satisfied smile. Good, it knows to show itself. She began to cast a spell again, using magic to support her body. Arisha looked at it from above, calculating, I just need to tie up 2 of its legs. She smiled wickedly and said, Then fishing will be simple. The next second, golden chains appeared, tightly binding the kraken's giant tentacles, but did not submit easily, still struggling desperately under the water, stirring up splashes. Suddenly, Arisha frowned as she observed the kraken. She seemed to have discovered something. It looked unusually angry. Its murky red eyes were terrifying. Arisha looked at it struggling in confusion, thinking, What's wrong with it? She waved her hand again, increasing the power of the golden chains. The chains thickened by another layer, and this time the kraken could no longer struggle. Suddenly, Arisha smelled the scent of that purple light in the air, and her face immediately darkened. She covered her nose and shouted, What is this? Which lunatic dared to put poison in this big lake? Suddenly, Arisha calmed down, realizing that someone had deliberately made the kraken go berserk. As if sensing something, she quickly turned towards the trees. There was a boy there. It was Adrian. His whole body was exhausted, and sweat was dripping down uncontrollably. Arisha muttered curiously to herself. Where did that sound come from? Did he become like this because of the kraken? She slowly landed nearby, secretly assessing the person in front of her. Fortunately, he wasn't poisoned, and neither was that boy. Arisha didn't say much, just snapped her fingers lightly. She saw the kraken's huge body being lifted out of the lake by those chains. Then she forcefully placed it on the grass and said, You keep it. Arisha said bluntly, I don't need it anymore. She thought to herself, I can't bring an infected kraken back to Isabella. Adrian slowly propped himself up to sit. He placed his hand on his chest and bowed his head. Thank you for saving me. Arisha kindly instructed, Don't go near the lake again. She opened the door to go home, not forgetting to turn back and remind him, because I don't know how many more krakens are hiding out there. As soon as she finished speaking, her body also merged into that light and disappeared, leaving a stunned Adrian muttering, Okay, The scene returns to the imperial palace. The light of the setting sun shone through the window frame. Bryn and Isabella anxiously paced back and forth nonstop. Suddenly, a golden light appeared in a corner of the room. She jumped back and turned her head. Seeing Arisha appear, Isabella shouted anxiously, "Your Highness!" She quickly and accurately caught her as she was about to fall. Isabella got angry again, frowning. "Your Highness," Arisha replied flippantly, "but this time I told you where I was going, and you know I'm strong, so I won't get hurt." Actually, the Kraken was nothing special. Hearing this, she helped her sit in her lap and said in a low voice, "No matter how strong you are, next time you must take me with you, wherever you go." Isabella's beautiful blue eyes were filled with tears. "If something happened to your Highness and I wasn't there." Arisha blushed and comforted her in a low voice. "I know. From now on, I'll go with Isabella wherever I go. But where should we go next time?" She asked curiously, "Where do you want to go?" At this moment, a new male servant stepped forward to speak, and when the two looked over, he continued, "Excuse me, Your Highness, how about Lake Rena in the Reventress Empire?" Arisha looked at this man suspiciously. What kind of servant is this? But on the surface, she still asked calmly, "Lake Rena?" The male servant bowed his head respectfully. "Yes, Your Highness. That lake is very wide and has a very beautiful blue light. The water there is also very clear, so many nobles often go there to fish." After listening, she frowned and stared at him, seeming to be thinking about something, while he still maintained his proper etiquette, waiting quietly. After a while, Arisha turned her head and said, "All right, let's go to that place." At this, the male servant nodded in acceptance, but where no one could see, he silently curled the corner of his lips. After a while, Arisha used magic to bring all three of them to Lake Rena. The male servant showed a surprised expression again, blushing. "This is the first time I've seen someone use teleportation magic so easily." She replied proudly, "This is just the basics." Arisha's foot turned to one side, and she suddenly said out of the blue, "Indeed, it's really interesting." This confused Isabella. "Yes, Your Highness?" Arisha smiled innocently and shook her head. "It's nothing." Then, a fishing rod was cast into that clear blue lake water. Arisha held the fishing rod and shouted happily, "Fishing is really fun, Your Highness." Beside her, Isabella cheered just as happily, "You're amazing." Suddenly, the male servant clapped nonstop. "Your Highness, that's magnificent." She glanced over, and he praised nonstop. "The rumors say Your Highness is a genius, and nothing is too difficult for you." It turns out it's all true. Arisha laughed. "Of course, nothing is too difficult for me." The male servant continued without pause, "It's truly an honor for me to be so close to a genius like you." At this, she felt a little down. "Thank you for thinking so." He seemed to be waiting for this moment. Then, "Your Highness," the male servant suggested eagerly, "can you walk on water?" But Arisha's expression seemed uninterested. Walking on water is normal, just like walking on ground. But Isabella was very surprised, shouting loudly, "Really? You can walk on water?" She replied shyly, "It's not a big deal. You just need to walk a little lighter." The male servant pleaded, "Let me see, I want to see." Even so, Isabella was still a little hesitant. "Is this okay?" Hearing the conversation, Arisha wondered, "You want to see me walk on water that much?" He answered with great confidence, "Yes." As soon as he finished speaking, the tip of her shoe had already touched the water surface. Arisha was surrounded by golden magic, stepping on the water's surface step by step, walking to a far distance. She turned back to look at the two people on the shore. "How is it? Isn't it great?" Isabella cheered excitedly. "It's amazing, Your Highness." The male servant silently bowed his head. "Do you know about that?" She didn't understand what was happening, paused, and looked over. "Yes." The distant Arisha squinted, not understanding what was happening over there. His voice was low, the story about the entire Reventress Empire being a magic circle. Meanwhile, a circular array appeared under her feet. Hearing this, Arisha just smiled with a slight curl of her lips. "Of course I know." She recalled the earlier suggestion. "Excuse me, Your Highness, how about the Empire's Lake Rena?" At that time, Arisha was secretly evaluating him, admiring his audacity to break into the princess's palace. It turned out she had been aware from the beginning. His voice was a little different from the people of the Eastern Empire, this guy. So I decided to go along with his intentions and see what he wanted to do. At this moment, many colorful magic circles continuously appeared, moving around Arisha. She covered her hand, very confused, sleep and teleportation magic. The Emperor here is not quite right in the head. Her eyes gradually grew heavy. Arisha didn't forget to threaten, "If I see you again, you're dead." Before closing her eyes, she saw Isabella rushing towards her anxiously and couldn't help but sigh. Oh dear, Isabella is going to be very surprised. A moment later, in Robertus's room, Seidel was also working with him. Suddenly, he sensed something and looked up towards the window. The next second, the room's heavy doors were pushed open from the outside. Isabella shouted, panting, "Your Majesty." She reported in a panic. The princess is in the Reventress Empire. Before collapsing, Isabella managed to mutter, "She's been kidnapped." Then she collapsed to the floor, thankfully caught by a male servant. Seidel turned his head worriedly and shouted, "Your Majesty." Robertus's hand, holding the pen, was already on the table. Since when? He ordered with a stern face, "Summon the ministers." Meanwhile, in the Reventress Empire, Cadil was covering his face and laughing wildly. When that male servant returned, he was still laughing with his mouth wide open. Cadil was pleased with the success of his plan. She pretends to be arrogant, but in the end she's just a child. A few words of praise, and her nose is in the air. He affirmed confidently. From the moment the princess stepped into the Reventress Empire, she became a bird in a cage. Cadil turned and asked, "Did you handle the princess's nanny?" The male servant bowed his head respectfully. "I've sent her back to the Empire to report the news of the princess being in Reventress." As soon as he finished speaking, he looked towards the door as if he had noticed something. It was Cardell. "Isn't it time for the princess to wake up? Let's go over." Cadil replied excitedly, "I was just about to go over." He propped himself up on the table to stand. "But does the princess really look like the Emperor?" Cardell thought and replied, "When I first met her, she acted very mature. Maybe she used magic, but that aura is exactly the same as the Emperor's." In her mind, she clearly remembered Robertus's solemn and cold appearance, followed by Arisha's copy-paste appearance when she used magic to transform into an adult. Cadil was a little expectant. "You're making me nervous, sister." "Then I'll go." Cardell continued, "All right, I'll clean up and come down." She didn't forget to add, "Have fun." The scene shifts to a gloomy prison. Arisha was tied to a chair, surrounded by a magic circle that imprisoned her. Suddenly, a foot in a leather shoe stepped in, and she was still in a coma, completely unaware of it. It was Cadil. He looked down with his arms crossed, saying in a disgusted voice, "Really, I really hate silver hair." It turned out Arisha was already awake. She secretly calculated, "This is a magic sealing magic. Then I'll assess the situation first." Arisha pretended to have just woken up, slowly opening her red eyes. He immediately leaned in close. "How is it? Are you awake, little princess?" But she wasn't scared, frowning and scolding. "You scared me. Get your ugly face away from me. And also, don't call me little princess." This made Cadil furious. Then Arisha also struggled exaggeratedly by twisting her body. The atmosphere suddenly became silent, followed by a burst of laughter from him. Even Cadil had to praise, "You have a really sharp tongue." At the same time, he reminded her, "But that won't solve anything, princess. I used the Reventress Empire's special magic circle." She retorted confidently, "You think you can render me helpless with just this?" Hearing this, he sighed, "I'm so scared." Then he stood up and said, "If you could do anything, you would have done it already. Wait a little longer, I'll show you something very interesting." Seemingly seeing no reaction from Arisha, Cadil continued to provoke, "Aren't you curious?" He knew her sore spot very well and immediately provoked. Will the Emperor of the Eastern Empire be so detached as to care about his only daughter who is in danger? As soon as he finished speaking, she became much quieter. Cadil continued to mutter to himself, "I'm so curious what to do." Arisha's small hands on her skirt tightened slightly, as if trying to support herself. He still didn't stop. "If I tell that man who calls himself your father that the little princess is locked up here, how will he react?" Because of those words, her gaze became much hazier. At this moment, Cardell appeared after finishing her work. Arisha immediately wondered in her mind, "What is this? Why is she here?" Cardell took out a purple sphere and announced, "It's connected to the Emperor of the Eastern Empire." She was a little suspicious, that's a communication sphere. Immediately, the images of Robertus and Seidel appeared. Arisha sighed in her heart, my goodness. Cadil took the sphere and brought it close to his face. Nice to meet you, Emperor. He also turned to where Arisha was imprisoned. Have you seen your daughter? She cursed contemptuously in her heart. This madman, is this what you meant? In the sphere, the image of Robertus frowning in anger was clearly visible. Were you plotting? He said angrily. Cardell Reventress. But Cardell still wasn't angry. Your personality is still the same. He started to move, walking behind Arisha. Suddenly, he took out a small knife and held it to her face, fiercely announcing, I'm going to kill the princess today. Arisha frowned, this guy. But in the end, she could only sigh. What nonsense are you spouting? Over here, Cadil quickly suggested, but if the emperor comes all this way to save the princess, then I can postpone it for a day. His expression changed, becoming more sinister than ever. What should we do? Can you postpone your daughter's death by one day? The silent image of Robertus gradually developed cracks and finally shattered, with fragments flying everywhere. This done Arisha, what? He gave up just like that? Cadil took the opportunity to mock. Your father really doesn't love you at all, princess. He asked curiously, your magic can't be used, and your father has abandoned you. What will you do? Arisha's face darkened. That's right, she muttered, I was abandoned. These words made Cadil freeze for a moment. A golden light erupted intensely, its power suppressing everything around. The smoke cleared, revealing Cadil struggling to sit at the base of the wall. Arisha said coldly, you look very happy, you guy. Her face became grim, and her voice turned sinister. Do you like being happy? He slowly raised his head to assess, more like a monster than the emperor. Suddenly, a voice sounded from the side. Family. Hearing this, Arisha looked over there. It was Cardell. What is it? Sometimes what seems closest is actually the most uncontrollable. She wondered, what do you mean? She said coldly and poked her. Do you really think the emperor is your family? Although you share the same blood, you've met only a handful of times. These words shook Arisha again. Cadil propped himself up from the rubble. How about it, princess? He made a suggestion. Do you want to give up on that emperor who doesn't care about his daughter? Cadil continued seriously. Become a person of this empire. Arisha was confused. What are you talking about? Then a hand reached out. What's wrong? Cardell continued to persuade, her hand also resting on her shoulder. Do you still want to be loyal to the father who abandoned you? Arisha hurriedly slapped the hand off her shoulder. But she wasn't angry at all, smiling. They knew her very well and offered another condition. I will bring your nanny. Isn't that your real family? Arisha was startled by these words. Cadil now stated the demand. We only have one request for the princess, and that is to become a source of power when I need it. But she remained silent, staring at him very warily. Meanwhile, on the other side, they were replaying the last scene of Cadil threatening to put a knife to Arisha's neck. What should we do? Can you postpone your daughter's death by one day? Immediately after, the sphere shattered, and everyone shouted in panic. The sphere. Robertus wondered, we didn't do anything on our end. Why did the sphere break? He thought silently. What is your conspiracy, Cardell Reventress? Seeing this, Seidel beside him couldn't help but shout, Your Majesty. A white-haired minister frowned and suggested, we must summon the knights immediately. But the brown-haired minister next to him hesitated. But the war just ended not long ago. Starting another war now will cause huge losses. The curly-haired minister affirmed loudly, the princess is strong. She can definitely handle it. This is like a declaration of war. It seems they have underestimated the strength of our empire. Hearing this, the purple-haired minister stood up and retorted, but the Reventress Empire is involved in black magic. We cannot be sure of victory. But the only response was Robertus's silence. After a while, he spoke and called for Seidel. Seidel placed his hand on his chest and bowed his head, yes. Your Majesty, Robertus ordered coldly, summon the knights. Meanwhile, in the Reventress Empire, Cadil and Cardell were sitting at a lavishly large table, eating. Cardell's eyes saw something and looked over. It was Arisha, who had appeared in a lavish black dress. She raised her hand in an inviting gesture. Please sit, princess. As she passed, her red eyes flickered slightly, not forgetting to curse in her heart, those wretched guys. After a while, the table was filled with delicious dishes. Arisha's voice rang out as she asked with her arms crossed over her chest. You two are siblings. Cadil introduced proudly. That's right. This is my older sister. Cardell also continued. That's right, my younger brother. Arisha secretly evaluated. Their family affection is really deep. Taking this opportunity, she voiced her doubts. So sending strangers to the palace for the debutante ball and opening an illegal auction, that was all you're doing. Cadil answered very honestly, of course it was me. Although it's not something to be proud of. In front of the princess, I also know a little black magic. Arisha immediately picked up a knife from the table. She threw it directly, but Cadil seemed to have expected it and dodged to the side. Her voice turned a few degrees colder. Are you messing with me? Compared to her calmness, Cadil quickly turned to look at the knife. Stuck in the back. He was furious, gritting his teeth. Princess. Before he could speak, Cardell stopped him. Sit down, Cadil. She put down her plate and knife and began to explain. Please understand us, princess. On the day of the debutante ball, my brother had to do that to save me. Arisha felt very uncomfortable looking at that perfunctory attitude. You look very happy. Cardell sighed. How could I not be happy? Her mood was still calm. That morning, on the other side, Cardell's attitude had not softened at all. Cardell looked at her and also frowned, saying, this is a meeting with my trustworthy brother and a newcomer who will soon be on my side. Arisha turned her head and sneered. You think everything will be over just because I'm on your side? She paused and suggested, do I need to explain which part in more detail? She first repeated everything. First is the distribution of cash and boar potions. Next is planting black magic users throughout the empire. And finally, the illegal slave trade and illegal auctions. Arisha's voice echoed. How do you plan to explain all this? Cardell gently placed her hand on her chest and bowed. I apologize. I had no intention of throwing the empire into chaos. She listened with her arms crossed as she said, if the princess agrees to cooperate with our empire. Cardell's eyes seemed to glow. Then I swear I will never do those things again. Hearing these words, Arisha thought, I knew a little, but it seems the Reventress Empire and the Eastern Empire are truly sworn enemies. She asked frankly, so what do you really want from me? Cadil knew he had achieved his goal upon hearing this, and a smile curled on his lips. He answered unhurriedly, I'll tell you when the plan is over. But unexpectedly, Arisha accepted easily. All right, let's do that then. She turned to leave. I'll be watching. Meanwhile, Isabella felt as if her whole body was sinking into the sea. It's strange. I clearly reported the kidnapping to His Majesty. Did I die? She suddenly opened her blue eyes. Impossible. At this moment, Isabella seemed to see Arisha calling her name. Isabella, Isabella. Her eyes closed gently, and she muttered to herself, I can't die and leave Her Highness behind. Your Highness, I'm sorry. I couldn't protect you. At this moment, someone outside was loudly calling for Isabella, which startled Isabella and woke her from her dream. Sweat was still dripping. It was really Arisha. She was sitting beside her worriedly. Are you okay? Did you have a nightmare? At this point, she couldn't say anything, only crying emotionally. Isabella sat up and hugged Arisha tightly. Your Highness. Then she let go and looked around. Are you okay? Are you hurt? She smiled brightly, revealing her cute little canine teeth. Of course I'm fine. Hearing this, Isabella breathed a sigh of relief. At this point, she looked around and wondered, but where is this? Arisha answered without hiding anything. The Reventress Empire. I'll be staying here for a while. These words made Isabella fall silent, her eyes wide with surprise. Seeing this, she slowly touched the hand still resting on the bed. Arisha said with sparkling eyes, if you don't want to stay here, we can go back to the Empire, Isabella. Even Isabella was startled by these words. Immediately after, she grabbed her hand. No, Your Highness. Isabella affirmed, if Your Highness is here, then where else can I go? Arisha gently reminded her, but the two sides are sworn enemies. She blushed and smiled. Yes, it's fine as long as I'm with Your Highness. Don't worry. Suddenly, Isabella voiced her doubts, but I'm a little worried because I don't know what the Reventress Emperor is planning. It seems the Emperor here uses black magic. She comforted, don't worry. Arisha casually snapped her fingers. We just need to kill him. This made her jump in fright. Hearing this, she was very happy and laughed again. Isabella also put away her worried expression, smiling. Meanwhile, in the distant empire, Robertus was leaning wearily on a large chair. He recalled the meeting with the ministers. The purple sphere shattered into pieces again. The brown-haired minister firmly objected. No, Your Majesty. Why summon the knights? The brown-haired minister next to him commented lightly. Kidnapping the princess's nanny without being noticed proves that the other party is not simple. Others shouted anxiously. If you go, there will definitely be danger. They kept stopping him. Even the Empire's knights are in a dangerous situation. Robertus frowned and said, "Then I will go to the Reventress Imperial Palace alone." Upon hearing this, Seidel exclaimed in shock, "Your Majesty!" The black-haired minister stood up, propping his hands. "That's even more impossible." The brown-haired minister next to him continued, "You just returned to the Empire not long ago, and now you want to start a war again." They kept nagging. Robertus's expression grew darker and darker, scaring those two ministers into not daring to say any more, only daring to look elsewhere. He didn't say any more unnecessary words, stood up with his hands propped, and announced, "I will set off tomorrow morning." You know, Robertus lowered his head in thought. That's right. This terrible mood is all caused by that emperor's provocation. He understood clearly in his heart, "I know that child will not submit easily." But after a while, a black-haired maid pushed in a tea cart. But Seidel took it. "Leave the rest to me." She nodded slightly. He poured the tea and placed it on Robertus's table. "Your Majesty, I have had the tea brought." He elegantly lifted the teacup. Seidel announced, "Then I will go see the ministers off and come back." Suddenly, he suggested, "Please reconsider, Your Majesty." Immediately after, Robertus dropped the teacup and blood gushed from his mouth. Seidel screamed in terror. "Your Majesty, are you all right?" He said hastily, "I must call a doctor." Then, a bloody hand grabbed Seidel's. At this moment, Robertus was covered in blood, his eyes glazed over, unable to speak a word. The next morning, in the Reventress Empire, the sky was clear and the sunlight was gentle. The same three people were still sitting at the huge dining table: Cadil, Cardell, and Arisha. Someone was still sighing. "This aroma is truly captivating." After drinking a glass of wine, her face turned sour, and she complained with a frown, "Why do I have to see your face first thing in the morning?" Cadil announced sinisterly, "Because I have prepared everything." Arisha asked doubtfully, "Prepared?" He explained, I'm ready to borrow your power. I told you to stand on our side, and I meant today." At this point, Cardell spoke up. "The princess's role," she reached out her hand to Arisha, "is the most important in this matter." She said irritably, "Stop beating around the bush and get to the point." Cadil wasn't angry and slowly reached into his pocket. He then took out a small vial containing a purple compound. "You should know what this is, right?" Arisha nodded. "Cashin bore." Cadil said with satisfaction, "That's right. It was originally a type of medicine, but sometimes it can become a deadly poison." He paused for a moment and announced, "As soon as the emperor drinks this, I'll give it to him." The moment he finished speaking, Arisha was instantly shocked. She thought to herself, a person who has been exposed to a large amount of black magic will suffer severe internal organ damage and possibly death after drinking this. This is a power that erodes the human soul. It was originally illegal, so if one is exposed to too much, both soul and body will be damaged. Arisha hesitated. The emperor had just narrowly escaped death from black magic. If he drank that, then maybe... So she asked, "But would the emperor be foolish enough to drink that?" But Cadil affirmed confidently, "Of course not. This is all thanks to the spy planted in the imperial palace." Cardell interjected, "Now is probably the time to say it, Cadil." She explained that there was a teleportation magic circle in the emperor's room that they had painstakingly prepared. But at the same time, Cardell also warned, thanks to the emperor's power constantly repelling the black magic, he will wake up soon. "We don't have much time." Cadil made a request. "You only need to do one thing for me. Use teleportation magic to bring the emperor here." He continued relentlessly and cruelly, and then get rid of him. "That's it." Arisha immediately exclaimed, "Are you saying I'm to commit such a sin of patricide?" Cadil continued to patiently persuade her. After all, he's just a father who deserves to be resented. He gave you no love. He kept taunting maliciously. To the princess, is he not nothing? But at this moment, she remained silent. A familiar female voice rang out, "No." A figure in a blue dress walked into the dining room. Isabella hurriedly stopped her. "Your Highness, you absolutely cannot do that." The two of them called out in confusion, "Isabella." Cardell reminded her unhappily, "I am speaking with the princess." She ignored her and just tried to shout to Arisha, "No matter how much you hate him, that is your father. If you harm the one who gave you life and ascend the throne, you will absolutely not feel at ease." Seeing this, she said, "You must follow the path your master has chosen." But Isabella shook her head very stubbornly. "No, I will stop it no matter what." She said sternly, without fear, "Don't dream of using Her Highness's power for something like this." Arisha's small hands clenched tightly at the hem of her pink dress. Isabella, you may step back for now. Isabella disagreed. Your Highness, no. She set a condition. I will not step back unless you say you will not participate in this matter. But Cadil was not so patient. He had already started biting his lip in anger. Seeing this, Cardell quickly shouted to stop him. Wait, Cadil. In a flash, he had appeared beside Isabella, warning, you are truly insolent. You are nothing but the princess's nanny. The domineering aura made her feel terrified, and for a moment, she couldn't speak. The next move was unexpected, something even Cardell hadn't anticipated, and her mouth fell open in surprise. Arisha's eyes widened as she watched the blonde hair flash before her. Then Isabella fell to the ground, where her cheeks slapped. It was red and numb. Of course, the slap was from Cadil. Still in shock, Arisha turned around, her voice low. You dare hit Isabella. But he remained very calm, only because she was too insolent. The moment he finished speaking, her golden magic erupted. Perhaps I've been acting too normal, so you also think I'm just a 9-year-old child, right? Arisha mercilessly unleashed her anger. You're dead for daring to touch Isabella. The golden magic continued to shine, and its power terrified the siblings Cadil and Cardell, who shielded themselves with their hands. Arisha was like a demon, her whole body radiating terrifying power as she summoned a huge sphere in her hand. Then, 2 rings appeared around the siblings' necks. The pressure grew stronger, making it impossible for them to breathe. Cadil waved his arm and used black magic. But Cardell seemed unable to wait any longer, even spitting up black blood. He cried out anxiously, Sister. Immediately after, an explosion sounded, and smoke filled the air, obscuring the surroundings. Cardell clutched her neck in terror, tears streaming down her face. Impossible. Finally, before she collapsed, she struggled to mutter, to think it would end like this. But both of them fell. After settling the matter, Arisha turned slightly and gently walked over to sit beside Isabella. Arisha reached out and touched her slapped cheek, saying softly, I'm sorry for putting you in danger. Let's go back, Isabella. A long time passed. The setting sun shone on the distant empire. On the large bed, Robertus lay exhausted, drenched in a cold sweat. He finally woke up, clutching his aching head and cursing, that bastard Cadil Reventress. He had planted a spy in the palace, but as soon as his feet touched the ground, he had inadvertently activated the array below. Robertus quickly realized something was wrong and frowned. Before he could react, his body was teleported by the array, vanishing from the spot in an instant. A second later, Robertus was lying on the cold ground, his hands still bound, with a sharp sword placed beside him. He struggled to prop himself up. This isn't the underground prison of the palace. He didn't notice the hem of a dress appear beside him. When Robertus looked up, he met Arisha's gaze. He seemed unable to believe it, exclaiming, Arisha. She thought for a few seconds before questioning him. Did you know that if I were an ordinary child, Arisha said with certainty, I would have already become a cold corpse, right? Robertus's eyes could only show sorrow. He felt helpless, closing his eyes without explaining. Do you know that what you did is an act of treason? She was quite surprised by these words, her face freezing for a moment. If you were going to abandon me, even worse than how you'd treat a stranger. Arisha looked at the sword on the ground and shouted, Then you should have strangled me when I was a child. In her mind, an image of her parents' happiness appeared, and she also thought, I can understand the sadness and hatred of losing a loved one, but that wasn't my fault. Back in reality, Robertus remained silent, not saying a word. Arisha clenched her hands and urged, Please say something, Your Majesty. She had a hint of expectation in her heart. Please. He was silent again, as if reorganizing everything in his mind. Robertus admitted bluntly, I never wanted a child. Her eyes widened in horror. Arisha placed a trembling hand on her chest. She remembered thinking, I never craved love anyway. I didn't expect it at all. Cadil's taunting words echoed again. Really? Really? You really never craved love? At this thought, Arisha couldn't control herself and lunged to choke Robertus by the neck. Her strength was great, making it somewhat difficult for him to breathe, and he gritted his teeth in pain. Arisha's face darkened as she secretly admitted, That's right, maybe I also had a little bit of hope. Then she looked at her father's body, covered in cold sweat. But that's all. She bent down and picked up the sword from the ground. Arisha pointed the sword directly at Robertus. Her voice calm again, I have heard the answer. He looked at the sharp tip of the sword and commented faintly, This isn't so bad either. A crystal tear fell near Arisha's small feet. Robertus shouted in shock, "Arisha!" She swung the long sword, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. "Bren, please disappear from my sight, Your Majesty." Suddenly, the scene before Arisha changed. Light shot in her eyes, making her feel a bit dazed. Just then, a young man urged her hastily, "Hurry up, the wedding is about to start." Seeing this, Arisha looked on curiously. This was already some distance away, and many people were standing here, all cheering happily. A black-haired girl happily carried a flower basket, scattering flowers everywhere. Above were Robertus and Cecilia. The voice of the ceremony officiant echoed, "The son of the Empire, Emperor Robertus Delapetzer, and the glory of the Empire, Empress Cecilia Bronia." As soon as he finished speaking, the people below shouted in unison, "Your Majesty, congratulations. May the Empire prosper." Then the two embraced happily and kissed openly in front of their subjects. Arisha silently witnessed it all. The scene changed again to a luxurious palace filled with red roses. Cecilia asked curiously, "What are you going to show me?" Robertus covered her eyes with his hands. "You just need to walk a little further, Cecil." Cecilia was still calling out in confusion, "Robert?" By then, she had already stepped into the magic circle. It had been set up long ago. Instantly, a golden light flashed, shining brightly in the red rose garden. At this moment, Robertus let go of his hands. "Open your eyes, Cecil." Cecilia looked around. "Is this what you were going to show me?" He nodded. "That's right." Looking at the large tree laden with flowers, he said in a low voice, "I spent a long time preparing it." After a while, Robertus sat down, leaning his back against the tree. Arisha seemed to realize something, thinking that tree. The two embraced affectionately, and Cecilia blushed happily. "Thank you, Robert." Immediately after, she was teleported to a room window. Cecilia sat dazedly on the bed, with Robertus beside her. As a doctor reported, "The Empress is infertile because your body has always been very weak." She just lowered her head slightly. "It's all right," but this made him very worried, and he leaned over. "Cecil, are you okay?" Cecilia smiled wearily to comfort him. "Robert, this is also a possibility." Suddenly she said weakly, I feel very sorry for you." Robertus frowned. "Don't say that." He held her small hand. "I only need you. I don't need an heir." But on the other hand, Cecilia knelt down and cried, pleading, "Please let me have a child. White Witch, please let me meet my child." Arisha was affected, not understanding what was happening, and clutched her head. "What is this sound?" Her voice still echoed in her ears. "I know Robert also wanted a child very much." Cecilia seemed to whisper, "I hope he gives his love not only to me, but also to that child." She continued to listen as she hoped again. "I want to build a truly happy family." Cecilia remained kneeling, her hands clasped in prayer. "That child, and me, everyone will be happy." As soon as she finished speaking, a beam of light descended, making Arisha feel a bit dazed. Then, she couldn't help but pull at the corners of her mouth in a few dry laughs. Two streams of blue and yellow light seemed to streak across the huge moon. She commented dryly, "This is truly a terrible thing." Arisha recalled in confusion. Everything was strange. Why did I belittle myself, hide myself, just to not go against the Emperor's will? She thought of the opportunities. If I had made up my mind, then of course, even when Robertus was weak, it would have been very easy to eliminate the Emperor in this empire. Arisha always felt it was strange. Although I knew there were too many suspicious points, why was I able to calmly ignore those things? Cecilia's whispering voice echoed again. "White Witch, since we were children, Robert and I have not known what a family is like." She was very sincere, so I hope our child can grow up in infinite love. Arisha stood on the windowsill looking down, thinking, "That's right, I want to fulfill that sincere wish." Her heart seemed to want to scream, "I also want to feel love." Arisha remembered, and so she set limits for herself. Then she turned to look at the bright moon, accompanied by a magic called wish. Her memory flew back to the past. The magic returned to the day I heard the news about the Emperor's condition. Arisha speculated with suspicion, but the power began to become chaotic, as if it didn't want to harm the Emperor. She squinted her eyes because of the glaring light. The painful feeling of not being loved that day. The Sun Empire was shrouded in a deep gray, with lightning flashing inside. Robertus sat by the large bed. Isabella held the little princess, and a doctor was constantly on standby. He looked at the weak Cecilia, who was constantly sweating, and reported cautiously, "Your Majesty, perhaps the Empress will not make it through today." Robertus was almost pleading, "Please, please, Cecilia, I can't live without you." The hand holding hers trembled involuntarily. "You know better than anyone that," I said, "I don't need a child. So please." Cecilia struggled to open her shining eyes, which had now turned dark, and instructed, "Robert, promise me you won't deny that she is our child. Please love that child." But he hastily let go of her hand and muttered, "In the Black Forest of the Western Empire, there is an herb that can cure all diseases," she said, puzzled. Robertus turned to leave, saying resolutely, "I will find it for you." Seeing this, Cecilia anxiously called out loudly, "Robert!" By the large window, the curtains were pulled back a little, letting in a sliver of light. Arisha stood with her arms crossed, watching Cecilia grow weaker and weaker. Her eyes gradually lost their light, and even her lips turned purple. She was surprised to see Cecilia looking at her. "She sees me?" Then she sighed and made up her mind. Arisha asked timidly, "Do you regret your wish?" Hearing this, she struggled to open her eyes wide, and despite still panting, she managed to smile. Cecilia replied, "Carrying my child for these 10 months was the happiest time of my life." These words made her clench her fists. Suddenly, she said it was all right. Cecilia smiled indulgently like an angel. "If you don't want to, then you don't have to do anything." She instructed, "Live your own life." Immediately after, the golden light once again enveloped the small body. Arisha's eyes widened my wish. She understood that it was all over. Then she disappeared from this memory. At Arisha's bedside, Robertus was on standby. The doctor reported in a low voice, "There are no issues with the princess's health." He speculated, perhaps the princess fainted due to shock. Until the doctor left, Robertus remained silent, his face as gloomy as before. Suddenly, his red eyes widened. In his mind, he remembered the moment Arisha swung the sword with tears in her eyes. "Then please disappear from my sight, Your Majesty." Robertus looked at her calmness and muttered clearly. Her heart was stabbed after all. What on earth happened? He remembered Arisha's small figure. "I didn't have enough courage to love that child in exchange for Cecilia." Robertus gently touched the baby's chubby face. He held her in his arms again. "But this is Cecilia's child, so I can't hate her." Robertus silently held her tighter. He muttered, "It's not that I never set foot in the princess's palace." Robertus stood before the main gate, lost in thought, but I was worried I would take my resentment out on her. He watched Arisha playing with the servants below, so I could only observe from a distance. Robertus saw that she was very happy and innocent. Suddenly, he fell silent again, as if searching through his memories. Robertus remembered that 3 years after returning from the war, she gave a curtsy. I saw that child again. He also easily recognized, but that child's eyes were not like an ordinary child's at all. She didn't seem to be deliberately pretending to be that way. At that time, Arisha asked again with a hint of mockery, "I thought you wouldn't attend the debutante ball." Then he argued sharply, "You didn't give advance notice, so I said." Robertus affirmed. There was no desire for love in those eyes. On the other hand, he also noticed her small, tightly clenched hands. Robertus had assumed, so I thought she didn't see me as a father. He remembered her desperate eyes again, but I realized it too late. At that moment, Robertus faced the reality. This child longed to be loved. A dark cloud hung over his head, making even the doctor beside him worry. Robertus asked with a murderous tone, "Why hasn't she woken up yet?" The doctor reported tremblingly, "I did say that the princess's body is very healthy, so this cannot be called an illness." He replied, "Is that so?" Immediately after, Robertus shot up and drew his sword, startling the doctor into jumping back again. Just then, someone grabbed his hand and shouted, "Your Majesty." It was Seidel. "You absolutely cannot kill him." He was still as terrifying as before, spitting out 2 words. "Why not?" He pointed at the doctor and explained, "You also know that he is the most prestigious person in the Empire's medical community." The doctor looked like he wanted to cry. Seidel persuaded again. "If not him, no one else can understand the princess's condition." At this, Robertus gritted his teeth in anger. Unable to control himself, he forcefully threw his sword onto the cold floor. Robertus turned and asked, "Debian, is that black magic?" Debian hurriedly replied, "These are not symptoms of black magic." He asked doubtfully, "Then is there no other way?" He looked at the sleeping Arisha and confirmed hesitantly, "For now, yes." Hearing this, Robertus silently looked at her again. He called out, "Seidel." He placed a hand on his chest and replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." Robertus commanded, "Gather all the mages who can draw a teleportation magic circle." Seidel exclaimed in shock, "Yes, but why?" He announced coldly, "We are going to the Western Empire." He reminded him, "Your Majesty, that will start a war." Robertus continued without pause, "I'm going to the Black Forest." After an unknown amount of time, Arisha finally opened her eyes on the bed. She sat up, holding her head, "My head. Where's this?" A voice immediately sounded beside her, "Your Highness." It was Debian. "Now that you've just woken up, what should we do?" The doctor exclaimed as if he had been saved. "This is truly fortunate." Arisha frowned and commanded, "Explain the current situation." He nodded, "Yes." Debian recounted weakly. His Majesty said that if your Highness hadn't woken up by the time he returned, he would have everyone's heads cut off. Hearing this, her face fell in confusion. What nonsense is he talking about? She thought to herself, he was quick enough to abandon me. Is he schizophrenic? Just then, Isabella brought water and said, "Your Highness, are you all right?" Arisha replied happily, "Yes, I'm fine." Suddenly, she grew curious. But the Emperor? "Oh no, where did my father go?" As Arisha just picked up the water to drink, she also announced he went to the Black Forest in the Western Empire. Hearing this, she choked on the water and shouted, "What? Why'd he go there?" Isabella shook her head. "I don't know either. I only know he went there to find an herb that can cure all illnesses." Arisha fell silent, thinking there again. She looked toward the window again. "I feel very uneasy." Time passed. The sky was as black as ink. Robertus and Raven had just stepped out of the array into the Black Forest. Seeing him constantly yawning, he commanded with disgust, "You just stay here so you don't get in my way." The path ahead had no light, and the trees intertwined, obscuring the trail. Robertus still walked resolutely towards that place. He remembered the memory, the legendary Black Forest, a place full of monsters and guarded by the Forest Guardian. 9 years ago, due to a mysterious power, I was unable to set foot in this forest. Thinking of this, Robertus stopped to carefully observe his surroundings. Huge and extremely ferocious wolves appeared. Hearing the sound, he immediately scanned his surroundings warily. The next second, he had already drawn his sword. With just 2 strikes, the wolves lost their lives. After it was over, Robertus panted lightly. His face was still stained with the blood of the large pack of wolves. In front of him, some wolves were still going berserk, but he felt happy in his heart. Thankfully, I was able to get in this time. His feet in their leather shoes did not stop, constantly fighting with the wolf pack. The sounds of fierce fighting echoed through the forest. When Robertus stopped, the last wolf had also been struck down. A mountain of wolf corpses was piled up behind him. He was covered in blood, unable to tell whose it was. Robertus gently wiped it away with his hand and scanned his surroundings, spotting something. He looked at the large tree in front of him and exclaimed, "That's..." Robertus was happy to see the plant. "I found it." He reached for the herb, but before he could act, he was attacked. Robertus dodged to the side. He looked up in confusion. Is that the thing protecting the herb? Robertus drew his sharp, long sword again, his eyes very serious. He fought with the mysterious thing protecting the herb. Branches automatically detached from the tree, each one as sharp as a sword blade. He seized the opportunity, leaping forward at this moment, followed by a beautiful backflip. A blue shield rose, protecting Robertus and blocking a blow. He lowered his body and landed on the ground. Suddenly, Robertus felt something that shocked his whole body. At this moment, the Black Forest lit up with a light, an unprecedented event. He looked at the tree and calculated, "This is almost the first time I've felt the sin of death since becoming a sword master. If I touch that thing, maybe I'll die before I can save Arisha." Rain poured down, and Robertus decided, "I must retreat first." He turned and ran towards the exit. Behind him, red branches chased swiftly. In the distance, Raven stood waiting in the array. He shouted loudly, "Back to the Imperial Palace immediately." As the two disappeared, the red branches also arrived. At this time in the Sun Empire's palace, Arisha was sitting on her bed drinking soup. Just as she was enjoying it with relish, a blue light flashed beside her. It was the returning Robertus and Raven. Seidel called out in surprise, "Your Majesty, you're back." Arisha turned around, spoon in hand, and privately commented, "Still in one piece. Much better than the previous people who set foot in the Black Forest." Before she could do anything, she saw him turn around hastily and call out to her, "Arisha." His eyes were filled with a worry she had never seen before. Suddenly, a torrential downpour descended upon the Empire. The sound was deafening, startling Debian into a jump. "What's wrong? What's happening?" Isabella was also terrified. An earthquake? Her red eyes remained calm as she looked at the person before her. Arisha asked bluntly, "Your Majesty, did you touch the divine tree in the Black Forest?" She screamed in her mind. Say no. She was begging him. Robertus just silently lowered his head. Then he turned away, his eyes evasive, and she thought, it's over. Just then, a clap of thunder struck with a huge bang. Seidel gritted his teeth, and the servants were all terrified. Arisha urged, "Your Majesty, evacuate everyone quickly, and absolutely do not show yourself." Before she could finish, another explosion sounded. A part of the palace was blown to pieces. A boy with long ears appeared, his hair covering his eyes. "How dare you run?" He wore a black robe and floated in the dark sky. The golden magic emanating from Arisha's hand gradually dispelled the darkness brought by the man. She waved her hand to block, thinking, the situation is not good right now. There are too many people in the palace. The person above also spoke. "Lately, I can no longer feel your power under the moonlight." A circle protected Robertus and Raven inside. On this side, Debian and Isabella were both stunned. He asked doubtfully, "But what's with her appearance now?" Arisha said coolly, "Restrain your killing intent." She called his name, Cashin. He asked with some displeasure, "Is this really that fun?" "Do you know what he did?" Cashin explained that he was going to plunge his sword into the divine tree in Arisha's heart. She lamented, just touching it wasn't enough. He actually intended to plunge the sword in. Outwardly, she couldn't help but shout, "What?" She looked at his contemplative expression, thinking that perhaps the empire would collapse today. Raven, up above, was scared out of their wits. Cashin got angry again. "It's because of him that I came all this way, so don't even dream of covering for him." Arisha sighed, "I can't do it." Looking at him like that, he and I share the same blood. These words made him erupt. "If your body is turned into a child's, is there something wrong with your mind too?" She blushed and covered her mouth. "What are you thinking? I'm just a child. I thought one look would be enough to tell you're far from it." She decided in her heart, I must draw his attention to myself. Suddenly, Cashin's purple magic erupted. His voice was provocative. "It's been a few hundred years, hasn't it? Want to give it a try?" Arisha smiled happily. "You fell for it." Then, another explosion rang out, and the castle was damaged again. His whole body flickered with black light, magic radiating outwards continuously. Now she breathed a sigh of relief. Most people had already evacuated. Arisha looked around warily. He had gotten this close. The surroundings were filled with black magic, so dense that it emitted a very disgusting smell. Her hand slightly tightened on the blanket beneath her, and golden magic emanated. Arisha's body gradually began to fly. She wondered in her heart, so this is how he plans to play? Now she was on equal footing with Cashin. She waved her arms, and golden magic spread magnificently everywhere. Arisha created a huge sphere, secretly calculating, "Then I'll just crush everything to ashes." She looked down, ready. Of course, the main target was Cashin. He was terrified by this power, clenching his jaw anxiously. Then the golden light erupted, almost obscuring the sky. In the midst of the light, Arisha landed on the ground. "I'll spare you, so please stop here, Cashin." She asked unhappily, "How dare you destroy the imperial palace?" Suddenly, a black magic sword shot out from the ruins, heading straight for Arisha. She regained her composure and blocked the attack with a wave of her hand. Arisha confiscated all the black swords. Then she flicked her hand, and the swords turned around as if obeying a command. An explosion sounded, and the force blasted outwards, forcing her to cover her hands. Smoke and dust filled the air, making it impossible for her to see the situation. After a while, the smoke cleared, revealing Arisha standing alone in a corner. She looked around, searching where did he hide. Suddenly, Cashin appeared from behind, the blade flashing past Arisha's long hair. She immediately turned around. What did he hide? "He dared to cut my hair. If I catch him, I'll never let him go." He smugly created a magic circle. Who says I'll get caught? The sphere in his hand grew larger and larger, the black magic seeming to overflow. Cashin challenged arrogantly, "Let's see if you can stop me." Arisha didn't let her guard down either. Her expression grew more serious. Just as she was sighing about how troublesome everything was, looking very determined, a pair of feet ran over quickly. It was Robertus. He stood in front of Arisha, protecting her. She was so surprised she couldn't believe it. Her eyes widened and her mouth fell open. Arisha just stared blankly at her father's broad back. Before she could think much, an explosion rang out, and smoke and dust scattered with splashes of black magic. No one could see the situation there. After a moment, Robertus could be seen to have fallen. He was clutching his arm. Arisha shouted anxiously, "What are you doing?" Cashin said contemptuously, "What kind of person is that? The foolish emperor is nothing but a mortal." The people outside saw this scene and shouted in terror, "Your Majesty, your arm! Call a doctor, quick!" They hurriedly ordered, "His Majesty must be taken into the palace first." Meanwhile, she was still observing silently. Just then, Cashin landed beside Arisha and Tutade. He showed that superior expression again. Humans really like to make a fuss over worthless things. As soon as he finished speaking, Arisha slapped him on the head, making him double over. Cashin shouted angrily, "Why did you hit me?" She didn't answer. Her gaze swept over the ground in front of her. Seidel and Isabella were helping up Robertus, who had fallen to the ground. Time passed again, and sunset had enveloped the Sun Empire. Arisha sat vigilantly by Robertus's bedside. He was in extreme pain, constantly breaking out in a cold sweat and gasping for breath. She looked at the magic in her hands, thinking, now, even by the Emperor's side, I can still control my magic. My dream has come true. Arisha calculated. Anyway, the Emperor is already weak against dark magic. Having taken an attack from Cashin that was even stronger than Cadil's, he'll probably die soon. That's right. It's a miracle he's lasted this long. She glanced at the old doctor on the other side and affirmed, because this is a wound left by dark magic. Arisha knew this, so no doctor or mage from the magic tower would be able to heal him. The only person who could heal him, she knew even better in her heart, was Cashin, who had created the wound. That person in me. Arisha seemed to hesitate. She turned and left, not staying any longer. She pushed open the heavy door. In the room, Cashin had already changed into other clothes. Having taken off that black robe, he said with his arms crossed, "You still came without stopping." Cashin was still fanning himself in front of his face. "The stench from His Majesty's arm has drifted all the way here. What should I do?" Seeing her disgusted expression, he wondered, "What's wrong? You're not going to heal him?" Arisha showed a hesitant expression. "Yeah, what should I do?" Hearing this, Cashin sat down in a chair. "A moment ago, you were saying he shares the same blood as you. How can you be so fickle now?" She refused. "I'm tired. Don't make me talk anymore." He took the opportunity to nag. "You're all grown up and still like this. So petty. I thought only your body had shrunk, but it turns out both your body and mind have shrunk." Arisha also sat down opposite him. "That's because you've never experienced it. Do you know how angry I am after being treated like that for 9 years?" Cashin sat up straight. "I don't know." He took a sip from his teacup. "But you've already made a pact with that vengeful emperor, right? Do you know how much trouble I've been through because of him? In the end, you sent him away too." Cashin mentioned bluntly, "Don't change the subject. What are you going to do about the emperor?" He wondered, "Are you just going to leave him like that?" Arisha was at a loss again, clenching her teeth tightly. Cashin was still nagging. "As a human, he's endured long enough. Aren't you tired?" Finally, Arisha, unable to bear it any longer, stood up and shouted, "My goodness." He seemed to know full well, but still asked deliberately, "What's wrong? Where are you going?" She turned around and rebuked with a frown, "You're really annoying." Cashin put down his teacup. "The Emperor is really lucky." He glanced over and said implicitly, "Because he has a daughter who is willing to save his life." The night sky had fallen over the Empire. It was quite quiet outside, concealing the churning undercurrents within. In Robertus's room, his confidants were standing guard vigilantly. Arisha entered with a worried look and commanded, "I have something to say to His Majesty. All of you may leave." The black-haired minister frowned. "Yes, but His Majesty still cannot open his eyes, Your Highness." Her face darkened as she replied, "I know." Seeing that terrifying aura, the minister could only stand up. "Yes, Your Highness." Seidel pushed the two ministers out and thoughtfully suggested, "Would you like to go for some tea?" Arisha sat down by his bedside. His injured arm was bandaged, but the dark magic still lingered around it. Seeing this, she could only sigh softly. Arisha placed her hand on Robertus's forehead, and golden magic manifested as well. Gradually, his tightly closed eyes opened. Finally, Robertus was able to sit up and call Arisha's name. She asked impatiently, "Why did you block it for me?" Arisha said affirmatively, "You should know too, that level of magic has no effect on me." He answered bluntly, "You say it has no effect, but that doesn't doesn't mean it won't hurt. Suddenly, she laughed out loud and chided, "You're really stupid to end up in this state." Arisha asked curiously again, "When you were facing death, did you regret blocking that for me?" After thinking for a moment, Robertus answered, "I regretted it." Hearing this, she turned her head slightly and sighed, as expected. Then he continued, "It was my fault." Robertus began to whisper, "I shouldn't have locked you up in the princess's palace." He covered his face and slumped down. "So please don't leave me like Cecilia did. If I lose you too, I probably won't be able to live on normally." These words surprised Arisha. Her hand also lifted but stopped mid-air. She replied, "I will not forgive your majesty." Robertus frowned and argued, "I don't intend to ask for your forgiveness. I'm not saying this for you to understand me. It's just," Arisha said coldly, "then just keep apologizing. Let that guilt follow you for the rest of your life." As soon as she finished speaking, she fell silent. Arisha's small hand reached out again, touching Robertus's arm, which was tainted with dark magic. As the golden light shone, he still gaped his mouth in disbelief. She remained focused on healing Robertus. In Arisha's heart, she understood that the time that had passed would never come back. She secretly decided, "What has happened will not disappear either, and I cannot forgive easily." He stared blankly at his recovering arm. Arisha pointed at herself confidently and declared, "I will become the emperor. Your Majesty," she further declared, "of all the things you possess, the most precious and rarest one, I will take it." Arisha's hand tightened slightly as she thought, "This is not the power of a wish, but my will." Hearing this, Robertus showed no anger, merely staring at her. He proposed, "I have something I want to show you." Robertus led the way, and Arisha followed closely behind. Walking in, there was something covered by a red cloth. She wondered, is this the emperor's private room? When a curtain was pulled aside, the emperor's crown was revealed. On the wall hung pictures of Cecilia or happy photos of the two of them together. Arisha just looked around with wide eyes. Among them was a photo of Robertus holding Arisha as a baby. She still asked with sharp words, "Are you trying to stir my pity?" He shook his head. "You said you wouldn't forgive me, so I think I must spend the rest of my life apologizing to you." Robertus said affirmatively, "But the power of the crown is another matter. I will never acknowledge you as the heir." He declared, "The position of heir will remain vacant forever. Anyone who is worthy can take this seat." After he spoke, Arisha also bowed her head slightly and smiled. "This is exactly what I was hoping for. I don't need help to take the position of heir." Robertus raised the crown with satisfaction. "That's right." He was full of expectation. "You must take it from my head and make it yours." She answered confidently, "I will definitely get it." "Your Majesty." Time passed quietly. Today was a beautiful day. In a crowded area, a familiar voice rang out, "Happy birthday, Your Highness." Arisha, wearing a cloak, said, "Thank you, Isabella." Isabella was confused. "Today is your birthday, yet you only came to visit the night market." She reminded her, "His Majesty said he would prepare a grand party for you." But she wasn't interested. "Well, I hate troublesome things." "But Isabella," Arisha asked, pointing to a poster on the wall, "didn't you say you wanted to see that?" Isabella blushed. "That's right. The content of this play is very romantic. It seems to be a love story about two people reuniting after 1,000 years." She murmured to herself, "How romantic." After a while, the two entered a theater to watch a movie. Both girls' cheeks were flushed, and Isabella couldn't help but shed tears. "It's such a beautiful story." Then the two went to eat snacks. She happily ate the skewer in her hand. The two of them walked around everywhere hand in hand. After dark, beautiful lights lit up the streets everywhere. Isabella pointed to a shop. "Your Highness, there are some cute masks here." She confidently put on Arisha. "It's a messenger cat." She was confused. "A cat? Why a cat?" Isabella smiled brightly. "Because you're a perfect fit for a cat." At this moment, an old memory seemed to appear before Arisha. "Aren't you a perfect fit for a cat?" Then, the two were also flirting and strolling. She thought about this memory in a panic. Seeing this, Isabella called out worriedly, "Your Highness, are you all right?" Arisha shook her head. "Emachem, I'm fine." She took her hand and suggested, "Let's go home." Suddenly, a series of beautiful fireworks shot into the night sky. Arisha looked up at the splendid scene around her. Suddenly, as if sensing something, she glanced behind her. The two continued to walk forward. She was still gazing into the distance. Arisha seemed to see her own body from before she shrank. A beautiful scene appeared, flowers and grass accompanied by a blue sky. Time passed, and the scenery of the four seasons also gradually changed. Flowers bloomed and withered, but the Sun Empire stood firm. The leaves changed color, then fell quietly. Snow fell and melted continuously, over and over again. Arisha stood by the window looking out. After witnessing the first snow a few times, she also began to feel bored. She murmured to herself and calculated 9 years have passed just like that. In the princess's room, a servant was asking for her opinion. "Your Highness, are you going out with the young lady of Duke Hedov's family today?" Arisha replied, "Yes." The servant suggested, "Then let me do your hair in an updo." She didn't complain and nodded, "Okay." Another servant behind was preparing clothes. "Your Highness, which dress would you like to wear?" Arisha thought for a moment and chose the pink one from last time. When she put it on, the servant couldn't help but praise, "Your Highness, you are so charming." Arisha was extremely beautiful. The servant's eyes sparkled again. "This dress suits you perfectly. It's almost like a part of your body." Suddenly, a servant beside her reminded, "But isn't the Emperor's birthday in a week?" The short-haired servant wondered, "Will His Majesty hold a party this time too?" She shook her head. "I haven't heard any news yet." Arisha recalled and thought, "Last time we had a meal together, he didn't say anything either." But in fact, this father and daughter didn't talk much. The long-haired servant said expectantly, "If there's a party, the palace will become lively after a long silence, right?" The short-haired servant continued, "His Majesty's gifts will surely be more than just one or two." The black-haired servant wondered, "Then has the princess prepared a gift for His Majesty?" Speaking of which, Arisha stammered, "A gift? What?" The scene shifts to a tea house. The waiter said politely, "Thank you, madam, goodbye, please come again." Now this blue-eyed friend had also grown up to be as beautiful as a flower. "Is that gift really okay, Your Highness?" This was none other than Isabella Hedov. "I know many jewelry stores." Arisha reassured her, "It's fine. At first I was thinking of a brooch." She nodded happily. "That's great. I hope His Majesty will like the gift." Then she asked with concern, "Was the trip with your fiancé fun?" Isabella's eyes widened as she answered yes. She blushed shyly. "If you have time, please come and visit my residence. He sent me flowers recently, so I've decorated the residence." Hearing this, Arisha also promised, "I'll come visit." Suddenly, Isabella was a little curious. "But has Your Highness never thought about marriage? This is the best age for engagement." But she thought it wasn't the time yet. She couldn't help but persuade a little. "It's not too late now. You should think about it slowly." Just then, someone came running from a distance. Behind them, someone was shouting, "Catch the thief." The two jumped aside and turned around. The young boy shouted, panting, "Get out of the way." Seeing him getting closer, Isabella said in fear, "He's running this way. Where is the security team?" But Arisha quickly stood in front of her, making Isabella say, in confusion, "Your Highness." Her red eyes were the same as ever, and blue magic faintly appeared. Arisha snapped her fingers lightly. The boy was still shouting loudly to get out of the way. He excitedly pushed aside the people in front of him to escape. Suddenly, magic from out of nowhere entangled his feet. The boy was bound by the force and suspended in midair. "What is this?" Arisha had a small magic circle in her hand, which she was still controlling. Immediately, the stolen bag fell from him, sending him into a panic. Then Arisha easily caught the bag amidst Isabella's admiring gaze. She turned to the owner. "Here you go." The girl hurriedly took it. "Thank you, Your Highness." Isabella exclaimed, "It's a good thing Your Highness was passing by." She also turned her head and smiled. Suddenly, Arisha said, "Miss, please go ahead first." This confused her, and she opened her mouth to ask, "Yes, is something wrong, Your Highness?" She replied, "I plan to hand this person over to the security team." Then the boy, who was tightly bound, fell to the ground. Arisha was still spinning the magic circle in her hand, her eyes shrewd to see if they were doing their job properly. The starry sky descended upon the beautiful Sun Empire. At a huge dining table, the father and daughter, Robertus and Arisha, sat opposite each other for a meal. As she was cutting her beef, he spoke up, "I heard." Robertus's eyes still weren't raised as he continued, "There was a disturbance in the central district today." She answered calmly, "Yes." It was nothing serious. After hearing this, He didn't show any reaction. When you plan to have bodyguards, Arisha said scornfully, "Can a knight order protect me?" At this, Robertus paused. "You fired the head of the security team, Baron Vegan." Arisha recalled the scene. That guy was bruised and swollen, begging for mercy nonstop. "I've committed a capital crime. Please forgive me." She sat happily in her chair, secretly assessing in her heart. To think the Baron would actually embezzle the money the royal family provided for the security team. Arisha didn't explain much, just thinking, because I can't kill him. I could only fire him. Her expression suddenly darkened, and her voice grew much colder. "You don't like it? A mediocre princess like me firing someone?" Robertus ate his steak calmly. "No." He understood that you have a reason for everything you do. Hearing this, Arisha didn't know what to say either, just pursing her lips slightly. Ignoring this, Robertus announced, "In 6 days, a delegation from the Western Empire will arrive here. That's before the Emperor's birthday." He said, "So I plan to hold a party." She said, somewhat surprised, "Really?" Robertus nodded. "That's right. That will be enough to welcome the delegation." In Arisha's heart, she thought happily, "It's a good thing I bought a gift. But there's another thing." He hesitated. "I heard that in this delegation." Robertus said, "The Crown Prince is also coming to visit." In a carriage, a guard also happily followed the person in front. "Your Highness, you look very happy." Seeing Adrian's hands constantly rubbing together, he wondered, "What are you looking forward to?" After a moment, he answered, "That person." The guard didn't understand what was happening and said, "Yes, that person." The magnificent palace gradually came into view. Finally, a faint smile appeared on the corners of Adrian's lips. He looked ahead and murmured, "I hope it arrives soon." The sky darkened, with countless stars and beautiful moonlight. Arisha pushed the door open and entered the room, holding a book. But when she saw the scene before her, she stopped in surprise. Seeing the person standing by the bed cleaning, Arisha asked Isabella, "What are you doing?" Hearing the voice, she quickly turned around. "You're back, Your Highness." "I am cleaning." She walked to a chair and sat down, not forgetting to complain. "I said there would be other people to do these things. There are many servants now. Isabella should be resting." Isabella nodded. "Yes, I know." Her beautiful blue eyes sparkled again. "But before, I didn't just clean Your Highness's room. I also helped you get ready to go out." Arisha also looked over happily, holding the book in her hand. Suddenly she wondered, why doesn't Isabella get married? This made Isabella blush shyly. What marriage at this age? Arisha asked in confusion, "What's wrong? You want to get married too, right? You've worked hard taking care of me your whole life." She immediately retorted, "What hard work? Please don't say that, Your Highness." Then Isabella pushed the topic back. "Your Highness is the one at a more suitable age for marriage than I am. Haven't you taken an interest in anyone?" Arisha shook her head. "No." Seeing her reading something intently, she was curious, "But what is that?" Arisha was still looking it up seriously. "I heard the Crown Prince is coming with the delegation from the Western Empire, so I wanted to learn about him beforehand." Finally she found it, and she cheered. Found it. The Crown Prince of the Western Empire. The information was recorded in full. Name Adrian Arland, son of a concubine who was a former maid. A hidden corner, because no one paid him any attention during his childhood. Then, but at the age of 10, he surpassed his brothers in the Crown Prince selection exam and rightfully ascended to the throne of the Crown Prince. Arisha commented, "An interesting story indeed." After reading, she also closed the book and placed it on the table. Arisha's eyes turned cold, very much worth looking forward to. The next morning, in the main castle of the Sun Empire, Arisha sat on a large chair. Below, the ministers were also lined up neatly. A guard announced, "The delegation from the Western Empire has arrived." The heavy doors gradually opened, and light from outside streamed in. The majestic blue-haired prince walked in. Arisha observed Adrian from a distance, thinking, deep blue hair and silver eyes. Then recalling the information she just got, she secretly assessed no resemblance to the previous emperor of the Western Empire at all. Before she could do anything, she saw Adrian walk over, smiling and staring at Arisha. This action surprised her quite a bit. Her eyebrows raised slightly, and Robertus's red eyes also narrowed. Below, he began to bow. "Crown Prince Adrian Arland of the Western Empire greets the son of the Empire." He replied politely, "Welcome. It seems everyone has had a tiring journey." Adrian turned to the items. "I have brought some gifts from the Western Empire for your majesty. I hope you will accept them with pleasure." Robertus nodded. "Thank you. I have prepared rooms for the delegation to rest. We will talk more at the party." He also saluted. "Thank you for your consideration." Suddenly, Adrian looked up. "But your majesty," he blushed and announced, "I have a proposal I wish to offer to the Lepeizer of the Eastern Empire from the Arland of the Western Empire." As soon as the words fell, he asked sternly, "A proposal?" Adrian turned to look at the beautiful Arisha. He said, word by word, "I hope that the star of the Eastern Empire," he continued, "can enroll in the Academy of the Western Empire." A while later, in a meeting with the ministers, Arisha decisively refused. "I don't want to go." "Why'd I have to go there?" But the brown-haired minister retorted, "Your Highness, this is a good opportunity for exchange between the two countries." The black-haired minister nodded and continued, "That's right, we haven't had any exchanges in the past 20 years. The young minister also tried to persuade, and the Academy of the Western Empire is of a high standard. You can learn a lot. Arisha was blunt and contemptuous. "Don't make me laugh. I don't need those things." This made that minister tear up. Suddenly someone interjected. Duke Hedov suggested, "Please treat it as a challenge. Until now, your diplomatic skills have not been demonstrated." He reminded her coldly, "In the past, other empires only flattered us. There were no proper exchanges." Hedov stood up abruptly, placed his hand on his chest, and said, "Please take this as part of proving your abilities, just as I asked you to prove 9 years ago." As soon as he finished, the entire room was enveloped in silence, as if waiting for an answer. Arisha slyly snapped her fingers and replied, "I don't want to go." Then a flash of golden magic appeared, and she had already teleported elsewhere. Hedov and the other ministers were very angry, only able to gape without saying a word. At this point, Roberta spoke, then until the delegation returns. He announced, "If the princess changes her mind, then I will give a reply." In the evening, at the welcome party for the Western Empire's delegation, Arisha stood gracefully in a corner. She held a glass of wine in her hand, tasting it little by little. Suddenly someone called out, "Your Highness." Arisha turned around quickly. A count approached and invited, "May I have this dance?" She smiled and politely refused. "Young lord, thank you for the invitation, but I sprained my ankle today, so I cannot dance." He scratched his head in disappointment. "Well, I can't do anything about that." Arisha covered her mouth and replied, "Thank you for your concern." Then the count bowed and left, and she immediately curtsied in return. Behind her, Debian's face was grim. "Your Highness," he blurted out, "what sprain?" Arisha casually said, "You also deliberately make up excuses to refuse." This made Debian very angry. "The problem is that you keep refusing. How long do you plan on having me, a nameless outsider, as your dance partner?" She comforted him, "Don't worry, you're still young." After saying that, she quickly ran off, and he could only shout helplessly from behind, "Your Highness." Seeing that she had gone far enough, Arisha stopped and took a breath. "I don't want to hear you nag anymore." Just then, a pair of shiny leather shoes appeared in her line of sight. "Greetings to the star of the Eastern Empire." It was Adrian. He made a bowing gesture. "Are you enjoying yourself?" Arisha paused for a moment, somewhat surprised, and then gave a slight nod. Then, she walked straight past him without any courtesy. "Excuse me." Adrian quickly turned to follow her. "Princess." He seemed a bit hesitant and began, "You." Arisha also turned around. Adrian asked earnestly, "Don't you remember me?" She stared at him again, feeling very confused. In Arisha's mind, she recalled Adrian's background. Adrian Arland, an unfortunate prince, the son of a maid, someone who looked nothing like the emperor, a foolish person, the shame of the royal family. At the same time, this was also the unfortunate prince who, while being bullied by his half-brothers, forcefully entered the list of candidates for crown prince despite the opposition of countless people. Furthermore, the condition for passing this assessment was to bring back something that clearly displayed the emperor's qualities. Even to save his mother, who was abandoned in a separate courtyard like a prisoner in a cold palace, he still vowed to ascend the throne. Time turned back to Kraken Lake 9 years ago. It turned out Adrian was that boy. He was sitting by a tree, panting. Adrian pressed his lips together tightly, his whole body trembling as he thought, "It's all ruined." He looked at the Kraken hiding angrily underwater and thought, "Because of that octopus, I can't do anything. If I'm not careful, I'll be hit by those giant tentacles and die." Adrian's gaze seemed to freeze. The Crown Prince trial. Candidates must bring back something that clearly displays the emperor's qualities. He knew very well, if I can't bring anything back, I'll become a laughingstock to those who oppose my inclusion in the list of candidates. Just as Adrian was in despair, "But I really don't know what to do, someone like me." Just then, a golden chain appeared. It startled him so much he jumped. It was Arisha, using magic to bind the Kraken. She smiled very smugly, revealing her cute canine teeth. Adrian stared blankly at this scene. Then, Arisha threw the Kraken's huge corpse on the ground and said, "You can have it." Finally, she didn't forget to warn, "Don't come near this lake again, because I don't know how many more Krakens are hiding out there." As soon as she finished speaking, she also disappeared behind that multicolored light, leaving him alone, stunned. Adrian kept widening his eyes, looking in the direction Arisha had left. Remembering everything, he seemed very emotional and called out, "Princess." Adrian hesitated. "You." Then he looked at her with a sincere gaze and asked, "Don't you remember me?" And Arisha looked at him, puzzled. Adrian didn't press, just waited like that. After a moment, she began, but she was interrupted by a guard. "So you were here, Your Highness the Crown Prince." This made him furious. After seeing the person next to him, he said in surprise, "Baron Branch." He lowered his head once more. Baron Branch saluted. "Greetings to the Star of the Eastern Empire. I am Baron Branch from the Western Empire's delegation." Arisha nodded. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Baron." Then he turned and announced, "Your Highness, the others are looking for you." Adrian looked up. "Is that so?" He bowed to her. "Then I'll see you later, Princess." Arisha also replied politely, "Enjoy yourself." She watched the departing figure. At the same time, Baron Branch was also observing Arisha. Suddenly he wondered, but why didn't the Star of the Empire give a gift to the Emperor? Her hand, holding a drink, froze. Arisha replied, "I already delivered it directly before the banquet started." In fact, she had forgotten. Baron Branch gave a dry laugh. "Is that so? What a pity." He continued to ramble. "I'm very curious what kind of wonderful gift the Star of the Eastern Empire would give." Her reaction was still cold. "A wonderful gift? Have you heard of one?" Suddenly, Baron Branch's eyes lit up, and he praised, "Crown Prince Adrian is very skilled in swordsmanship." So he presented a wolf he hunted himself as a birthday gift to the Emperor. Arisha replied with a single, weary word. She secretly scorned him in her heart. Just that? And he's still showing off. He sighed. Of course, Baron Branch seemed to be reminding her, the princess is a woman, so that would be very difficult. At this point, Arisha already understood his purpose. She raised a hand to cover her mouth in a light chuckle, then laughed out loud and commented, "There's no gift more wonderful than a wolf's pelt, right?" Baron Branch also agreed. "That's right." Before he could be happy for long, he heard Arisha announce, "I'll have to go catch one too." This stunned him. Yes, she snapped her fingers. "Excuse me." She vanished immediately, and Baron Branch shouted in alarm. "What?" He looked around for her, muttering, "She's gone." Just then, Adrian also turned back and asked, "Baron, has the princess returned?" Baron Branch's face was pale. "The princess suddenly vanished in front of me using teleportation magic." He exclaimed in confusion, "What?" At that moment, there was another tremor, and the two of them immediately looked over. It was Arisha, returning with the corpse of a giant wolf. The guests jumped in fright, some covering their faces with their fans in fear. "What is it? What happened?" They wondered. "A wolf? Why is there a magical beast here?" She paid them no mind and looked directly at Baron Branch, asking, "What do you think, Baron?" Arisha's voice deepened. "If you're going to present a wolf, it should at least be this size, right?" Now Adrian understood everything, and he trembled in fear. On the other hand, she was smiling like an angel, thinking to herself, why avoid a fight that comes looking for you? How dare he challenge me? After a moment, Adrian bowed and said, "On behalf of the Baron, I apologize for what just happened." Princess Arisha sighed and replied, "It's all right. It's not the Crown Prince's fault." He still hesitated. "Princess, you don't want to go to the Western Empire?" She nodded yes. Adrian's voice was a little weak. "It's truly a shame. I really wanted the princess to come to the Western Empire." Hearing this, Arisha looked up and asked why. Above, the large full moon was shining down on the forest below. He lowered his head, as if gathering his words. When he looked up, his face was red, and he said in a low voice, "I've had a crush on you for a long time." As soon as he finished, she opened her mouth in surprise. Arisha wondered, "We've only just met." Adrian retorted, "We met 9 years ago." She exclaimed in confusion again. 9 years ago? He still wasn't angry and replied, "It's all right if you don't remember. It's enough that I remember." Arisha was stunned once more. The banquet ended, and the sky was filled with stars. A youthful voice sounded. "Where are you going?" She replied, "To the academy in the Western Empire." "You're going too?" It was Cashin. "What? Why'd I have to go there?" Arisha understood. "You like places like academies. Besides, if I'm not around, you'll start complaining about being bored." At this, he could only be silently annoyed, unable to refute it because it was too true. Cashin was curious, "But why do you have to go? What would the Emperor do if you said no?" She turned and looked down. It's just that I have a question. He also looked over a question. Arisha's red eyes sharpened as she stared below. She emphasized word by word, the crown prince of the Western Empire. Below, guards were chasing after Adrian. Please forgive me, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Arisha said in a low voice, I'm curious. Cashin saw him too, his brow furrowing even more. Why be curious? She recounted. He said it was love at first sight for him. Hearing this, he couldn't help but stick out his tongue. Afterwards, he got a smack on the head, the consequence of talking back. After finishing their visit to the Sun Empire, Adrian and his guards set off for home. Seidel saluted. I wish you a safe journey. He said shyly, His Majesty is very sorry, but he couldn't see you off personally due to urgent state affairs. He smiled and replied, It's all right, I couldn't possibly blame you for the work of the Empire. Arisha knew better, pouting as she thought. What urgent state affairs? He's probably just sitting in his office, stamping documents. Suddenly, Adrian took a step closer and called out, Princess. Arisha covered her mouth. Your Highness the Crown Prince, please be careful on your journey. She wondered to herself, am I being too fake? Suddenly, he reached out, took her fingers, and then raised them to his level. Arisha remained frozen in place. Then came a gentle kiss that Adrian placed on the back of her hand. He waited and began, until the day we meet again. While Arisha was stunned, Adrian continued to speak gently. I wish the princess. He continued, please be sure to take care of yourself. In Robertus's room, he was sitting seriously, looking at a document. Robertus stared at the paper for a long time, as if in deep thought. On the paper was an invitation to enroll in the Academy of the Western Empire, but it had been crumpled. His red eyes suddenly sharpened. Blue magic appeared along with a beautiful skirt hem. The only person with such a privilege was none other than Arisha. Robertus immediately took out a pen and began writing diligently. Is something wrong? She said bluntly, because you didn't say a word when the delegation left. So I came here first. He nodded and said, I have already received Seidel's report on the Western Empire's delegation. Robertus affirmed, so I didn't think there was anything that needed to be reported separately. Hearing this, Arisha thought, it seems he's already concluded that I won't be going to the academy. Suddenly she announced, I'm going to the academy in the Western Empire. He stopped his pen. At some point, several scribbled strokes had appeared on the paper. If it's for the sake of that minister, you don't need to do this. Robertus explained, although we haven't had exchanges with the Western Empire for a long time, there's still no issues. Arisha shook her head. It's not for that reason. She replied, I chose to go myself. Hearing this, he fell silent again. Then he gave a light chuckle. So that's how it is. Robertus asked in return, do you regret this decision? Arisha affirmed again, no. She urged, so you just need to stamp the document you're looking at. It turned out Arisha had been observing his actions all along. She laughed mockingly. Before I start to lose interest in the Western Empire. Even so, Robertus was still worried. Among your reasons for wanting to go to the academy, is that Crown Prince one of them? Hearing this, Arisha exclaimed in confusion. Huh? He shook his head. It's nothing. A few more days passed, and the day of departure for the Western Empire arrived. A crowd gathered at the palace gate. Arisha announced happily, then I'm off. She had already changed her appearance to suit Arisha's age. Raven, with messy hair and dark circles under his eyes, lamented, without the princess, I'll have to lead the research team myself. The logistics staff cried out, Princess, don't go. What will we do without you? She comforted them. Don't be dramatic. I'm only going for a year anyway. Suddenly someone shouted, Your Highness. It was Debian. Please take care. Arisha held his hand and ordered, You've done well. I'll check the research documents when I return. He smiled. You're truly amazing, Your Highness. Seeing this, she also smiled in satisfaction. Arisha turned and called for Isabella. She held her hand. I'll write often. Oh no, I'll write every day. Isabella urged, Your Highness, you must take care of your health and not skip meals. Arisha nodded. I told you, don't worry. She also didn't forget to remind Isabella, you shouldn't skip meals either. Since I'm not here, you must eat well and sleep well, and don't feel sad because you're lonely. Just as Arisha wanted to say a few more words. Furthermore, Cashin frowned. You talk too much. Then he snapped his fingers, and a black magic circle appeared. In front of everyone, she disappeared. Isabella was stunned, and she cried out worriedly, Your Highness. But the scene had already shifted to the Western Empire. Arisha's angry shout echoed. This idiot, she yelled. I was in the middle of saying something important to Isabella. The loud voice drew the attention of those around Arisha. She ruffled Cashin's hair. Who told you to teleport? He raged. My hair. It hurts. Seeing this, a servant reminded her in a low voice, Your Highness, many people are watching. She finally let go. For the sake of those maids, I'll spare you. Cashin knelt on the ground and lamented, Teleporting is faster. You're overreacting. Suddenly someone called out, Lord Cashin. He looked up. The maid reminded him, Please stop. You still have to complete the enrollment procedures. Please take this back. Cashin wondered, Only me? What about her? Arisha replied smugly, I've already completed the enrollment procedures with the Western Empire's royal family. Immediately, she received a resentful glare. She shouted, What are you looking at? Cashin helplessly dusted off his hands and feet and stood up. He muttered as he shouldered his bag, Just my luck. While Cashin was annoyed, she was smiling slyly. Just then, someone appeared by her side. Princess. A bald man came running. Greetings to you. He bowed, panting. I am Monsieur, ordered to guide the star of the Eastern Empire. Arisha nodded. I see. It's a pleasure to meet you. Monsieur hurriedly explained, I was waiting at the port, but I heard you had already arrived at the academy, so I rushed over. My apologies for being late. She replied politely, It's all right. But in her mind, she was cursing. It's all because that Cashin used teleportation magic so carelessly. Hearing her reply, he suggested, Then let's go. I will guide you. Another person appeared behind Monsieur. Arisha wondered, What are you doing here? The newcomer asked, Princess, what are you doing here? She answered pretentiously, The new students are about to enroll, so the student council has a lot of work to do. Her gaze swept over, but then looked at Arisha. Who is that? He turned and introduced, Pardon me, Princess. This is the daughter of Duke Buliria, the only ducal family in the Empire. She nodded, I see. Young lady of the Duke, this is the one and only princess from the Eastern Empire. Erica said in a superior tone, So you're my junior. Then she asked, feigning friendliness, So that's the princess? Arisha frowned and thought, What's with this attitude? On the other hand, Erica continued, It's a bit late to greet you now. She saluted, I'm honored to meet the star of the Eastern Empire. Then she introduced herself. I am Erica Buliria, the young lady of Duke Buliria of the Western Empire. But Arisha just crossed her arms and replied, A pleasure to meet you, young lady of the Duke. But Erica wasn't angry and asked, I heard you would be enrolling midterm this time, so it is my great honor to meet such a princess. She nodded, Thank you for the welcome. The young lady of the Duke is quick to gather information. She didn't hide it and replied, It's because I heard His Highness the Crown Prince went to the Eastern Empire himself to invite the princess. Erica didn't forget to show off. I'm also in my third year, in the same class as His Highness the Crown Prince. Suddenly her gaze sharpened, as if declaring her sovereignty. You could say that in this academy, I am the closest person to him. Arisha feigned politeness, I see. But in her mind, she was confused. I didn't ask about that. Soon, Erica returned to her usual state. If the princess encounters any difficulties at the academy, just come find me. She gave a generous look and said, I'll be happy to help whenever you need it. An undercurrent flowed between the two. Time passed, and a few days later, it was the day of enrollment at the Western Empire's academy. There were many people in the room, with one person seated above. Arisha covered her mouth and let out a loud, unapologetic yawn. She sighed and thought, so sleepy. When will this end? On the stage, the teacher announced again, Next, I will present the certificate to the top student. While Arisha was happily munching on snacks, he continued, The representative for the address is. The name called was Cashin, which surprised her. Seeing him walk forward in high spirits, Arisha's mouth fell open. The female students were immediately captivated. Who is that handsome guy? Oh my. Everyone was full of praise. He's the representative for the address. And with that face too. The teacher praised him endlessly. This student achieved the highest score in the history of the Academy's magic entrance exam. So I will present this certificate to him. Cashin accepted with a smile, thinking, not bad. Seeing this, Arisha could only sigh. On the stage, the teacher shouted loudly again. Finally, I would like to announce to all new students, he declared, please check the room assignment list posted outside the hall, and then proceed to your dormitories. At the same time, he added, please note that for the 3 years at the academy, you are not allowed to change roommates. She wanted to check as well. The teacher emphasized, unless there is a special reason. On the notice board, Arisha saw Arisha Delapetzer, Isabel Rona. After a while, Cashin and she went to the dormitory with their luggage. Arisha turned to him. You seem happy. Cashin replied, replied, as if it were obvious. If you want to build good relationships with people, you have to have it. Then he put on a pitiful look. You only have me as a friend, so of course you wouldn't know about such things. She replied thoughtfully, a friend, huh? I really don't have any. This stunned him, and he pointed at himself. Then what am I? Arisha hesitated. You are. Then she answered without hesitation, an enemy. Suddenly, an arrow pierced through Cashin's body. Leather shoes gradually approached the door of the room. She looked up. So it's here. Arisha slowly pushed open the door. Who's my roommate? The name seems a bit like Isabella. Just then, a blonde girl inside was cleaning the room. Hearing the sound, she immediately turned around. When she saw who it was, her brown eyes widened slightly. Then she quickly bowed. Greetings, princess. I am your roommate, Isabel Rona. Arisha lowered her hand to Isabel's level. She smiled friendly and replied, I hope you'll take good care of me, Isabel. She blushed shyly. I hope you'll take good care of me, Arisha observed, pointing to the other side. Then may I use the bed over here? Isabel was still blushing. Please feel free, princess. She walked to her spot and placed her suitcase on the desk. Then she turned to observe her roommate. Suddenly Arisha called out, Isabel. She jumped and exclaimed, yes, Your Highness. She sat on the bed and asked, which department are you in, Isabel? Isabel replied, I'm in the swordsmanship department. Arisha's eyes widened as she nodded. That suits you well. Suddenly, Isabel became dejected. Does it really suit me? She said sadly, people always say I'm not suited for swordsmanship. She guessed to herself, is it because of her appearance? But Arisha commented and comforted her, no, Isabel, you are very well suited to be a swordswoman. She encouraged to have confidence. This surprised Isabel and made her eyes widen. She hesitated. Thank you, princess. Arisha said calmly, I'm just speaking my mind. After a moment, Isabel spoke again, Your Highness. She looked up. She suggested shyly, if it's no trouble, you could just call me Beth. It's more familiar. Arisha nodded happily. All right, Beth. These words moved Isabel greatly, and she chattered on. Your Highness, would you like to have dinner with me? I'll show you the way. Night fell, and a star-filled night sky appeared. The dining hall was already crowded with seated people. Someone exclaimed, the new students this time are so cute. A burly blonde man said grimly, really something to look forward to. Those two guys were harassing two other female students. The black-haired female student bit her lip tightly, thinking, I heard the crown prince was handsome, so I came all the way to the dining hall to see him. In her heart, she was also very angry, who knew I'd run into these ugly guys who are now harassing me. Suddenly, one of the guys put his hand on the black-haired student's shoulder. What's wrong? Little puppies, he suggested flirtatiously. Want to have dessert with us later? We'll take you to a place only we know. She exploded, slamming her water glass on the table. I'm leaving. But the persistent hooligan continued to pester her. It'll be fun if you come with me. The black-haired student closed her eyes and threw the water glass with force. In her heart, she decided, I can't take it anymore, he's too ugly. This made him shout angrily, damn it, what the hell? She opened her eyes in fear. Her whole body trembled. The hooligan, his face covered in water, shouted, Do you want to die? The black-haired student stammered, No, senior, it's not like that. He had already raised his hand to teach her a lesson. This one is truly disrespectful. She covered her face with her hands, thinking to herself, I'm done for. But the hooligan's hand was caught by someone. He turned his head in surprise, exclaiming, What is it? The next second, his entire body was pulled away by a force. Then, Arisha slammed the hooligan hard onto the ground, cracking the floor. Everyone turned their heads to watch the gossip here. The blonde hooligan asked worriedly, Hey, are you okay? She turned her head and said, It's fine. The black-haired student blushed, moved. Arisha flicked her hair and announced, He's passed out. The sky outside was gradually darkening, and the meeting came to an end. Adrian tidied up some documents. Good work, everyone. Just as he finished speaking, someone called him President. Erica came over gently and reported, I've organized the documents you requested for the new student welcome party. Adrian stood up politely and said, You've worked hard. He gave a friendly smile. Thank you for staying with me, young lady of the Duke. Erica replied gently and humbly, where the president is, the vice president must be. It's only natural. Adrian politely said it was getting late and they should stop working. Her girlish heart was cheering yes. Or maybe I should ask him to dinner. Then Erica called out affectionately, Your Highness. She invited in a sweet voice, If you have time, please have dinner with me, Your Highness. He didn't answer. Erica started to feel anxious. What is he looking at? Just then, Arisha was chatting happily. Erica happened to see her. Adrian now noticed her. He quickly turned around, blushing as he apologized. I'm sorry, young lady of the Duke. Erica still acted friendly. No, it's nothing. But her hands were trembling. Is that so? Adrian excused himself first. Then I'll be going. I have something urgent to attend to. She nodded, all right. The footsteps gradually faded, leaving only Erica there. Her face was grim, and her mood was terrible. The princess of the Eastern Empire. As expected, I don't like the look of her at all. On the other side, bright lights illuminated the path. Thank you so much, Your Highness. She bowed and introduced herself. I am Daisy Insurance, daughter of Count Insurance. Daisy slowly expressed her gratitude. If Your Highness hadn't helped, I don't know what I would be facing right now. Arisha smiled politely, not minding such things. It's nothing. I just drove away someone who was being noisy in the dining hall. But Daisy moved closer to her face and said again, no. She began to narrate, if it weren't for Your Highness. This piece of cake is really delicious. Try it. A strange light gleamed in Daisy's eyes the moment you appeared. I realized a halo was shining directly on Arisha. This made her a bit awkward. I used to only know how to look for handsome guys. How foolish I was. Her hair fluttered in the shimmering light, the silver strands so dazzling. Arisha gently tucked her hair behind her ear. Daisy noticed every detail of her face, those cold yet affectionate pink eyes, and even her strength and the courage to protect others. In Daisy's eyes, she was an idol. Your Highness is so magnificent. Daisy clasped her hands and expressed, this is the first time my heart, which only knew how to love handsome guys, has pounded to this extent. Daisy pulled Arisha slightly closer. But just then, a cough was heard, startling Daisy. She quickly bowed her head and apologized. I'm sorry, Your Highness. I'll control my emotions. Arisha smiled gently, making Daisy's heart flutter again. It's all right, Arisha continued, seen through Daisy's adoring eyes. On the contrary, I'm also happy to be praised like this. Daisy's heart pounded wildly. If there's anything you need, please don't hesitate to tell me. I'll do everything in my power to help you. Arisha replied, thank you, Daisy. Daisy lifted her skirt to curtsy and bid farewell, then hurried away. I'll be on my way then. Arisha crossed her arms and smiled, gazing into the distance. Suddenly, someone called out to her from behind, Your Highness the Princess. It was Adrian. She returned the greeting politely. It's been a while, Your Highness the Crown Prince. He said a bit shyly, yes, a lot has happened recently, so I wasn't able to come see you. She didn't seem to mind much. It's all right, that's normal. After a moment, Adrian seemed to have something difficult to say. He smiled gently and said, please speak casually just like last time. At this, Arisha felt an indescribable awkwardness, thinking to herself, you mean after you confess to me, you still want me to speak informally? She crossed her arms and said sternly, are you suggesting a one-sided informal exchange? Adrian blushed and said with a smile, if that is what the princess wishes, then I'll agree to anything. So Arisha nodded. All right, let's do that then. The two then moved on to another topic. Does the princess know that there will be a welcome party for new students in 3 days? I just heard about it in the dining hall. Adrian didn't want to be long-winded, and I don't need to waste my breath, right? Hearing this, she didn't quite understand. What? He began to lead her into the topic. It turned out that on that day, he wanted to ask her, could you give me a chance to dance with you? Soon, the ball arrived as scheduled. It was the welcome party for new students, and the melodious sound of the piano filled the air with a European ambience. Distinguished guests also came forward to converse. Erica was walking around the party, seemingly looking for someone. She walked up and asked Daisy, Lady Daisy, have you seen the princess? Daisy slowly replied, I'm looking for her too, but I haven't seen her yet. As Erica walked, she muttered to herself, where did the princess go? At that moment, a man was standing in the middle of a spacious hallway. A hand placed a red book on the desk, and he slowly sat down before it. Rowan smiled gently, reading a book at his leisure. Just then, a voice came from behind. It must be tough. A strand of white hair gently brushed past his face. Arisha stood beside him, silent. She gently patted Rowan's shoulder. It must be tough. His emotions froze in an instant, and he thought, when did she get here? I didn't notice at all. Arisha's voice held a hint of sorrow. Don't you find anything strange? It's not that bad. Rowan averted his gaze and looked elsewhere. To think this person was reading a book that even skilled magicians found difficult to understand. Then she praised him. You're quite smart. Rowan excitedly stood up and retorted, no, it's not like that. His hands were clenched tightly, trembling slightly. Definitely not. Then he shyly ran out of the room. It's not like that. She had wanted to call out to Rowan, but she was a step too late. Arisha chuckled softly, finding Rowan's actions a bit silly and cute. She watched Rowan's hastily retreating back. That kid. Arisha smiled gently, thinking to herself, if you look closely, he's actually quite cute. In another luxurious room filled with books, Arisha sat swinging her feet, calculating the time. When will this party ever end? She recalled what had just happened with Adrian. Sorry, I'm not attending the party. Yes, why? It's too much trouble. She had rejected the crown prince's proposal because she didn't want to go to the party. She sighed, so boring. Just as she was sitting alone in a daze, she heard someone calling out, Your Highness, are you here? When Isabel finally found her, she was panting happily. I finally found you. Arisha stood up and asked softly, What are you doing here? Aren't you enjoying the party? She replied hurriedly, Your Highness suddenly disappeared, so I came looking for you. She took Arisha's hand and pleaded, Your Highness, please hurry inside and enjoy the party. As the sound of clinking glasses filled the party, everyone was waiting for Her Highness. The talented and beautiful people were dancing the Latin dance. The young ladies and princesses anxiously gathered around and asked, Princess, where have you been? I really wanted to see you and greet you. Arisha, holding a wine glass, smiled politely. It's my pleasure. Finally, I came after all, but then she froze. What should I do if I run into the crown prince? Goodness, I used such a ridiculous excuse to turn him down. I refused to dance with him on the grounds that I wasn't attending the party, but if he finds out I'm here. Then came a polite greeting. Greetings to you, princess. Erica, dressed in a gorgeous gown, walked over. Arisha returned the greeting happily. We meet again, young duchess. She acted friendly. I'm also a student at this academy. They exchanged a few pleasantries. Allow me to introduce the ladies present. It's a great honor to meet the star of the Sun Empire. The pleasure is mine. She introduced the people around her to Arisha one by one. This is Lady Frances. It seems this lady also majors in magic, just like the princess. Yes, that's right. Her tone was meaningful. Then, with feigned friendliness, she added, Then, when the princess runs into difficulties, please be sure to lend a hand. Princess, if you need help. But Arisha paid no mind to Erica's words. Then you can ask Lady Frances anytime. She didn't care. She had noticed Rowan, who had been shy with her earlier. Is that the kid from before? Isabel moved closer to her and reminded her softly, Your Highness. At this, Erica's face darkened, and she asked unpleasantly, I'm sorry, what did you say? Isabel whispered again. She said that lady is in the same department as the princess, so you can ask for help anytime. I see. Arisha replied with a smile. Thank you for your concern. She continued to smile calmly, hiding her inner displeasure. That's only natural. So from now on, Lady Frances. But Arisha cut her off, her eyes cold. I'm not sure what she would need help with, so she probably won't be of much help. Hearing this, she was a little taken aback. Yes, the melodious sound of the piano still filled the ballroom. The talented and beautiful people held hands and danced to the music. Before doing anything else, it's time to dance, right? It should be. Ladies, please go find your dance partners. Erica looked around, searching for someone. Where is His Highness the Crown Prince? She saw the person she was looking for. So he was here. She greeted politely. Greetings to you, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Erica stepped forward, intending to ask him to dance. Your Highness, would you? Before she could finish, she heard Princess. Adrian sincerely extended his hand and asked Arisha, Will you dance with me? Although she didn't really want to, she couldn't refuse here due to diplomatic relations. So she took Adrian's hand and accepted the invitation. All right, the chandeliers in the magnificent room sparkled. The two began to dance a graceful rumba. Arisha looked at him emotionlessly. Hey, I remember I clearly said I refused to dance with you. Adrian simply said yes. But since the princess is attending this party, he continued, I gathered my courage again. Did I make the princess uncomfortable? She turned her face away to avoid his gaze. No, not really. While dancing, she noticed Erica's shoulders were trembling with anger. Arisha glanced over, knowing full well. I can feel that disgust. Isabel stood by, watching the scene, deeply moved. Your Highness, Rowan also had to stop in his tracks. So beautiful. He was planning to do something. Glancing to the side, he saw Arisha dancing hand in hand. In an instant, he was captivated by Arisha's beauty. As she danced hand in hand with Adrian, Princess, his broad shoulders were full of dignity. Night fell over the Sun Empire, the bright moon hanging high. I really can't understand it. Francis took a sip of tea indignantly. Why did His Highness the Crown Prince ask the Princess of the Sun Empire for the first dance, and not the young Duchess? The others felt the same. That's right. The one to have the first dance with the Crown Prince should have been the young Duchess. Erica drank her tea calmly, unperturbed. Where on earth did she pop out from and snatch him away? She acted friendly. Everyone, please calm down. Erica put on a fake, kind smile. His Highness the Crown Prince had no choice either. Besides, the other party is the Princess of the Sun Empire, so I can understand. Hearing this, everyone felt admiration. As expected, the young Duchess is truly kind to be able to keep smiling in a situation like this. Francis had no intention of letting it go. But regardless, we have to do something about it, right? Then someone chimed in, of course. Francis continued, it's best to nip it in the bud from the start, so she can't entertain those ridiculous ideas anymore. Or should we humiliate her in front of everyone? Another young lady let out a soft laugh. Suddenly someone called out, my lady. Erica's shadow was reflected in the red teacup. Perhaps the young lady hasn't been here long, so she doesn't understand everything yet. Francis glanced aside. The method the young lady suggests doesn't meet our standards. Erica raised her teacup and said only one thing. We can't lose our dignity and pride over such trivial matters. Hearing this, Francis felt deeply ashamed. I'm sorry, I just couldn't accept it. Then she continued, but Erica, that two-faced bitch, affirmed part of it. Just as the young lady said, we must nip it in the bud. A murderous aura surrounded her teacup, so that she won't even think about coveting my position. The next morning, at the Noble Academy, Arisha yawned repeatedly, feeling bored. She quite liked this current feeling. It was so peaceful. Arisha lazily reviewed the things she had done. Arisha screening humanity, being imprisoned, almost becoming emperor, fighting with the emperor, kidnapping. These were the chapters Arisha had written according to her own will. The true meaning of life is when nothing happens. Just then, she heard a strange sound. What was that? Arisha looked closely and recognized him. Rowan was fiddling with something under a tree. She thought that person looked a bit familiar. Then, the school bell rang. Rowan sat leisurely and elegantly by the tree, reading a book, carefully turning each page. Just then, a leaf fell onto the page of the book. He looked up blankly. Hello. Arisha bent down slightly, startling Rowan. She gave a friendly and open smile. Rowan shrank back and stammered. There was no one here, just now. She smiled naturally and said, Magic. The view is clear, and the sunlight is spilling onto the wall. It seems your highness also appeared silently like this last time. He blushed a little and asked her, how did you do that? Arisha crossed her arms and thought. I thought this person was just shy, who knew he was so curious. Then she noticed the book on his lap. It seems this person is more studious than I thought. She hummed and said, let me see. Arisha revealed a gentle smile. While Rowan was still in a daze, Arisha asked softly, are you curious? She leaned toward him and started talking. Then tell me about the book you're reading, and I'll tell you this. He slowly began, this book is about the White Witch. Arisha found it interesting and pressed. Is this a legend you like? Rowan looked around and answered seriously, no, I don't particularly like it either. Then he blushed a little and said with a smile, it's because I find the legend interesting. I read often. Arisha's hair danced in the wind. Is that so? She recalled a small theory. Then let me tell you an interesting story. The pages of the book stopped turning. The beginning of that legend was an unexpected fact. It wasn't recorded in any book. The story began. It all started with a little girl who believed the words of a passing gentleman and prayed under the full moon. That child gradually grew into a beautiful child. The child's prayers for her father's recovery awakened the eyes of the witch, which had been dormant for hundreds of years. Rowan listened carefully to every word. Of course, the child's wish also came true. He looked at Arisha very intently. She felt uncomfortable again. Why are you looking at me like that? Rowan was startled and expressed sincerely, your highness's face doesn't look like you're telling. Not a legend. His words were truly serious. Arisha stared at him without blinking. She said innocently, I'm not the type to show my emotions on my face to begin with. Yes, in thought, she turned her head and asked, but do you know who I am now? His expression was a bit awkward. Yes. Rowan stood up and placed a hand on his shoulder in a salute. My apologies for the late greeting. I am Rowan Orful, a first-year student in the Department of Political Science. Arisha crossed her arms and introduced herself sternly. You probably already know, but I am Arisha Delapisser, a second-year student in the Department of Magic. Suddenly, he turned to another spot. What's wrong? Rowan's expression suddenly changed. He had a bad feeling. It seemed like something had just fallen. The sound of footsteps had just reached them. The two left their seats to search around. Rowan quickly saw something. Arisha also heard the sound. What is it? Rowan gently held a small bird in his hands. A bird just fell. She looked at it and nodded. That's right, it's this one. Arisha was a bit confused. But why is it so wet? Rowan felt the same. I don't know either. Then the two of them looked up at the same time. The sky above was clear and blue, with a gentle breeze. It wasn't raining, and there was no place for water to be flowing down from. Arisha rested her chin in her hand, thinking, first, I have to help this bird fly again. Rowan, cradling the bird preciously in his hands, said, then I'll take it back to the dormitory and dry its feathers. Arisha said softly, causing his expression to change, no need. She stretched out her hand and cast a spell on the bird. There's no need. A golden aura enveloped the small bird. The bird gradually dried. In an instant, the bird woke up. It recovered its health and flew high into the sky. It's fine now. Its wings brushed past the leaves. Rowan looked tenderly at the leaf that had fallen on her head and called out softly, Princess. Rowan brought his face slightly closer to Arisha's, their eyes meeting. Wait a moment. His hand removed the leaf from her head. Rowan blushed and held the leaf in front of him. There was a leaf on your head. The two stood motionless, gazing at each other on a day with a refreshing breeze. A man and a woman stood facing each other. The situation made him feel shy, and he blushed. That Rowan was a meter away from her. I'm sorry. Arisha was helpless. It's all right. He averted his gaze and said, because I noticed the leaf that fell on the princess's head, I unconsciously. Arisha still showed no emotional fluctuation. That was no big deal. Why are you so embarrassed? He extended a hand and said, shall we head back now then? All right. The two walked together through the fresh forest. She gently patted Rowan. Then she patted his head and cast a spell. Rowan reflexively turned his head. He hurried forward and asked, Princess, are you all right? She replied, I'm fine, no problem. She turned her hand over to show him. It's just water. Just then, someone ran over, shouting, I'm sorry. The young man apologized hurriedly. I didn't know anyone was here, so I was practicing magic. Arisha could understand. It turned out the magic had gone astray. That's why it flew over here. The two started talking. You must have been scared. I'm really sorry. Water magic is more effective if you can control your mana gently. Yes, Arisha gave a little guidance. Not like that. She skillfully controlled the magic. This is the right way to do it. Arisha guided him naturally. If you focus on the flow of mana, you'll do well. But next time, you must be careful not to hit anyone. The young man was very grateful. I'm really grateful. Rowan turned his head and said in admiration, Princess, you're really skilled at using magic. Arisha said in a matter-of-fact tone, any magician can do this much. Rowan immediately shrank back upon hearing this. Yes. No, it's not like that. Only the voices of the two were around. How freely can the princess control magic? Let me see. Are you curious? Arisha showed no emotion. Are you curious? Rowan nodded in reply, yes. As expected, whenever this person was curious, his eyes would change. Arisha understood Rowan's intention. All right. She held out her hand and said with a smile, then I'll show you. Arisha invited, come here. Rowan shyly took her hand. Very good. She curled her full lips. At that moment, Rowan's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Stars twinkled in the cosmic night sky. Footsteps walked quietly on the stone floor. The two arrived in a bustling town. Arisha acted surprised. So this is what the streets of the Western Empire look like. She glanced over slightly. Rowan was not in good shape at all. Are you all right? I'm fine. It's my first time using teleportation. He slowly recovered his senses. I'll calm down now. Rowan stood in the middle of the crowded street. Rowan was very confused. How on earth did you do that? There wasn't even a magic circle. She said confidently, I'm good at magic. I am naturally talented. His face turned a little red again. This can't be just talent. Then his eyes lit up with admiration. In the academy. No, in this empire, only the princess can use such extraordinary magic. It's not to that extent yet. Then she also expressed sincerely, but Rowan, actually, there's a problem. Rowan asked curiously, what problem? Arisha looked at him meaningfully. You. Then she looked around the street. Do you know where this is? Arisha looked at him meaningfully. Do you know where this is? Rowan was a bit confused. Did she teleport to a place I don't know? Arisha's gaze was a bit evasive. Yeah, I haven't had time to wander around this empire, and most I've just toured a little. Rowan said blankly, I see. His gaze fell upon the street. The street looked very old and beautiful. Perhaps this is the residential area around the academy, and the academy is over there. Is that so? Then let's take a comfortable tour. Arisha walked forward to take a look. He thought behind her and called out, Princess. Rowan then suggested, we should probably head back. She felt anxious. So soon? Arisha quickly argued, we haven't even sightseen yet. If we miss this chance, who knows when we can come out again? Rowan thought, but it's almost lunchtime. If we're found to have left without permission, then we'll be punished. She crossed her arms, her expression turning serious. But even if we go back now, we won't make it in time. We'll be spotted if we go through the main gate. Rowan suggested a good idea. The princess can use teleportation magic. But Arisha disagreed. No. Arisha sighed and said with a laugh, how could I possibly use teleportation magic consecutively? I can't do it. Rowan finally understood. I see, I'm sorry. My thinking was too shallow. He thought for another moment. Then what should we do? Rowan couldn't think of a better way. There's no choice. We have to sneak into the academy without being discovered. Arisha still didn't quite understand. Rowan took her hand. Pardon my rudeness. For a moment, Arisha was in a bit of a daze. Rowan walked on with a serious expression. The two, with different feelings in their hearts, walked side by side. When they reached the school gate, as expected, the main gate was blocked. Rowan carefully looked behind him. He rarely moved around. Arisha said, I told you so. His voice carried a hint of disappointment. If only I knew his shift change time. Arisha thought for a few minutes. She secretly glanced outside the gate again. Arisha used magic and entered the school without the guards noticing. The magic penetrated to the administration office. It reached the place where information files were stored. A piece of paper was clearly posted on the wall. Next shift change in 30 minutes. The shift change is in 30 minutes. That's too long. Just then, she saw an acquaintance. Oh, Cashin. Arisha watched, feeling a wave of disgust. Look at that fake smile. But there was no other way, so she could only call out to him, hey. A ray of light pierced the back of Cashin's neck. Cashin revealed a mysterious smile. His hand was about to touch that ray of light. A hand crushed and evaporated it, giving Arisha a headache and making her grit her teeth in anger. That guy, Rowan, asked worriedly, are you all right? Arisha replied softly, it's nothing. The two thought for a moment, but going through the main gate is a bit difficult. I think so too. Arisha came up with an idea, or this idea isn't bad either. Let's try going around to the side. The two stood before a 3-meter-high wall. The two looked up, their thoughts aligned. It seemed climbing it wasn't very feasible. I told you so. Arisha cast a spell. There's no one here, so it should be fine to use magic now. It's probably time to take him back. Just then, someone shouted, Your Highness. Arisha looked up and recognized Isabel. The voice from inside continued, Your Highness, is that you? Arisha confirmed, yes. What are you doing here? Isabel answered honestly, Lord Cashin told me to come and check. Hearing this, she immediately froze. That Cashin, so he was following me. She was very worried. Do you need help? I brought a rope. Let me see. Before Isabel could finish, can you get through this place with a rope? Then a voice full of killing intent rang out. Hey, who's that? Arisha exclaimed, speaking to the person outside. Beth, go quickly, it's fine. She listened obediently. All right, but Your Highness. From the moment Rowan took her hand, in that moment, he became unusually agitated. His hand suddenly had a strange feeling. It was still the same seat from this morning. The wooden chair was still waiting for the two to return. The two sat down. They looked really tired. That last incident almost turned into a big mess. Arisha looked a bit strange. Rowan said softly, couldn't Your Highness use teleportation magic from the start? Why get so tired? She gently patted Rowan's head. The two faced each other again. The bell rang, and time seemed to stand still. Her hand gently dropped the leaf onto the chair. This made Rowan feel an indescribable shyness. I had a lot of fun today, goodbye. Arisha called his name sweetly, Rowan. At this moment, Arisha was sitting in a large room. The surroundings were bustling with voices, but she chose a corner hidden behind everyone to sit, observing everything with boredom, her chin in her hand. She seemed to be immersed in her own world. In that moment, her eyes stared blankly into the void. It wasn't until she was startled that Arisha realized someone else was beside her. The person's hand gently placed a book on the table, a seemingly very slight movement that inadvertently captured her full attention. Looking up, what came into view was Cashin's flower-like smile. He pulled out a chair and sat down, simultaneously raising his voice and asking with a natural expression, "Did you have fun?" Both of their faces were grim, and a tense atmosphere quietly spread. But a harmless smile hung on each of their lips. "It's all thanks to you." "That's great, then." Cashin smirked, a faint smile playing on his lips, and continued, "Because I wanted to help you find some fun, I deliberately had the gate guards moved elsewhere." Upon hearing this, Arisha's brows furrowed immediately. She stared at him with displeasure, her eyes turning cold, not hiding her dissatisfaction in the slightest. "You had the guards leave?" As if he didn't see her furious expression, Cashin continued to speak with a smile, his face making her want to punch him. "That's right. Don't you just love this kind of suspense? You must have been very moved, right?" Right after these provocative words, Arisha instantly snapped. A flame of fury erupted violently in her eyes. In that moment, she seemed to want to strangle Cashin. "Do you want to die?" He defended himself weakly, "But I sent Isabel." Meanwhile, a pair of feet pushed open the door and walked in, breaking the tense atmosphere between the two. Before them appeared a refined man wearing glasses, who was introduced as Patrick Dean, a noble professor in charge of magical subjects. As soon as he entered, he sternly raised his voice and shouted, "Everyone, return to your seats." Thanks to this, Arisha and Cashin stopped their argument, but the aftermath still left the atmosphere heavy. Arisha's face was still flushed with anger, while that guy sank into a silent, gloomy state. Fortunately, Patrick Dean, on the podium, had already started to open the book on his desk, slowly turning each page and said in a calm tone, "Now, we will begin our study on the understanding and application of magic." Looking at the people sitting below, everyone gradually returned to a serious state, sitting quietly in their chairs with their gazes fixed forward. "First, we will understand the concept of magic." Cashin, sitting below, was no exception. He looked up at Patrick. His expression was very serious, but as if he had just thought of something, the corner of his mouth suddenly curved into a smile. His hand subconsciously stroked his chin, and his eyes lit up with an inscrutable, calculating look. Most of the people in the classroom were listening to Patrick's lecture with great concentration, each with their head down, diligently taking notes. A serious atmosphere enveloped the entire room. Magic is the process of converting magical power into a certain form, from a non-existent entity to an existing one. Patrick said as he turned around and wrote each line neatly and clearly on the blackboard, his voice echoing steadily in the quiet classroom. "If the scope of creation exceeds nature." Arisha listened and recalled every word he said, her mind in a state of absolute concentration. It seemed all her thoughts revolve around the knowledge just conveyed, and she thought to herself, "These research findings are quite accurate. I should focus on the lecture." Just then, a small hand suddenly appeared from somewhere and touched her lightly, a movement so slight it was like a tiny nudge. Arisha was pulled out of her focused state by the movement. Startled, she turned around and saw a doll with 2 buttons crudely sewn on for eyes. It stood there looking at her, its mouth curved into a somewhat eerie smile. Seeing that it had successfully caught her attention, it boldly took another step forward and held out its hand, as if to offer a greeting. After witnessing that scene, Arisha immediately identified the culprit. What was he up to again? Turning around, she saw Cashin leisurely stroking the doll's head, his expression very calm. Looking closely, as if on his cue, the doll began to perform under a halo of light. Each movement was stiff, yet carried an eerie aura, to the point that one could even feel the confidence hidden behind those ignorant eyes. "I'll show you this. It's very interesting." A bright light suddenly flashed from its small eyes, and then it unexpectedly shot out 2 laser beams straight at the wooden desk, causing the desk to immediately emit a wisp of green smoke. At the same time, Arisha's hand shot out and grabbed the doll before it could cause more trouble. Her hands seemed to be covered in invisible sparks, carrying a surging rage. This madman has no restraint at all. She immediately threw the doll high into the air and hit it with a ball of fire. An explosion rang out, ending its short and tragic life. Cashin, standing beside her, was filled with regret, reaching out his hand in vain and shouting, "My clone. I was just doing as I was told." At that moment, the doll fell into an unconscious state, its lips still holding a twisted and vacant smile, as if it hadn't had time to comprehend what it had just experienced. Then it fell slowly, without deviating in the slightest. The doll landed precisely at Patrick's feet while he was still explaining the lesson when it combines in this way. The commotion in the quiet classroom unexpectedly pulled him from his concentration. He then looked down at his feet, at the doll lying motionless on the floor. Cashin and Arisha's faces quickly turned ashen, their expressions grim as if attending a funeral, and a sense of foreboding rose in their hearts. Meanwhile, as if the pair's doomsday was truly approaching, two classmates sitting not far away looked at each other and gave a wry smile. An atmosphere of confusion quietly enveloped the class. Patrick wasn't angry at all. He just slowly picked up the doll and pushed up the shiny glasses on his face, making it impossible to discern his expression. That's all for today's class. Mr. Cashin. Hearing his name called, Cashin almost reflexively shot to his feet, his face as green as a banana leaf, his expression revealing unconcealable nervousness. Yes, Professor. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and left the classroom, giving the other no chance to refuse. Follow me to the laboratory. Cashin replied nervously, looking as if the sky was falling. Yes. Arisha naturally felt an indescribable joy. She covered the satisfied smile on her lips with her hand, and though she spoke words of sympathy, her tone held no pity, only mockery. How pitiful. Just as she was still muttering, Arisha suddenly noticed a faint smile on Cashin's face, which made her stop immediately. What made him do that all of a sudden? Her eyes widened in surprise, completely unable to understand his mood at that moment. What is this? Watching Cashin's cheerful departing back, she wondered, is he smiling? At this moment, in the room, soft sunlight streamed in, making the atmosphere shimmering and unusually light. A person was standing with their back to the window, their tall figure silhouetted against the faint light, hair swaying gently in the breeze. Their posture was upright, yet it exuded a sense of distance and unpredictability. That person was none other than Rowan. He seemed a bit flustered at the moment, his eyes focused intently on something in front of him, as if trying to capture every tiny detail. Arisha had appeared behind him like a ghost at some point, nearly giving Rowan a heart attack. What was he doing here? Rowan reacted quickly, immediately backing up against the wall, one hand clutching his heart, his eyes wide with fright. A flash of terror crossed his face. What was that? But soon, he regained his composure and stepped forward to ask, "Princess, what are you doing here?" Arisha didn't answer, instead asking Rowan, "Well, why are you here?" As Rowan spoke, his eyes quickly darted in another direction, absolutely daring not to look directly at Arisha. His flustered expression was obvious and couldn't be hidden. I have something I'd like to ask Professor Patrick." Arisha saw through Rowan's little scheme. She moved a little closer, directly scrutinizing the expression on his face. Someone from the political science department, looking for a professor from the magic department? This made the already flustered Rowan even more frantic, and he subconsciously avoided her gaze. I have a few questions about a book I read last time. Arisha crossed her arms, a meaningful smile on her face. Is that so? In the sunlit corridor, the sound of their conversation echoed, blending into the quiet, bright space. Then what questions do you have? Let me answer them for you. No, there's no need. Hearing this, Arisha frowned slightly, showing a look of displeasure. Why not? Thinking my answer would be more accurate. Rowan stammered in a panic. He let out a light sigh and replied, "It's just nothing in particular." Just at that moment, a hand suddenly appeared and gently touched his cheek, making Rowan's eyes widen. For that instant, it was as if he had stopped breathing. Arisha, annoyed by Rowan's timidness, immediately shouted, her voice echoing in the corridor, filled with irritation and helplessness. "Why do you keep avoiding my eyes?" She reached out and lifted Rowan's face, forcing his eyes to look directly at her, causing him to blush in confusion, a hint of panic flashing in his eyes, not knowing how to respond to such forwardness. Then she pulled his head lower, her serious face close to his. "You haven't looked at me once since a moment ago. It's like you're avoiding my eyes." Rowan trembled, startled by this sudden action, squeezing his eyes shut as if not daring to look directly into the determined eyes before him. "No, it's not like that." Infuriated, she pinched his cheek hard. "Let me go first, Princess." A torrent of accusations poured out at once. "I don't like this. You're avoiding my eyes right now." They were completely unaware that a third person had appeared in the corridor. A voice suddenly rang out, breaking the tense atmosphere and pulling the two from their argument. They paused and turned in surprise toward the source of the voice. Princess. In their view was Adrian, slowly walking toward them, his expression as cold as ice. Crown Prince. Seeing someone approach, Arisha finally released her hand from Rowan's face, but by now his face was flushed red, looking extremely embarrassed. "What are you doing here?" Adrian said to her as he drew near. "I have some business to attend to here." "I see." Unconsciously, Adrian's steps had brought him very close, almost just a few paces away, his aura completely overwhelming the surroundings. But looking at Rowan opposite him, he continued, "This person next to you." The two men's eyes met. With Arisha standing in the middle, the atmosphere was charged with tension. Who is he? But this atmosphere didn't last long. As soon as Arisha spoke, the expression on Adrian's face immediately softened. "Don't you two know each other? You're in the same department." He looked over in surprise. "Oh, is that so?" Hearing this, Rowan on the other side immediately placed his hand on his chest and gave a standard bow, his movements neat and serious, his expression extremely respectful. "Greetings to the Student Council President. I am Rowan Orful, a first-year freshman in the Political Science Department." Adrian scratched the back of his head, somewhat flustered, his previous coldness instantly softening, a rare look of embarrassment on his face. "I'm truly sorry for not recognizing you. The number of students is quite large, so..." Rowan also responded with a gentle smile, as if trying to ease the tense atmosphere. "It's nothing, it's all right." But after those stiff greetings, the three of them stood like statues in the corridor, an awkward atmosphere silently enveloping them. Even the sound of the wind blowing past became unusually clear. What is this atmosphere? Realizing the situation was not good, Rowan quickly tried to retreat. "Then I'll take my leave first, Princess." Hearing this, Arisha was taken aback and quickly turned to stop him. "Wait." But that weak attempt to stop him was completely useless against Rowan. He turned and ran without hesitation, so hastily that he disappeared down the long corridor in the blink of an eye. "He hasn't answered me yet." Arisha stood frozen in place, her hands still suspended in midair, not knowing what to do, her gaze vacant and her face expressionless, as if she hadn't yet reacted to what had just happened. She chided softly, "Why did he leave so quickly?" Seeing Arisha's regretful attitude, Adrian looked at her with a hint of disappointment, his eyes clearly turning cold, his mood not very pleasant at the moment. Adrian was clearly distracted, his eyes dim and his brow slightly furrowed, a mix of sorrow and disappointment, silent yet clear. Just as Arisha turned her head, she accidentally met his gaze, and her movement paused. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Adrian no longer concealed it, speaking directly with a hurt expression, his voice low, tinged with dissatisfaction and injury. "Because I'm jealous." Arisha's eyes widened, her pupils constricting, her attitude somewhat dazed. She completely failed to understand what that attitude meant and directly stepped forward to demand why, causing Adrian to become so embarrassed he could have burned up, his eyes nervously avoiding her gaze, his whole body frozen in place. That attitude made Arisha restless, and a single glance was enough to see the clear anxiety on her face. "What is he suddenly talking about? I didn't do anything worth being jealous of." Just then, the door was suddenly thrown open, breaking the tense atmosphere and confused emotions between the two. The person who entered was Cashin. Not understanding what was happening, his expression went blank for a moment as he entered, his gaze sweeping aimlessly between the two. "What's going on?" The moment she saw him, Arisha immediately switched targets. Her face darkened as she reached out for Cashin, as if wanting to eat him alive. "You're out." This sent a chill down the spine of Cashin, who had yet to understand what was happening, making him tremble all over. Meanwhile, Adrian was still immersed in the previous awkward atmosphere. He was temporarily unable to regain his composure. Arisha didn't hesitate for a second, immediately grabbing Cashin by the collar and rudely dragging him down the corridor. "Let's go." "Why?" In front of Adrian, she left him no explanation. Adrian, completely bewildered by what had happened, stood frozen in place, his ears only echoing with a noisy argument of the two in the empty corridor. "Be quiet and follow me." "Slow down." The entire palace was bathed in the gentle twilight, the setting sun dyeing the sky red, the last rays of daylight streaking across the high domes, adding a strange and serene beauty to the space. Arisha and Cashin were now sitting on the rooftop. He held a stack of documents in his hand, reading them intently, completely cut off from the clamor below. She said in a voice full of suspicion, "What? Stealing research documents?" He replied, curtly without any expression, "MHM." Looking at the stack of papers and the dense black text on them, Cashin began to analyze. It said that a few years ago, someone survived and returned from the Black Forest, so the Western Empire began researching that forest. The more he spoke, the darker his expression became, his appearance so eerie it was as if he wanted to eat someone alive. "You arrogant fools! What right did you have to hold such a vain hope in the first place, to dare to covet my Black Forest?" This sent a shiver through Arisha, and for the first time, an indescribable sense of unease rose in her heart. "You're so cruel." But she quickly regained her composure and began to discuss the matter at hand. "So you caused trouble for Professor Patrick because he's in charge of this research?" While answering Arisha, Cashin conjured a ball of bright red fire, which burned fiercely in his palm. "It's not like that." The fiery light reflected on his face, highlighting the gradually revealing gloom and danger. Cashin then continued, "I heard he was in charge of the research, so I wanted to see if he could recognize my dark magic." As he spoke, he unconsciously recalled the scene of Patrick scolding him. He held a doll in his hand, scolding him incessantly, but his face was blank, his eyes indifferent, as if he hadn't heard a word. But of course, he didn't recognize anything. It was nothing special. After hearing this, Arisha immediately pressed, "Then why did you burn the research documents?" "I felt sorry for Patrick." Cashin replied in a matter-of-fact tone, "That was the price he had to pay for making me waste my time." Arisha covered her mouth, hiding the sarcastic smile on her lips as she said, "You should have guarded the forest properly. Which guy did you let escape?" Cashin was angry, trying to force a twisted smile in response, the corners of his mouth trembling slightly, his expression a mix of reluctance and dissatisfaction. "It was your father." Arisha also responded with a mischievous smile, her attitude as if avoiding his topic. "Oops, I forgot." Cashin sighed lightly, his brows furrowed in displeasure, his face silently showing fatigue and helplessness. "But why were you standing there?" The usually eloquent Arisha seemed to be a loss for words, unable to form a complete sentence. Then as if remembering something, Arisha's pupils constricted. "That's right." Cashin's eyes also widened, looking at the complex expression on her face. Looking towards a distant window, they both saw the scene of Patrick tidying up the documents on his desk. "I haven't heard the reason yet." Patrick was frantically rummaging through the cabinet, but when he pulled it out, it was completely empty. "Not here. Not here either." He shouted in anger, his hands slamming down on the desk with a sharp crack, causing the surrounding atmosphere to suddenly plummet. "Where did it go? This is insane." Gradually shifting from anger to panic, sweat dripped down Patrick's face, his eyes bewildered, his whole being seeming to spiral out of control. "All the documents from my past 2 years of research are gone." Noticing a movement, he quickly looked to one side, his face pale, his eyes terrified and filled with fear, as if he had just seen something truly horrifying. It wasn't until he recognized the person who entered as Rowan that he calmed down and spoke. "Come in." Closing the door, his face was full of confusion. "I'm sorry." The moment Patrick sat down in his chair, he seemed to transform into a different person, smiling so brightly that his whole body glowed, as if he had his own halo. But even so, that expression did not make Rowan feel comfortable. The more he looked, the more uneasy he felt. "Why is the professor's face so shiny?" Rowan stood up straight, bowed to Patrick with a respectful attitude, and then introduced himself. "Hello, Professor. I am Rowan Orful from the Political Science Department." After hearing this, he let out a light sigh before standing up, unintentionally revealing a look of fatigue. "Political Science Department," he thought, so not a student from the Magic Department. Rowan looked at Patrick with a worried gaze and began with difficulty. "I came because I have something I'd like to ask you." "MHM, go ahead." Rowan hesitated, forcing out each word in a tense state, so much so that sweat had unknowingly started to trickle down. As he spoke, He unconsciously recalled Arisha's cold smile and the scene of her casting magic without a magic circle. Then came the image of the two of them walking together on the street. Rowan seemed to be intimidated by Arisha. How did you do that? There's no magic circle here. But she crossed her arms and said matter-of-factly, not at all bothered by Rowan's fearful attitude, I'm good at using magic. I was born with talent. Finishing his recollection, Rowan continued to ask, is that possible? As soon as the words left his mouth, Patrick was immediately startled, whipping his head around, his eyes filled with alarm. What did you say? He moved closer to Rowan, becoming agitated again, both questioning and threatening, completely unable to believe what he had just heard. Are you kidding me? Something like that is impossible. Rowan calmly explained, I thought so at first too, but before he could finish, Patrick immediately cut him off, making him instantly flustered. All right then. He reached out and pushed Rowan directly toward the door. If you're just asking about that, then go back. This sudden action left him unable to comprehend the situation, and he stammered in vain, trying to stop him. Wait, Professor. After Rowan finished speaking, both of their steps halted simultaneously. I still have some questions. But after that brief hesitation, Patrick, as if provoked, flew into a rage and slammed the door shut, leaving Rowan with only one sentence. I'm busy right now. Patrick slammed the door, leaving Rowan standing alone outside. The sound of the door closing was loud and harsh, making him involuntarily squeeze his eyes shut and shrink into a defensive posture. All the words he wanted to say had to be swallowed. He slowly walked towards the window frame, a look of grievance and dissatisfaction on his face, his eyes dim, fighting a battle with his own chaotic emotions in his heart. The professor is angry. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became, the emotions in his heart surging like waves, making his mood heavy. But I wasn't lying. In that moment of negligence, Rowan was completely unaware of a point of light quietly flying towards him, until he was startled to realize it had touched the tip of his nose, making his whole body freeze for a moment. The point of light, only the size of a marble, split into two orbs of light upon touching him, slowly circling around Rowan. A thin layer of light covered his shoulders and hair, reflecting the faint colors in the air, leaving him standing there stunned. The light gradually turned into a long, thin ribbon of light, winding its way down the corridor, moving as gently and slowly as a mist floating in space. Then it continued to stretch straight out towards the sky outside the castle. The slender ribbon of light streaked across the vast sky, slowly dissipating and disappearing into the distance. Its endpoint brought Rowan to the castle's rooftop, leaving him standing there in a daze. He anxiously turned his head to look around, his confused gaze slowly surveying the surroundings. Every detail before him was carefully taken in. This place. Realizing where he was, Rowan was immediately terrified and let out a loud scream that echoed through the space. In a vast expanse of the castle rooftop, his small figure stood out prominently. At the same time, Arisha suddenly appeared from behind, looking at him with a blank expression. That calm presence slightly soothed the lingering chaos from his fright. Don't worry, you won't fall. Just as he turned to meet Arisha's familiar, cold gaze, he became flustered again, his face involuntarily turning red. Princess. Looking behind him, he saw Cashin also standing there. As soon as their eyes met, the top student standing behind immediately raised his hand to greet him naturally. Hello. Coming to his senses, Rowan finally began to ask Arisha, did the princess bring me here? She didn't hesitate, quickly answering his question, and Machem, I brought you here. Why were you asking that idiot about casting magic without a magic circle? Hearing this, Rowan was startled again. How could that be? Wait, idiot? Arisha retorted, is that important? He placed his hand over his heart and said urgently, then what is important? Are you kidding me? Throughout this, Cashin just stood by, quietly observing everything without any expression on his face. The more she spoke to Rowan, the more Arisha's dissatisfaction became apparent. She gradually raised her voice, almost turning into a shout. What's important is that you were treated very rudely by that guy. Hearing these words, Rowan froze in place, completely stopping his argument, his eyes wavering slightly, his pupils slowly dilating, clearly showing a hint of surprise intertwined with astonishment. Under the clear sunset at this moment, only Arisha's clear and firm voice echoed. Listen carefully to what I say. Tomorrow, Professor Patrick will come looking for you, so just pretend you know nothing about what you asked today. Hearing this, Rowan asked, yes, why? She didn't rush to answer, instead unconsciously repeating his words, a mischievous smile gradually appearing on her lips. Why? Arisha crossed her arms, the corners of her mouth turned up, her attitude exuding confidence and a hint of arrogance. Because only then will that guy come to me. Although there was a smile on her lips, the aura emanating from her carried a hint of gloom, making both Rowan and Cashin feel anxious and scared. They could only stand there helplessly, watching Arisha talk to herself. How dare you touch my kitten? I won't let you get away with it. Are they kidding me? In the developments on the other side, Patrick was also frantically anxious. He strode down the corridor, his steps hurried and decisive, his appearance so rushed it was as if he were racing against time. As he walked, a tangled mess of thoughts simultaneously flooded Patrick's mind, making his steps more and more hurried. I don't have time to hesitate. I must report this to the dean at once. Reaching the end of the corridor, his eyes suddenly caught the back of a person who was standing noisily in a hidden corner. His steps immediately halted, really without a magic circle. Patrick leaned against the corner of the wall, standing quietly out of sight, secretly listening to every word of their discussion, not missing a single one. Say something reasonable. How could something like that happen? I'm telling you, she just spread her palm, and then that she controlled water magic. Even though I saw it with my own eyes, I was just as surprised. Hearing this, he immediately became apprehensive, his throat moving as he swallowed, his face growing even more tense, thinking without a magic circle. His memory suddenly took him back to Rowan's worried face as he spoke, the image immediately rushing back to his mind with clarity. Can we cast magic without using a magic circle? He thought, could it be? If something like that really happened, at this thought his eyes suddenly widened, his gaze flickering slightly, as if an idea had flashed through his mind. Then, this is my chance to conduct a new research. The next day finally arrived. Patrick and Rowan met again in that large room. Rowan, I'm sorry for coming to see you so suddenly. Patrick continued to smile brightly, then slowly began to speak, but I have something I'd like to ask you. A worried expression quickly returned to Rowan's face, his eyes wavering and his brow slightly furrowed, revealing his unease. It's just as the princess said. Then he spoke. Yes, please ask. As soon as the words left his mouth, Rowan immediately felt his throat go dry. He swallowed hard unconsciously, his head slightly lowered, as if trying to hide the guilt that had just begun to sprout in his heart. Yesterday I asked you about casting magic without a magic circle. I was wondering if you could tell me more details? Hearing his words, I'm sorry, Professor, but that was just because I was curious. Patrick couldn't hide his anxiety, the worry clearly written on his face, his eyes constantly wavering. But there must be a reason for your curiosity. Finally, he regained his composure, lifted his head, and faced Patrick with a cold expression, his eyes completely flat, no longer showing any fluctuation. There isn't. The look on Patrick's face at that moment showed he knew Rowan was lying, but he couldn't produce any evidence. He fell silent for a few seconds, his gaze gradually dimming and his jaw clenching as if he were struggling to maintain his fragile composure in front of the other man. As if he had been waiting for this moment, Rowan immediately stood up to leave. Well then, I'll take my leave. But Patrick's hand shot out and gripped him tightly. Wait. As he turned his head, he caught a flicker of panic on Patrick's face, a half-mocking, half-resigned smile touching his lips as he slowly revealed the truth. Actually, I also know someone who can use magic without a magic circle. Patrick was about to continue with, so I wanted to get more information from you, but was immediately cut off by Rowan. While replying, Rowan forcefully pushed Patrick away and took half a step back. I'm sorry, Professor. Rowan then left quickly, leaving Patrick with only a simple sentence. Perhaps I can't help you. Back in the lecture hall, a dry sound suddenly echoed in the silent space. At that moment, the people inside reflexively turned their heads, their gazes simultaneously landing on the direction the sound came from, a hint of surprise on their faces. The sound came from the back of the classroom, where Arisha was sitting, completely lost in her own world, her chin resting on her hand, and a satisfied smile playing on her lips. Rowan was so unexpected, so I laughed subconsciously. I've been watching with magic, thinking of the scene when Rowan fled from Patrick's room, his body trembling and his breathing ragged and broken. Arisha felt even more satisfied. The smile on her lips deepened, and her eyes curved slightly. After doing something like that, he'd probably stomp his feet and sigh, right? Was I too rude? Suddenly, someone appeared beside her and gently placed a book on the table, the movement so light it was almost silent. "Hello, Your Highness." She looked up and immediately saw Francis's brilliant smile as she introduced herself to Arisha with a long string of words. "It's been a long time since we last greeted each other." "Your Highness, I am Francis Stan." Out of basic courtesy, Arisha quickly responded with a smile. "Is that so? It's a pleasure to meet you." While thinking to herself, "I don't remember." Meanwhile, Patrick walked into the classroom, his serious expression restored, completely undisturbed by the outside world. "Everyone be seated." Hearing Patrick's voice by her ear, Arisha's expression quickly turned cold. She lowered her head, her eyes seeming to have lost their usual sparkle. "Sorry for being late. Let's begin class now." On the podium, Patrick opened the book he had brought, taking notes as he spoke. "Today, we will be practicing fire magic." After speaking, he quickly conjured a ball of bright red flame, which burned in his palm. "Try down there." The students followed suit one after another. Those who succeeded were ecstatic, while those who failed only managed a spark that quickly died out. Some, unaccustomed to control, caused their flames to burn fiercely, the intense heat forcing nearby students to jump away. While her friends were practicing frantically, Arisha, sitting at the back of the classroom, let out a soft sigh, not even bothering to lift a finger. Her indifference was so obvious that even Francis, sitting next to her, couldn't help but notice. "What's the point of trying? It's so annoying." But Francis actually chose to poke at her, covering her mouth with a regretful expression as she said, as if completely provoking her, "It seems Your Highness doesn't know how to use fire magic." Francis coughed and waved the pen in her hand. "Let me help you. First, draw the magic circle. Fire magic can't be used just by gathering mana in your hand." Arisha didn't answer, merely giving her a bored glance. Francis, who had been looking smug and thinking, "The princess really doesn't know," was suddenly pulled from her fantasy by a flash of light that appeared beside her. Francis stared at her in horror, her throat tightening instantly. How could? Not only the fire in her hand, but Arisha's entire body was also enveloped in a soft glow, as thin as a cicada's wing, wrapping around her figure. Her gaze was calm, yet exuded an air of majesty. "I haven't even drawn a magic circle." As if this display wasn't enough, Arisha waved her other hand directly at the flame. The heat immediately rose, then gathered into streams of power. "Magic isn't something you can learn with just a few theories. We must understand." Arisha raised the burning flame high, a cold smile on her face as she continued, "And feel the flow of mana." The light finally shot towards the ceiling, exploding in the air and splitting into numerous tiny beams, like fireworks, showering the entire classroom with light. The light not only illuminated the entire classroom, but also shone directly on Francis's stunned face. The students who saw this immediately widened their eyes, clearly showing great interest, with some subconsciously reaching out to catch the shimmering beams. After her performance, Arisha didn't forget to cast a provocative glance at Francis. How was that? Simple, right? Francis gritted her teeth in anger, but couldn't utter a single arrogant word, only pressing her lips tightly together and swallowing the rage stuck in her throat. "Miss Stan." At the same time, footsteps unexpectedly stopped beside her, accompanied by a voice of praise that was outstanding. She looked up and immediately saw Patrick smile and encouraging applause. "You've even surpassed the power to control magic." Arisha, of course, was not pleased by this. She simply replied coldly, "You flatter me." At the same time, Patrick's gaze shifted slightly, his expression clearly one of wanting to strangle the person before him. "Found her." But he still spoke calmly and naturally. "Arisha, if you don't mind, could we go to the research lab?" Arisha stood up, speaking with a smile and a natural demeanor that quickly left Patrick's expression bewildered. "I'm sorry, Professor." That mischievous smile reappeared on Arisha's lips, her attitude confident and flawless. "But I already have an appointment." After that, Another day passed. The sun rose again above the castle, its gentle light blanketing the domes and stone walls. Isabel walked through the castle with a timid and fearful expression, her eyes constantly darting around warily. Isabel whispered, "It feels like someone is watching us." At that moment, facing her was Arisha, who stood tall with her head held high in confidence, her aura a complete contrast, utterly ignoring the person peeking at her from behind a table. "You're mistaken." The gloomy figure had followed her stealthily all the way to the library, but Arisha paid it no mind, her gaze focused only on the bookshelf opposite her. A student passing by the mysterious figure turned pale with fright and reflexively blurted out, "A ghost." Arisha was being followed closely by Patrick. Even when she was walking in the garden with Cashin, he wouldn't let her be, his gaze constantly following her without leaving. It reached a point where even someone as dense as Cashin began to notice the cold, murderous aura emanating from behind them. He casually commented, "It's scorching hot behind us." Arisha was even more nonchalant. "I think it's quite cool." Cashin, anxious at that moment, bent over and asked her in an interrogative tone, "Are you just going to let this be?" The pressure is really intense, but she seemed to pay it no mind at all, simply staring straight ahead and saying calmly, "Let him be. That guy has to taste the suffering my little kitten went through." Looking at Arisha's cold back, she was even in the mood to hum a song. Faced with such a dangerous situation, even Cashin couldn't help but shiver. So evil. On the other side, Patrick watched her from behind a tree, his eyes filled with resentment and grievance, looking no different from someone who had just been bullied. "What should I do to make Arisha stop avoiding me?" At this thought, Patrick's gaze suddenly dimmed, his mood clearly sinking as thoughts flooded his mind. "She can definitely feel my gaze, but pretends not to know, so I can't continue the conversation." As Patrick was lost in his chaotic thoughts, someone suddenly appeared behind him. This was not good. The mysterious girl slowly raised the heavy book in her hand, aiming it straight at Patrick's head. While he was still musing, "I have to talk to her directly about requesting assistance with the research." Hearing a strange sound from behind, Cashin and Arisha immediately turned their heads. What was that sound? Patrick had been hit on the head. He trembled all over, tightly clutching the spot where he was just hit, looking extremely pitiful. The other person finally spoke, The righteous person who had just taken action was Daisy, still holding the weapon in her hand. She said with a furious expression, "How dare you stare at Her Highness with such dangerous eyes?" "Over here." Arisha also recognized her immediately and called out Daisy. She also responded to Arisha, "Your Highness, Daisy." That was completely unaware of the gravity of the situation. Hearing the princess call her, she even waved back excitedly, proudly showing off her achievement. "I caught the pervert." But the response she got was a shriek, not a pervert. At the same time, Patrick also overcame his dizziness and struggled to his feet, explaining with a resentful expression, "I'm a professor." Daisy also quickly recognized him, her face immediately turning pale, "Professor Patrick." But she still shot Patrick a contemptuous look mixed with a hint of disgust. But why would a professor act like a pervert towards a princess? Seeing his good name being ruined, Patrick immediately flew into a rage, shouting, "I told you I'm not a pervert." Arisha watched the two argue from a distance, her mind a complete mess. She helplessly brought a hand to her forehead. Seeing this, Cashin, who was beside her, asked, "What do we do now?" Arisha looked up at the clear blue sky, sighed wearily, and exclaimed, "Everything's a mess." As time passed, the harsh midday sun gradually softened, leaving only faint beams of light stretching across the land, signaling that afternoon was slowly approaching. Arisha was now forced to face Patrick. She sat in the office, holding a teacup with a blank expression. She slowly raised the teacup in her hand, while hearing his voice by her ear, "Thank you for taking the time to talk to me." On the other side, Patrick also raised his teacup and mustered the courage to speak. "I came here because I have a request for your highness." Arisha opened her eyes and immediately met Patrick's pleading gaze, which caused the water she hadn't yet swallowed to spray right out. "But I'm really not a pervert or anything. I was framed." Patrick then continued, sighing heavily with his eyes closed from exhaustion. "After what happened in class the other day, I've confirmed one thing." As he spoke, he recalled the scene from a few days ago of Arisha effortlessly controlling the flame in her palm. "Your Highness used fire magic without a magic circle, right?" Faced with Patrick's words, Arisha appeared unusually calm. There was no trace of worry on her face. Her lips held a standard, flawless smile. "Perhaps everyone knows this, but in all of recorded history, no one has ever been able to do that. At this point, he gently placed the still steaming teacup on the table. So I plan to research the principles of using magic without a magic circle. After a pause, Patrick looked Arisha straight in the eye, his attitude utterly sincere as he said, "I hope your highness will help me." After hearing these words, the hidden smile on Arisha's lips gradually became clear. "That's right, this is the sentence I've been waiting for." She then looked up, offering a surprisingly brilliant smile and an extremely cooperative attitude. "Although I'm still lacking, if I can be of help, I would be more than willing." Patrick was naturally overjoyed. "Really? Thank you." He was so happy he immediately stood up, the dark clouds that had been hanging over him for the past few days completely dissipating. He was moved to tears, and a torrent of praise poured out like a waterfall. "If your highness agrees to help, then this will be a major discovery in history. In the history of the Academy, no, in the history of the entire empire and the continent. This will be extremely groundbreaking." That attitude was exactly to Arisha's liking. She told herself, "That's right, keep smiling." Patrick was too happy to notice that the expression on Arisha's face had already turned cold, because she wouldn't have to wait long. The next day, the castle corridors became busy again, bustling with people coming and going. The sound of footsteps mixed with whispers echoed in the space. One person whispered to the person next to them, "Hey, have you heard that rumor about Professor Patrick's research lab?" The girl, slightly surprised, quickly replied, "I know." Just as the words fell, Rowan, who was walking briskly, came to a sudden halt in the middle of the corridor. "I heard the princess from the Eastern Empire will be participating too, right?" He scrutinized the two of them, an unconcealed worry in his eyes. "It seems the professor invited her directly." "That's amazing. How much magical talent must one have to do that?" Hearing these words, Rowan's eyes suddenly widened, a flash of surprise in them. "The princess is participating in the research?" He swallowed nervously, his lips pressed tightly together, his state extremely tense as he thought, could this be related to what happened before? After eavesdropping on the other's conversation for a while, Rowan finally regained his composure and turned to leave. As he thought, Rowan's pace quickened, eventually turning into a full-on sprint down the corridor as he thought. What on earth is the princess thinking? Another sunset arrived. A pinkish-purple sky enveloped the land, creating a space that was both mysterious and somewhat ethereal. Arisha and Cashin's figures appeared once again on the castle roof, their shadows stretching long across the tiles. The two sat side by side in silence. Arisha was basking in the sunlight with her eyes closed when she suddenly heard a call from beside her. "Hey." She replied coolly, "What?" As soon as the words were out, Arisha immediately opened her eyes and turned to look at Cashin, a hint of confusion in her gaze. "Can you make the wind stop?" By the time she realized it, Cashin's hair was already a complete mess from the wind, tangled over his forehead. He let the wind blow, his expression filled with helplessness. The moment Arisha saw that look, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. Arisha covered her mouth, laughing heartily without a trace of guilt on her face. "You were already ugly, and now you're even uglier." This attitude directly infuriated Cashin, making him see red, but there was nothing he could do about her. "Really?" He angrily approached Arisha to scold her, but she seemed completely unbothered, her expression even a little amused. "You think I don't know you're the one making this wind? What kind of stupid mood are you in now?" Then, Arisha's gaze suddenly dimmed, the smile on her lips gradually fading. Her eyelashes lowered as her gaze slowly drifted downwards, as if she had just noticed something. Her gaze landed on Rowan below, who was pacing back and forth, his head constantly turning left and right, his eyes scanning around, clearly looking for something. "Oh my," Arisha thought. Down below, Rowan was already extremely anxious, searching for Arisha's figure every second, hoping to spot her in the crowd. "Where's the princess?" Without much thought, Arisha immediately reached out and waved her hand a few times, and the surrounding light quickly gathered. Because of this, Rowan was once again pulled by that light source to the castle roof, right in front of Arisha. He reflexively asked in confusion, "What's happening?" Finally, he was right before Arisha, answering softly. She also spoke at the same time, asking, "Were you looking for me?" Arisha looked up, carefully observing the expression on Rowan's face. His facial muscles relaxed, revealing a rare gentleness. "What's wrong?" That expression made Rowan freeze on the spot. He stood motionless, at a loss for what to do. He was embarrassed again, his expression a mix of confusion and panic, and he habitually looked away, absolutely not daring to face Arisha. He reached out and placed his hand on Arisha's outstretched one. "I have something I want to ask," Rowan said, looking down at the ground, his attitude extremely tense. "I heard that the princess is participating in Professor Patrick's research. What exactly are you planning to do?" Arisha didn't rush to answer, just looked at him with a complicated expression, but the familiar smile remained on her lips. She then nodded twice gently as an answer. After that small gesture, Arisha suddenly laughed. "What should I do?" The sudden psychological shift startled Rowan, making him ask back, "Is that so?" As she spoke, Arisha reached out and touched Rowan's forehead. Faced with the awkward situation, he didn't know how to react and simply squeezed his eyes shut. He'll find out one day. She actually patted Rowan's head, leaving him looking as if he'd lost his soul. The innocent don't need to know. She looked up at the hand stroking Rowan's hair, her gaze gradually dimming, and the smile on her lips softened, making the atmosphere at that moment even more eerie. She hadn't expected to subconsciously treat him like her pet kitten at home, even crazily patting his head to encourage him. The kitten would be very surprised. Rowan felt both amused and helpless. A cat? The two chatted happily, leaving Cashin behind them like a shining third wheel, his expression clearly uncomfortable. "It's nothing. I was just teasing you." It was a bit much. In another development, hurried footsteps echoed in a carpeted corridor. At that moment, the steps were rushed and decisive, breaking the originally quiet atmosphere. What happened during that time? The person was none other than Patrick. He walked with turbulent thoughts. "The research on the Black Forest has disappeared, so I'm out of time." Thinking of this, he reached into his pocket, intending to take something out. "If I want to publish a new study in a short time, one that can cause a bigger stir in the academic world than the Black Forest incident," then, finally, what he took out was a small glass vial containing a string of purple liquid that emitted a faint, almost mesmerizingly beautiful glow. "It has to be this much." At that moment, Patrick also suddenly recalled Arisha's thoughtful face. "So, how do you use magic without a magic circle?" "I went to the Dragon's Cave in the Eastern Empire when I was a child." Listening to her speak, he had earnestly taken out a pen and paper to take detailed notes, frantically determined not to miss a single word. "After coming into contact with a huge source of mana, I gradually came to understand mana more." At this point, Arisha had revealed a cold smile. "I don't know if that's the reason I don't need to use a magic circle." Recalling this, Patrick's steps halted in front of a shimmering stone. He muttered to himself, "If I need a huge source of mana, then there's something quite suitable in the academy." Patrick stood before the stone, whose faint, mesmerizing glow flickered across his face, which was clearly tainted by ambition, causing his eyes to shine with an unusual light. The sealing stone. The stone seemed to have completely captivated Patrick, drawing him into its faint light. "I've looked through various records, but I still don't know what's sealed inside." The stone seemed to be bewitching Patrick, its faint glow reflecting in his glasses, clearly showing the anxious look in his eyes. "It possesses such terrifying power that it can absorb the surrounding mana and convert it into its own. So if I add black magic..." Patrick then slowly reached out to touch the stone, cautiously telling himself, "Then the amount of mana will probably be enormous." The aura around the stone seemed to be protecting itself. Upon sensing someone, it immediately reacted. Patrick had anticipated this as well, and carefully took half a step back. He took the glass vial from his person and slowly poured out the liquid inside, his expression growing more and more crazed, so excited his mouth hung open. "Here." As the liquid was poured, a purplish-green smoke rose with it, and the air turned grim. "Give me immense mana." The liquid made contact with the stone with a faint sound, and a part of its surface immediately reacted, turning a deeper color. After that small action, the stone suddenly reacted violently, spewing an eerie purple smoke from its entire body, which quickly spread and enveloped the surrounding space. Seeing the product of his own hands, Patrick's expression became even more crazed, his eyes filled with an almost insane joy. Finally, but the smoke grew more and more, almost exceeding Patrick's control, causing him to stagger and cough a few times. Realizing the unstable situation before him, Patrick's expression quickly darkened. He seemed to be growing dizzy from the eerie smoke, and the last remaining image in his memory was of his own hands reaching out, trying to stop it in desperation and helplessness. No. Meanwhile, Isabel and Arisha were sitting in a room, chatting happily, their laughter echoing in the corners and making the space more lively. Then Arisha suddenly stopped, her eyes widening as she stared into the empty space before her expression frozen for a moment. Arisha then unexpectedly turned her head to look around the room. Isabel also quickly noticed her strange expression, widening her eyes and following her gaze. "Your Highness?" As if possessing a sixth sense, Arisha instantly realized something was wrong, her expression immediately turning serious. This aura. Sure enough, in the next second, countless murky clouds of smoke appeared rapidly outside the window, moving as if they had a soul, constantly crashing against the glass, causing cracks to quickly appear on the surface. Then, following those cracks, the smoke rushed straight into the room. Arisha frowned, a look of worry appearing on her face for the first time. Her eyes widened, her pupils shrinking, completely unable to maintain her usual composure. She reacted quickly, rushing over to hold Isabel tightly, protecting her at the risk of her own life. At that moment, a deafening explosion rang out, and a violent gust of air swept through the room. "Beth, get down." Arisha quickly conjured a shield, completely blocking the disaster caused by the impact. All the flying debris and smoke were pushed back, unable to touch the two inside. Arisha held Isabel tightly with one arm, while holding up a hemispherical shield with the other, enveloping them both and protecting them from the still spreading aftershocks. As she realized the source of the problem, a trace of horror unexpectedly appeared in Arisha's eyes. The two regained their composure, and Arisha also lowered the shield. What was presented before them now was a scene of utter chaos. The once cozy room had been turned into ruins by that thing, with debris scattered everywhere. Black magic. But in the next second, Arisha reached out her hand again, and the shield was simultaneously summoned, once again protecting the two from the encroaching eerie smoke. This must be black magic. Did Cashin do it? At that time, Isabel, in her arms, looked into the distance, where something was spiraling out of the crimson smoke, dyeing the entire sky a tragic color, a scene no different from the end of the world. "Your Highness, what on earth is that?" Arisha gradually calmed down, observing the thing with a wary gaze. With an explosion of this scale, someone might have been caught up in it. Saying that, she turned her head to reassure Isabel before her. "Beth, stay here. It's dangerous." She nodded very understandingly. "Okay." Arisha snapped her fingers, and a faint golden light immediately emanated from her body. The light pulled her high into the air, away from the castle. Her field of vision widened accordingly, the panorama below gradually becoming clear, and at the same time, it allowed her to see the eerie thing completely. Her gaze gradually turned cold. She reached out to retract the light source, her eyes still locked on the strange thing, a trace of incomprehensible doubt flashing in them. This, appearing before her, was the scene of the light around her body being gradually devoured by the red thing. Every speck of light was slowly disintegrating, merging into that eerie red. Is it absorbing mana? Cashin also suddenly appeared beside her at this moment, his eyes fixed on the thing as he commented softly, "It's a total mess." The two turned to look at each other at the same time, asking the same question. "What did you do? What the hell have you been up to?" Arisha wasn't surprised, but she wasn't convinced either. She cast a suspicious glance. "It wasn't you?" On the other side, Cashin looked at her with the same expression. "It wasn't me." Seeing this reaction, it seems it wasn't you either. At this point, Arisha finally began to wonder, "But isn't this black magic?" Cashin replied while putting his hands in his pockets. "Don't just frame me. It's definitely black magic, but I didn't cast it. Someone else must have done this." Arisha's expression grew serious as she observed the expanding red aura below. Then we need to find out who did this and stop it before it consumes the entire castle. Cashin was also ready, a purple aura covering his entire body, fluctuating violently as if awaiting the command to erupt. Let's begin. Arisha, who was in a preparatory stance, suddenly rushed over and grabbed Cashin's hand to stop him, and all the rising power was forcibly withdrawn by her. Cashin, wait. He looked at her blankly, a hint of alarm in the depths of his eyes. What's wrong? The main reason was that she seemed to have noticed something amiss in the chaos, her expression almost immediately turning worried. There seems to be something inside. The figure of the respected professor faintly appeared in the depths. He lay there unconscious, like a princess waiting to be rescued, inadvertently turning the situation into a predicament. The professor? Why is he in there? Poor Arisha sighed wearily, feeling helpless. There's no other way. We have to seal it, not destroy it. The two looked up together, silently observing Patrick, who was surrounded by a swirling airflow that seemed about to engulf him entirely, his figure blurring in the intense red. The longer it dragged on, the more severe the situation became, and the atmosphere quickly grew heavy. From that mass of red matter, fiery specks, as scorching as magma, began to fall without any warning, causing the people below to scatter in panic. Arisha witnessed the scene and lost her patience, a feeling of annoyance intertwined with helplessness rising rapidly in her heart. She gritted her teeth. This is really tiring. A sense of unease also arose. If this continued, the black magic would spread across the entire continent. She thought to herself, I must seal it as soon as possible. But just as she turned, she found Cashin in an unstable state. He had his hand on his face, his whole body swaying as if about to collapse, which shocked and alarmed Arisha. Hey, Cashin. He didn't answer, merely covering one eye with his hand, the other eye clearly showing fear, his gaze chaotic as if trapped in his own turmoil. What's wrong with you? Cashin didn't turn his head, just glanced at her. It seems the Black Forest has been affected. Hearing this, Arisha couldn't believe her ears. What? Cashin said to her with the last of his faint strength. The magic of the Black Forest is being eroded. I have to go. Wait. Arisha immediately became alert upon hearing this, and hurriedly grabbed his hand to stop him. Then what about here? Cashin immediately shook off her hand without hesitation, his actions extremely decisive amidst the chaotic situation. You know what to do. I have my own business to attend to. That cold attitude immediately left Arisha stunned in place, the words seemingly stuck in her throat. But, soon, Arisha quickly regained her composure, her determined gaze returning. She focused her thoughts. Of course, sealing it isn't difficult. The problem is that the separated fragments have already spread everywhere. Looking at the scene before her, the castle had long been thrown into chaos by it, a scene no different from Doomsday. If it has affected the Black Forest, then it has already spread very far. If only someone could help me find the locations of those things. At that moment, her gaze suddenly landed on a person. Rowan was hugging the book in his hands tightly, looking around blankly, appearing like a child who had been separated from his mother in a chaotic scene. In the chaotic sea of people, only that face fell in her line of sight. Rowan. She made that familiar finger-snapping gesture again, her attitude completely revealing disappointment and helplessness, as always. Rowan came to her side with a blank expression. Princess Arisha was very anxious and immediately shouted, "It's too dangerous. Why did you come out at a time like this?" I was just reading in the garden. I'm sorry, he explained weakly. After getting the answer, Arisha turned and grabbed his hand, her eyes filled with concern, quickly checking Rowan's condition. You're not hurt, are you? Although he was still confused in his heart, he still answered quickly, yes, thankfully. Hearing this, Arisha breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. After confirming Rowan's condition, Arisha immediately returned to a serious state. She opened her arms and gestured to him. Stand behind me while I destroy that thing. Rowan stared at her with wide eyes. Do you have a way? I do, but there's a problem. After hearing his words, she immediately began to analyze. Arisha described the scene of Rowan standing behind her for support and began to analyze. Did you see that thing separate just now? If I want to seal all the fragments at the same time, then during the sealing process, I need someone to convey the coordinates to me. Thinking of Cashin who had left without hesitation just now. This is a real mess. If this goes on, I will fail. She continued. The problem is the only person right now who can both remember the locations of the separated fragments and calculate the coordinates is Cashin. Just then, Rowan timidly spoke up. After a short pause, he placed his hand on his chest, his eyes gradually regaining confidence, and his breathing became steadier. Let me do it. Arisha turned her head to look. You? Rowan affirmed again. Yes. At this moment, his gaze finally became firm, his usual timidity vanishing without a trace. I can do it. At the same time, the mass of air was growing at an astonishing speed, getting bigger with each moment, each wave fluctuating around it, while scorching red fragments continued to fall. This made the atmosphere increasingly heavy and chaotic. Just then, an angry hand suddenly appeared behind the window frame and slammed down. Who on earth awakened that thing? The dean gripped the door and looked out, sweating profusely with anxiety. Someone has awakened the mana devourer. Looking up at the sky that was gradually being devoured by that thing, leaving not even a trace of blue, he thought. That thing is the result of a mistaken study left by the ancestors. It not only devours the world's magic, but also human magic. The door behind him was suddenly pushed open. Dean, I am Adrian Arland. I request entry. It was Adrian and two other students who walked in. Because this is an emergency, I will take command as the Crown Prince, not as a student of the Academy. He strode up to the dean, who saluted upon seeing him. Yes, Your Highness. Adrian didn't hesitate and immediately discussed the main issue. First, summon the professors of the magic department and the most outstanding magic students here. Before he could finish, we must find a way to deal with it. The person who came with him suddenly interjected, interrupting Adrian's thoughts. Your Highness. Following the direction the person was pointing, Adrian's eyes suddenly widened in surprise, and fear welled up from their depths. Please look there. The red thing in the sky was now being tightly wound by golden bands of light, ring after ring of halos layered on top of each other, like invisible chains, trying to curb its frantic growth. Someone is performing a sealing ritual. Attracted by that light, Adrian moved closer to the window, as if bewitched, his eyes fixed on its every move. Adrian's eyes widened slightly, his lips moving subconsciously. Golden magic. A speck of light somehow landed indoors, and Adrian reached out to touch it as soon as he saw it, his whole body consequently tinged with a faint halo. Outside, Arisha and Rowan were now coordinating with each other, lines being drawn one after another, quickly forming a huge formation that covered the entire surrounding area. Is that Princess Arisha? While Arisha struggled to support the formation she had created, she also didn't forget to worry about Rowan. Rowan, are you okay? Rowan also very naturally grabbed her outstretched hand. Yes, I'm fine. Looking up, the markings drawn by the two also grew wider and wider. We must search the entire territory of the Western Empire before it spreads further. Arisha quickly drew a diagram of the formation in her mind. From now on, everything is very important. I will spread my magic throughout the entire empire. The moment the next words left her mouth, Rowan was so shocked his eyes widened. The locations of the separated bodies will appear in your mind, Arisha said sternly. So you must clearly remember each location and calculate it into coordinates. Can you do it? Arisha's trust in Rowan at this moment put immense pressure on him, forcing him to swallow hard and gradually muster his courage. Rowan tensed his body, his eyes fixed on the ground as he replied, yes. Seeing his expression, Arisha couldn't help but smile amidst the tense atmosphere. I didn't expect my little kitten to have such a serious side. How strange. The two sat together, collaborating to draw a huge battlefield. Very well, then let's begin. After you've calculated the coordinates, you just need to think of them in your mind, and I'll handle the rest. Markings gradually appeared on the top of the castle, emitting a faint glow, like an invisible talisman covering the entire castle. The red air fell like rain, but was caught by the band of light before it could touch the ground, preventing it from having any chance to harm anyone further. That light was like a patient hand, quietly gathering every little fragment one by one, determined not to miss any remnants. The beam of light also obeyed her command, slowly bringing all those dangerous things into it. The sky thus gradually brightened. Seeing the situation improving, Arisha's mood finally began to relax. No problem now, right? Looking at Rowan, who had his eyes tightly shut at this moment. He was indeed identifying the locations and calculating them into coordinates. However, the sky unexpectedly darkened again, and the light Arisha created grew weaker and weaker, as if it was being eroded by that thing. If that were the case, the ceiling should have been easier. Witnessing this, Arisha's mood quickly soured. No wonder things were going so smoothly. Those bands of light now only flickered like thin threads passing through the night. Arisha saw this and let out an exclamation. You don't intend to be sealed easily, do you? Following Arisha's shout, the light she created gradually reappeared. Rowan, I'm speeding up. He hesitated for a moment. Okay. The light, carrying a hint of red aura, slowly coiled into the center of the marking. It was almost complete. When the last fragment was transported to its destination, Arisha's breath seemed to hitch for a moment. The last separated body. Arisha closed her eyes, feeling the light gently caress her face, and her breathing slowed down because of it. Opening her eyes, she reached out to direct the light to gather in one place, saying at the same time, "Very well, now let's end it." Suddenly, a shout came from behind, making Arisha instantly alert. "Princess!" When she turned her head, what met her eyes was an approaching bolt of lightning, its distance from Arisha so close that it felt as if the surrounding air was being compressed. "Watch out!" Their hands also came apart in the air because of this. Rowan helplessly reached out desperately to grab Arisha. No. Her body was pulled in by a powerful suction, her hands still suspended in the air. When she touched the figure behind Rowan, she revealed such an expression. The person who had been secretly hiding in the shadows. To dare to strike while I'm concentrating on the seal. It seems your will for revenge is quite high. She also saw the culprit's face, and although the glance was fleeting, it was enough to be deeply imprinted in her eyes. Frenzy stun. Arisha wasn't angry. Instead, she just swept her icy gaze over that face full of jealousy. Is she trying to kill me? How annoying. Anyway, if I get devoured by that thing, I'll only lose a bit of magic. Rowan pushed off the ground hard, the inertia sending his entire body lunging forward. And regardless of the consequences, Rowan directly rushed towards Arisha, risking his life. "Princess!" At that moment, his terrified expression was illuminated by a blood-red light. Seeing that scene, the originally expressionless Arisha was now truly frightened, and she screamed desperately, "No!" The figures of the two were swallowed by the formation, leaving only Arisha's faint words. "Why did you jump down? It's too dangerous." Adrian did not run out with the crowd. Until then, looking up at the sky that was spinning like a roaring waterfall, he shouted in despair, "Princess Arisha?" The person behind Adrian saw how agitated he was and stopped him. "Your Highness, please stay away. It's very dangerous." Adrian hesitated, but Cashin suddenly appeared between the two, his expression cold, which startled Adrian instinctively. "Really?" Cashin put his hands in his pockets and walked over, his eyes showing impatience, spitting out cold words of blame. "Haven't you dealt with it yet?" He sauntered past the two of them, his appearance cold to the extreme. As expected, "You can't do anything without me." So cold that even when Adrian hurriedly reached out to stop him, he just ignored it. "Wait, it's very dangerous." As he raised his hand, a familiar aura immediately rose, spreading along his arm and enveloping Cashin's entire body. Spreading his hands, streams of purple-green aura appeared one after another, all of them heading straight for the marking Arisha had left in the air. Thanks to this, the power spreading from that symbol expanded by another circle, shaking more violently, causing the surrounding space to tremble ceaselessly. That power was like being forcefully sucked away by an invisible suction from below, rushing off at a dizzying speed. Its destination stopped precisely in front of Cashin, as if the entire trajectory had been controlled by him in advance. All the red aura was sucked into it, each wisp seeming to gradually dissipate. Finally, everything suddenly exploded like a signal flare, lighting up a dazzling halo in the gloomy atmosphere. All the impact finally converged into a stone that landed in Cashin's hand. He just sighed lightly, his movements so light they seemed effortless. He looked at the sphere before him, faintly seeing the figures inside, and spoke again in blame. "In the end, it's still up to me to handle everything. What were you doing while I was in the forest?" The person inside tore through the thin veil before them without hesitation and stepped into the light. "Don't make me laugh. Arisha and Rowan walked out of that desolate place, passing through the misty dust, their bodies covered in dirt. Originally, you just needed to inject a little magic into my ceiling formation. After hearing this, Cashin asked, then I also contributed a part, but why were you swallowed by it? Hearing this, Arisha closed her eyes wearily and snapped her fingers. Of course there's a reason. A golden light immediately enveloped Rowan. He was startled, his eyes wide as he observed his glowing body. The dirt clinging to Rowan's body was forcibly dragged to the ground by those rays of light. Done. Arisha looked to one side, and behind her was Patrick, lying on the ground, clean and whole, sleeping like a log. Anyway, I've already sealed it and found the professor, so it's fine now. Then Arisha suddenly turned to Rowan, reaching out to brush some remaining dust from his shoulder, making him blush in embarrassment. Arisha smiled brightly and praised. Well done, my little kitten. Rowan was too embarrassed to speak, his lips pressed together, his whole body stiff with nervousness. Seeing her come out safely, Adrian ran over anxiously, temporarily interrupting the romantic scene of the moment. Princess! He breathed a sigh of relief, the facial muscles that had been tense with worry finally relaxing. It's so good that you're safe. Are you hurt anywhere? Arisha looked aside, completely indifferent to his enthusiastic concern, and just replied politely, I'm fine. Because in her eyes at that moment, there was only the figure of Francis, who was trembling all over, looking terrified, as if she hadn't expected me to come back alive. Never mind, there are other more important issues right now. Thinking of this, Arisha reached out and snatched the stone from Cashin's hand. Give it to me. She walked towards Adrian and placed the stone in his hand. Crown Prince, this is the sealing stone. Please guard it strictly. Adrian stared at Arisha intently and replied with a smile. All right. Just then, a voice suddenly rang in Arisha's ear, and her pupils dilated subconsciously. This is all because of the princess. Turning her head, Arisha immediately saw Francis's finger pointing straight at her. She actually dared to accuse her so brazenly. It was the princess who broke the sealing stone. That's why this happened. Arisha didn't have time to react, her whole body freezing, her eyes wide. Adrian's emotions were stirred by those words, and he stepped forward to ask anxiously, Miss Stan, what do you mean by that? That attitude was a signal for Francis to provoke further. After breaking the sealing stone, she pretended to solve it. This has caused a huge impact on the academy, which also means she was involved in Professor Patrick's research. Those arrogant words fell on Rowan's ears, immediately agitating him. Hey you! She walked towards Francis, who felt a pang of guilt upon seeing her, and subconsciously stepped back. Could she? Arisha's expression at that moment was indeed a bit frightening, her whole person turning gloomy, and a chill filled the air. Can you take responsibility for your words? She continued, and I suspect you, Miss Stan. As soon as the words fell, Francis's expression darkened, her heart in turmoil. Yes, the aura she exuded was indeed not to be underestimated, and every word she spoke immediately suffocated the other party. Wasn't it you, miss, who used a magic attack while the princess was sealing the separated body? That's right, I saw it too. Rowan, who was behind her, saw this and added a few words. We were almost sucked into that black sphere. The accusations fell on Francis's head like hailstones, making her feel dizzy. I didn't do anything. A heated discussion immediately broke out behind Francis, with everyone chiming in, and the atmosphere instantly became lively. What's going on? Is Miss Stan deliberately targeting the princess? Hey, did she make it up herself? Adrian, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. Is that true? Cornered, Francis could only shamelessly shift the blame to evade responsibility. This is also the princess's trick. The hand flailing the air was suddenly grabbed forcefully by another hand and pulled. She fell forward weakly, her face meeting Arisha's deadly gaze. It made it hard for her to breathe. She leaned down, so close that her breath could touch Francis's terrified and distorted face. If you can't even handle something this small, then just shut up. In the blink of an eye, Arisha suddenly stood up straight and looked at her accusingly. You still don't want to die, right? Hearing these words, sweat dripped down Francis's face drop by drop, as if a switch had been flipped, her eyes showing fear. Her legs completely lost their strength, and her whole body collapsed to the ground. Above her was Arisha, looking down with a contemptuous smile. Adrian waited for Arisha to finish her scolding before stepping forward to speak. Miss Stan, If this is true, then your actions are considered a crime against the princess. The moment the next words were spoken, it immediately made Francis tremble uncontrollably like a drenched chicken. Therefore, I will detain you for investigation. Patrick's figure, so clean there wasn't a speck of dust on him, also fell into his line of sight. And Professor Patrick, after dealing with this mess, Arisha also turned to walk towards Rowan, sighing softly in her heart, "It's finally over." Standing in front of you, I immediately reverted to my carefree self, smiling and saying, "Good work, little kitten." Rowan looked at her dumbfounded. It was the princess who worked hard. As he got closer to her, he scratched his head awkwardly, and the two looked at each other as if in their own world. Princess, I actually have a request. In the royal investigation led by Adrian, they found out everything, and Patrick became the defendant, forced to stand trial. He was completely repentant, his attitude very cooperative. Professor Patrick had used Cashin's board member status to create trouble. After all this happened, everything finally returned to its original order and peace. So the professor was punished, but due to the damage caused by the Mana Devourer, the Academy announced a temporary closure. Just then, a person leading a white horse appeared outside. As soon as the carriage door opened, someone was already waiting quietly, reaching out a hand in welcome, and the person in the carriage slowly responded. The person who stepped out of the carriage was a woman with waist-length golden hair. Laurentia Arland, the Grand Princess of the Western Empire. As soon as she got out, she skillfully unfolded a fan and gently covered her face, her movements elegant and discreet, thinking, I could have had the butler pick me up, but I suppose this is to show the citizens of the Empire a harmonious sisterly bond. The fan covered half her face, revealing only a cold gaze that swept around. It seems that in the days to come, I will see that detestable face every day. Seeing the man running towards her in a panic from a distance, Laurentia closed her fan and asked, "Where are the crown prince and the princess?" Hearing the other parties, rushed and broken answer rang in her ear. Crown Prince Adrian has already departed for the imperial palace. It wasn't until she came to her senses and understood the true meaning that Laurentia whipped her head around and asked in surprise, "What?" Although the person was exhausted and out of breath, they still bowed deeply in an extremely formal manner. "Please forgive me." Her rigid figure soon began to tremble with anger. How dare he, a person of such humble birth, dares to humiliate me? A sound from behind temporarily snapped Laurentia out of her daze, and she immediately turned her head. What is it? It turned out that the main gate was now crowded with people, the sounds of laughter and conversation endless. What's going on? She took a deep breath to calm down, raising a hand to fix her hair to hide her embarrassment. Calm down, maintain your image. Only then did she remember the person cowering before her and gently placed her hand on their shoulder. "It's all right. You can stand up." The person looked up and she turned to get back into the carriage. "There's no other way. Let's go back." Another person appeared at the same time, their figure immediately falling into Laurentia's line of sight. Laurentia turned to look and at that moment couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. The gate opened, and Arisha also appeared in the light and shadow behind it, her appearance cold yet still exuding an unyielding charm. That person noticed the face and recognized her immediately, while Arisha on this side also seemed to recognize her at the same time, her cool eyes widening slightly. The sight before her made her subconsciously step closer, a satisfied smile blooming on her lips. That was the crest of the Western Empire, so that person was a princess. Before long, Laurentia stood before Arisha, smiling brightly. "This is the first time I've met the star of the Eastern Empire." Star. Seeing this, Arisha also curtsied very politely. "I am Arisha Delapisser, the princess of the Eastern Empire." Laurentia on the other side returned the same gesture. "I am Laurentia Arland, the Grand Princess of the Western Empire." After speaking, she extended her hand as a greeting, touching the outstretched hand. "Meeting like this is fate," she said with a smile. "Would you care to have tea with me?" In the blink of an eye, the two appeared in a beautifully decorated, sun-filled garden. Various exquisite pastries were arranged on the tea table. I heard that the one who resolved the incident at the academy this time was the princess. Laurentia continued, "On behalf of the emperor, I express my gratitude to you. Arisha replied politely. It was nothing. Raising the teacup in her hand, Arisha asked, showing no interest. But for what reason did the princess visit the academy today? Laurenia replied with a standard smile. To welcome Crown Prince Adrian. Arisha asked, puzzled. But hasn't the Crown Prince already left? Hearing this, her elegant demeanor suddenly vanished, and unable to control her emotions, she slammed the teacup on the table. Exactly. Hearing this, her expression also darkened, and a trace of resentment flashed in the depths of Laurenia's eyes. How dare he? The commotion temporarily pulled Arisha back from a reverie. Is their relationship not good? Adrian also appeared at that moment. He pushed the door open abruptly, a look of surprise on his face. Sister Laurenia. She closed her eyes wearily and began to scold. Adrian, can't you see I'm having tea with a guest? Hearing this, Adrian immediately hesitated. But sister, this person. She immediately flew into a rage, slamming the table, her gaze towards Adrian as sharp as a knife. Are you looking down on me now? Didn't you hear what I said? Arisha, sitting nearby, thought to herself, their relationship really is bad. After thinking this, she pushed herself up to stand. It's all right, princess. Arisha turned to leave without hesitation. Even looking back with a smile, I was planning to head back as well, so let's leave it at that. I had a good time today. But before she had gone far, Arisha's hand was grabbed tightly by another. Turning her head, she immediately met Adrian's sincere and worried face. Let me see you off. In such a situation, Laurentia immediately became the third wheel. She stared with wide eyes in surprise. And so, Laurentia stared blankly at the backs of the two people, watching as Adrian led Arisha away, gradually disappearing from sight. As she was walking, Arisha suddenly stopped. She lowered her head slightly, her hair falling lightly across her forehead with the movement. That's right. As the words fell, the expression on Lorenzo's face grew even more surprised. I was originally planning to return to the Eastern Empire, but I've changed my mind. As she finished speaking, the corners of Arisha's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. I will stay in the Western Empire for the time being, so we will meet again on another occasion. Arisha strolled away, forgetting that someone was still waiting for her in the room, staring at the luggage and wondering why only the luggage had returned. Meanwhile, on this side, Adrian pulled Arisha all the way outside, striding forward. Watching Adrian's hurried back, a hint of suspicion couldn't help but appear in Arisha's eyes. I have a feeling that something big is about to happen in the Western Empire. At this thought, the confusion in her eyes completely disappeared, leaving only absolute will. Then her gaze locked onto the figure walking ahead again. That's definitely Adrian. At the same time, Adrian also let go of her hand. I am truly sorry. Arisha asked in surprise, what? He sincerely placed his hand on his chest, a sudden sense of guilt rising in his heart. For holding your hand so casually, and thank you for pretending it was nothing. On the other side, Arisha closed her eyes wearily, as if all the difficult problems before her no longer mattered. Perfect timing. There's something I want to ask you. As soon as the words fell, Adrian immediately widened his eyes at her, asking in a daze, yes, ask me. Arisha, on the other hand, thought seriously for a moment before giving her answer, completely lost in thought. At that time, although the Mana Devourer incident had been resolved, there was still one thing weighing on her mind. Her thoughts suddenly drifted back to the day Rowan made his suggestion. Princess, I actually have a favor to ask of you. He had a worried expression as he spoke, but his eyes were filled with sincerity. Please keep it a secret about me and the one who sealed it. Hearing these words, she slowly raised her head to look at him, her eyes glinting. Why? Rowan hastily averted his gaze, avoiding Arisha's curious eyes, his expression clearly awkward. Returning to the present, Arisha was still immersed in the chaotic thoughts in her mind. Why does he want to hide his abilities? After organizing the information, she suddenly turned to ask Adrian. Adrian, do you know anything about the Orphle family? Adrian was startled and reflexively repeated Arisha's words. The Orphle family? Adrian raised a hand to rub his chin, his eyes looking up as if trying hard to recall something. The eldest son, Roden Orphle, is receiving a lot of attention because he is a strong contender for the future position of Prime Minister. As he spoke, both of them imagined the blurry figure of a mysterious person. The position of Prime Minister? Adrian replied, yes, his talent is extraordinary. After getting his confirmation, Arisha suddenly remembered Rowan's familiar diligent appearance. Not Rowan, but Rowan's older brother. These descriptions sound like they're talking about Rowan. Adrian stood there waiting for Eridancia to think, anxiously pursing his lips. Arisha, opposite him, seemed to completely ignore his attitude. Could it be? When she heard someone call out, she was startled and looked up. Princess. On Adrian's face, besides the worry of that moment, there was also a faint trace of sadness. Are you worried about young Master Rowan? That sincerity, however, turned into displeasure in Arisha's eyes. She didn't answer, just stood silently with her arms crossed, staring at him. That's right, he did seem to say he liked me. She turned and left without hesitation, giving Adrian no chance to confess. Behind her, he could only futilely raise a hand slightly to try and stop her. You can think of it that way, too. She transformed into a brilliant golden light and then vanished before Adrian's eyes, leaving him alone with a myriad of emotions in his heart. Adrian stood frozen in place, as if abandoned in an empty space. In another scene, at the Marquis Orphal's residence, Rowan was sitting in the study, quietly reading a book. He was completely engrossed, so focused that he seemed to have forgotten the time. Meanwhile, the wind from outside blew in, rustling the curtains, and light poured in with it. Following the source of light, Arisha also appeared. Rowan reflexively glanced over, his thoughts interrupted by her. Hello, Rowan. Seeing this, Rowan immediately froze, his eyes fixed on her, his mouth unconsciously slightly agape, as if his soul had been sucked out of him. Before him was Arisha, sitting by the windowsill, tilting her head to look at him with a brilliant smile sparkling in her eyes. Princess. Seeing her approach him, Rowan spoke blankly. What brings you all this way? She didn't answer, just stared intently at something on his face. What's this? She walked forward and gently took off the glasses on Rowan's face, while he, out of habit, immediately grew tense and shut his eyes tightly. You're always wearing glasses. Arisha lowered her head, revealing a gentle smile meant only for Rowan. The little kitten looks much better without glasses. These words made his face turn so red it looked like it would bleed. He pursed his lips, looking at her with eyes full of confusion. He used all his strength to ask her a question. Why do you keep calling me a little kitten? Arisha looked at him, sighed helplessly, and said with an encouraging smile, because you're cute. Afterward, Arisha placed the glasses on the table while calling out Rowan without any warning. The series of words Arisha said next immediately made his whole body stiffen. The eldest son, Reborn Orphal, is receiving a lot of attention because he is a strong contender for the future position of Prime Minister. He looked up, his attitude this time a mix of worry and fear, his eyes flickering. How did you? Before Rowan could finish asking, she continued to interrupt. Is this why you asked me to keep a secret? The next words startled Rowan. Your family doesn't know you're exceptionally smart, right? Rowan was so flustered that he gestured wildly, his eyes darting everywhere. Princess about that. Arisha, opposite him, was unusually calm. She smiled to soothe him. It's okay. Then she put her hands behind her back, tilted her head, and looked around. There's no one else here. That expression once again left Rowan stunned, a gentle and tranquil feeling quietly spreading. He coughed nervously and stammered, Suddenly, a voice echoed in the room, unintentionally interrupting the conversation between the two young people. Rowan. Even Arisha was startled by the voice, and he quickly stood up nervously. That voice. It's my brother. Before Arisha could react, a hand suddenly reached out and covered her mouth, making her eyes widen. Just then, the brother also pushed open the door, calling out at the same time, Rowan. This character is introduced as Reborn Orphal, the eldest son of the Orphal family and Rowan's older brother. But before his eyes was just an empty room, devoid of people, with a window wide open. Mother clearly said he was in the library. In the end, Reborn walked in to check the situation. Reborn then went forward and pulled the curtains to both sides, observing the situation outside the window, unaware that Rowan and Arisha were just a few steps away, hiding behind a bookshelf. Due to his nervousness, Rowan let out a sigh at that moment, and the sound was immediately noticed by Arisha beside him. Her slender hand quickly reached out and covered Rowan's mouth. In his shocked gaze, she looked at him with a firm expression, not one of blame, and raised a hand to signal for Rowan to be quiet. Then, she suddenly withdrew her hand and also took a few steps back. That sudden movement left Rowan stunned. Arisha suddenly looked at him with an annoyed expression. Rowan, do I look that disgraceful? Rowan became flustered, his hands and feet gradually growing clumsy. No, what do you mean? She continued to ask with a less-than-friendly attitude. Why didn't you want anyone to know I was here? Rowan waved his hands and feet frantically. How could I? Hearing his clumsy explanation, Arisha suddenly wasn't angry anymore, and instead secretly let out a faint laugh. It's just for personal reasons, so... Then she reached out and habitually ruffled his hair. I know, you don't have to explain. She thought to herself. His face turns red so easily. Arisha's hand slid from the top of his head to Rowan's flustered face, patiently listening to him explain. No, that's what I wanted to say. Just as he was still stammering, not having finished his sentence, Rodan, who had been searching for a while, also saw him, a flash of surprise in his eyes. Rowan. Rowan turned his head to look at him, blushing, while Arisha's hand was still on his face. Brother. Seeing this awkward scene, even Rodan was stunned for a moment. The two young people on the other side also stood motionless. The frame froze at that moment. Oh my goodness. To break the awkward atmosphere at that moment, Arisha directly pushed Rowan towards Rodan. Having come to his senses, Rodan also began to wonder. Rowan, who is this? Hearing his words, Rowan's hands and feet became a mess, his head constantly looking around. Brother, During that time, Arisha said nothing, just observed silently from the side. Looking at the confused face standing before the two of them, Arisha thought to herself, so he's Rowan's brother? After exchanging glances, Arisha also very naturally stepped forward to greet him. It's a pleasure to meet you, young Master Orphle. He lowered his head and replied, you know me? The next words rang out, and Rowan's gaze immediately fixed on her. Of course. On this side, Arisha was still very excited to introduce herself. I am Arisha Delapisser. Hearing this, Rowan's heart jolted, and his face quickly darkened. Yes, Delapisser, you are the princess of the Eastern Empire. While everyone was still busy with that awkward accident, it wasn't long before the sky turned dark. Please forgive me for not recognizing the princess. When meeting Arisha outside, Rodan was still bowing apologetically, I'm truly sorry. But Arisha didn't mind at all, instead saying with a carefree smile, it's all right. As she said this, she suddenly remembered Rowan and immediately turned her head, her gaze searching for his figure, but I haven't seen Rowan. Rodan also reported the situation to Arisha on Rowan's behalf. Rowan is with our parents preparing dinner. I see. The two stood outside in the garden for a while. I didn't expect Rowan to know the princess of the Eastern Empire. It was simply Rowan's tardiness that caught my attention. The more they talked, the more interested they became, walking along a small path lined with flowers on both sides. The princess must also know that Rowan is a diligent person, right? She added, I also know he likes to read. Hearing this, a flash of surprise crossed Rodan's face. Reading? Has he been reading a lot lately? Arisha asked in return. You didn't know? Rodan awkwardly raised a hand to scratch his face. He used to really love books. Hearing his words, Arisha's expression suddenly darkened. But I don't know why, from a certain point on, he never touched a book again. Rodan suddenly sighed wearily, and memories also flooded into his mind. Childhood memories surfaced of a time when he would always beg me to read him fairy tales, ask for hugs every day, and invite me to play with him. As he said this, Rodan's mood also grew heavy. But perhaps now, Rowan feels uncomfortable being with me. Arisha looked up at him, a flash of surprise in her eyes, and the atmosphere fell silent at that moment. Then she suddenly spoke, and he reflexively glanced over. It's not that he's uncomfortable. Arisha smiled faintly. Rowan would never be angry with you. Seeing Rodan's face, which held a hint of disbelief amidst the surprise, Arisha remained very certain. I already knew after listening. Just as Arisha was thinking, the sound of Rowan's hurried footsteps could also be heard from a distance. All of Rowan's actions. A voice sounded from the opposite side, and Rodan was also startled and looked up. Brother. Seeing Rowan running towards him anxiously, Arisha continued with certainty. All of this stems from his love for his older brother. After reaching his destination, he was also out of breath, gasping for air frantically. Mother needs your help preparing dinner. Hearing this, Rodan sighed and lamented. Perhaps father is making the servants suffer again. Before turning to leave, Rodan politely bowed to Arisha. Princess, please excuse me. She also returned the gesture to him. I had a pleasant time. The two just stood there watching Rodan's back slowly disappear. Rowan then called out Arisha. Hearing the voice, she glanced over lazily. Princess, This time he looked directly into her eyes, his attitude absolutely sincere. What we didn't finish talking about earlier, let's continue now. Arisha looked at him and gently curved her lips, as if she had already seen through his inner thoughts. In the quiet space under the starry sky, Arisha's voice rang out. All right. She stood opposite Rowan, the wind blowing her hair towards him. I will listen to what you have to say. At this moment, an image of his family suddenly flashed through Rowan's mind, a happy family. The Marquis Orphal's family had 2 sons. The image gradually focused on a childhood Rowan, accompanied by a narration. The eldest son, Rowan Orphal, captured everyone's attention with his outstanding mind. Beside Rowan was a childhood Rowan, with a tender face and familiar brown hair. The second son, Rowan Orphal, the younger brother who always respected and adored his older brother. Scenes of the 2 brothers playing happily in their childhood appeared one after another. Rowan loved his younger brother very much and was willing to give him everything he had. Following, there was a scene of the 2 sleeping side by side, their postures and expressions identical. Rowan also loved his older brother, who was admired for his extraordinary intellect. The scene shifted to a childhood Rowan sitting at a desk, engrossed in a book. But Rowan, who had loved books so much, his hands skillfully turning each page, deeply captivated by every word. Suddenly, a childhood Rowan became aware of his younger brother's genius. His eyes unable to hide his surprise, a surge of jealousy welling up from deep within. I'm even more brilliant than my brother. At that time, Rowan suddenly ran to his parents, speaking with an excited tone and eyes that sparkled like stars. Father, mother, I know what I want to be in the future. I'm going to become the prime minister of this empire. Hearing this, the 2 were both satisfied and gratified, reaching out to pat Rowan's head, not forgetting to add a few more words of encouragement. Our eldest son will become a great man. Prime Minister, what a great dream, son. Rowan stood in the distance, watching everything in silence, his tender heart absorbing his parents' sweet words. But an indescribable feeling flashed in his eyes. The moment he saw Rowan watching the 3 of them laugh together, a sense of confusion rose in his heart. Rowan decided to hide himself as much as possible. He clutched the book in his hand, his head lowered, his lips pursed, all for the person who had yielded and sacrificed for him in his youth. Even more bitter was that the content of the book he clutched was the chronicle of past prime ministers of the Arland Empire. Rowan knew Rowan, his older brother, very well. Returning to the present, Rowan's voice slowly sounded. Ever since I started hiding myself, I felt much more at ease. The more he spoke, the smile on his lips gradually became one of relief, and his gaze softened. If it's for my brother. Hearing these words, Arisha just stood there listening quietly. Then it's absolutely right for me to live a reclusive life like this. At that moment, Arisha's lips parted slightly, and she took a soft breath, as if preparing to speak. Then his name rang out, pulling Rowan from his memories. Rowan. Then Arisha unexpectedly expressed her intentions, her tone very calm. Do you want to become the prime minister? Hearing this, Rowan jumped in fright. Yes. As if to be more certain, she continued. Listening to her words, Rowan seemed to see a light at the end of the tunnel, a sense of happiness sprouting in his heart. He wanted to help the empire become better, so that everyone could live in happiness and joy. As she said this, Arisha tilted her head and smiled, right? Rowan's hand trembled slightly, but mustering enough courage, he finally uttered 2 words. That's right. He placed his hand over his heart and said sincerely, I want everyone to be happier than ever before. Hearing this, Arisha also thought about it seriously. Then, would anywhere be all right? Huh? Rowan asked in return, as if he couldn't believe it. Yes, she continued in a decisive tone. Come with me, Rowan. That resolute scene directly stunned him. What does the princess mean? Arisha looked up, her gaze meeting Rowan's with all her confidence and decisiveness. She made her declaration. I will become the emperor of the Eastern Empire, so I need someone by my side to support me. Rowan hesitated slightly, his gaze fixed on the hand extended before him. Me? At that moment, her hand remained quietly extended, waiting patiently. I will help you achieve your dream. On this side, his mind also began to turn, lost in thought. If I'm by the princess's side, I'll surely be very happy. The internal struggle made him hesitate, all his determination seemingly suppressed at that moment. But if I become the prime minister of another empire, I'll have to leave my family. and she just waited quietly and patiently for Rowan to make his own choice. Of course, it's a difficult decision, but I will wait for you. Then she slowly reached out and gently took his trembling hand. Rowan. She raised his hand and finally made a firm affirmation. You will ultimately choose to stay by my side. Rowan's eyes widened, all his thoughts a jumbled mess at that moment, with no time to sort them out. The two stood like that in the garden for a long time, holding hands, enveloped by the glow of the streetlights, making the scene before them exceptionally gentle. After that day, morning once again visited the magnificent building. The earliest birds to wake up appeared on the branches one after another. Arisha gently opened her eyes, waking up in her familiar large and comfortable bed. It was so comfortable, she couldn't help but sigh. This is great. Arisha stretched, a comfortable smile on her face, her expression radiating relaxation. You're awake. It's been a long time since I've had a morning like this. A look of disgust mixed with weariness quickly appeared in her eyes as she slowly looked towards the owner of the voice. Cashin was standing quietly in a corner of the room, leaning against the window frame. Arisha's scolding immediately rang out. What are you doing here so early in the morning? Get out. Hearing this, his face showed no expression, just a slight tilt of his head as he observed. Cashin didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. You're going to interfere in the crown prince's affairs, aren't you? Arisha on the other side had no intention of hiding it either, nodding with a blank expression. Hearing this, Cashin felt a headache coming on and reflexively raised a hand to rub his temples. I knew it. Have you forgotten your position? As he said this, he pointed directly at the seated Arisha, speaking in a reprimanding tone. You are the princess of another empire. The moment Arisha opened her eyes, her ears were filled with Cashin's constant complaints. Just one small move is enough to trigger a war between the two countries. With just those words, he had officially succeeded in ruining her originally great mood. Cashin was glared at until his eyes burned. Since when did you start caring about the empire? Don't do something you've never done before. Go away. Cashin felt extremely dissatisfied, constantly pounding his chest. This is infuriating. You're a white witch. There must be a reason you're living like a human. But as the next words rang out, Arisha's nonchalant attitude also vanished. Isn't there anything you want to protect? Do you not care, even if a war breaks out? After being reborn as Arisha, her mood had also slowly calmed down, rediscovering feelings she had once forgotten. In her memory, familiar faces appeared one after another, with smiles and sincere eyes. The value of every life, the miracles in human relationships. Those faces and the happiness of those times were all preserved intact in her heart. Those were the feelings I had once forgotten. But immediately after, war appeared in her memory. If a war breaks out, can I protect the people I know? Arisha stood desolately, her small, thin back passing through the cold ruins. But I can't guarantee the safety of other precious lives. The more she thought, the more a layer of coldness quietly covered her eyes. This is also why I live by human rules. Because I'm a member of the royal family. Just one small move is enough to cause huge consequences. Returning to the present, Arisha glanced towards where Cashin was standing. Cashin already knows everything, doesn't he? Noticing that gaze, he continued, with your wicked nature, you're actually accepting and abiding by all the rules? Or are you feeling guilty for rejecting the crown prince's feelings? Arisha collected her thoughts and finally got out of bed. She called out softly, Cashin. She looked at him, a flash of displeasure in her eyes. Do I look like the type of person who is easily swayed by personal feelings? Cashin guiltily crossed his arms over his chest, his attitude gradually becoming unnatural, his gaze hastily looking to the side. After a moment of silence, Cashin slowly moved his back away from the window frame. No. Arisha turned and left the room. You know that very well. Just as she turned to leave, she waved her hand casually a few times, then get lost. Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind, startling Arisha, who reflexively turned around. The moment she turned, her gaze immediately met Cashin's hand, which was manipulating a source of mana. From the swirling stream of energy, Cashin unexpectedly produced a sealed letter. I picked this up on my way here. Arisha's gaze swept over it and immediately saw the familiar name written on the outside of the envelope, Beth. After that awkward morning encounter, Arikai now appeared in a beautifully constructed cafe. A voice came from inside. Thank you for taking the time to come here, Princess. Inside, Daisy, Isabel and Arisha sat side by side at a tea table, creating a rare scene of tranquility. Is it inconvenient to stay at the guest house? Why not come to my residence? Hearing this, Arisha smiled happily. No, thank you. I don't think the academy will take too long to repair. But these words were not enough to soothe Daisy's anxious heart. She looked at Arisha anxiously, but without any servants around. I'm worried about you, princess. Would you like to relax with us today? Arisha replied politely. Thank you, Daisy. A strong sense of gratitude welled up, so touching that her eyes almost became moist. Thank you for worrying about me. As she said this, Daisy's eyes suddenly lit up. But the hunting competition is coming up soon, isn't it? Isabel, beside her, also agreed enthusiastically. That's right. The more they spoke, the more their faces lit up, the smiles on their lips seeming to burst with light. Will you be participating in the hunting competition this time, princess? Yes, my family always participates. But in the face of that enthusiasm, Arisha's expression was completely unmoved. A hunting competition? Isabel quickly spoke up to explain. I'm sorry. Perhaps the princess doesn't know about it yet. As she spoke, she imagined the scene of the hunt that day in her mind. It's an event held annually by the Western Empire's royal family. Each participant hunts for prey in a forest owned by the royal family. Thinking of winning, Daisy couldn't hide her joy and said with a laugh, the family that captures the most difficult prey will win. The two of them were very enthusiastic, and the conversation gradually turned into them talking over each other. I plan to participate this year. Your Highness is the princess of the Eastern Empire, so you must have received a special invitation. They were definitely of one mind, their laughter and chatter incessant. I hope the princess can come too. I'm so looking forward to it. Hearing all this, she too was drawn in and fell into thought. A hunting competition? Arisha lowered her hand, a faint smile gracing the corners of her lips, and her eyes also showed more interest. This will be interesting. At this time, the scene gradually switched to a beautiful glass building. Appearing inside was the Grand Prince of the Western Empire, Alan Arland, who announced with a serious face, I heard you met the princess of the Eastern Empire. Sitting not far away was Laurentia. So what's the reason you've gathered everyone so urgently? She continued. When she heard, it seemed the princess of the Eastern Empire is on Adrian's side. Hearing this, Alan couldn't help but sigh. But that doesn't have much of an impact. Sitting with them were two other people. The second princess of the Western Empire, Lisa Arland, and the third prince of the Western Empire, Lyot Arland. Don't we also have the support of other imperial royal families? At this, Laurentia flew into a rage, snapping her fan shut and slamming it heavily on the table in resentment. Have you forgotten who resolved the recent incident at the academy? It was the princess of the Eastern Empire. Seeing her furious attitude, Alan only knew to sit obediently and observe. We can't know how strong the princess is, Laurentia continued. Moreover, the problem is that the hunting competition is approaching. Hearing this, a flash of surprise crossed Alan's eyes. Why is that a problem? Laurentia practically squeezed out every word through gritted teeth. Father Emperor will surely invite the princess as a guest of honor. She continued, if she builds a close relationship with Father Emperor, what are we supposed to do? Alan was a bit flustered this time, his initial decisiveness completely lost, but we can't cancel an event that's held every year. Meanwhile, Lysana, who had been listening quietly from the side, finally spoke up, I have a way. Looking at Lysana's smiling face, no one could quite figure out what she was thinking. Lyot looked at her curiously and asked, what kind of way is it? Lysana gave a satisfied smile. What is it? Tell us quickly. And so, 6 pairs of eyes listened intently to Lysana's analysis. Everyone knows that in the hunting competition, each person is given a teleportation scroll, right? Seeing her gaze turn to him, Alan replied. That's right. After receiving confirmation, Lysana lowered her head slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. We just need to use a little trick. Lotiria's eyes widened as she looked at her, filled with anticipation for Lysana's answer. Isn't there a very suitable place in the Empire? A suitable place? She paused her answer, silent for a moment as she carefully observed the expressions of the people before her, her gaze turning cold. As she spoke, a dark image immediately appeared in Lysana's mind. That is, the Black Forest.